registrar of JAMB, I hold myself personally responsible including for the negligence of the service provider and I unreservedly apologize for it. And the trauma it has affected Nigerians to, directly or indirectly. We have decided that all the candidates affected in the 157 centers of the 882 be contacted to retake their examinations. These candidates are to be contacted through text messages addressed to their registered phone number from tomorrow, their email addresses, their profiles, and phone calls by JAMB. They are directed to reprint their examination slips for the rescheduled examination dates.
Confident. Only for them to now, for me to be hearing crap from other people, that kind of thing. Again, now, currently, I'm writing Wike. I've been having exams. And this morning, I even wrote an exam before coming here. I had to just plan myself, write. And it's not like I wrote it somewhere close. I wrote at Ebony Stage. Wow. So from Ebony Stage, I had to come down, rush down to I'm even with my school uniform inside my school bag. From the school to this place.
So from Ebony, you have to rush down to Enugu, yes. Every bank for your JAMB. After writing Wike this morning.
Yeah, and they're not making it funny, but I don't know just one story like after this one, then they'll not tell us that another thing happened because it should be really painful and hurt. But from what we heard from this, we heard that a lot of people have committed suicide all in the name of this JAMB. And like, but I'm happy that they rescheduled it. I'm actually happy because to make room for people to correct their errors and like make people happier, they could perform better in this.
While JAMB has reassured the public that the system.
Mr. Moka, in clear conscience, if Asiwaju were to contest a midterm election today, and he doesn't have Professor Yakubu as the INEC chairman, can he win? He cannot. He cannot. And if anybody doubts, they should set up a feedback mechanism for the administration, not a lying one, a real one, to go to the streets of Nigeria and ask about their performance indices. So it's about all of us. It's about the nation. It's about the country. But people will say that a king that reigns in the time of plenty, he has a name, and that name will go into history. The one that reigns in terms of hunger, he also has a name, and that name will also go into history. So all these indices that they are bringing, it does not reflect in the economy of the street. And Geoffrey, you know what the economy of the street is saying. People can't fuel their vehicles. They can't do even two meals a day. On your phone now, if you open your phone for 2 or 3 hours, you know the number of messages you are going to get. Aram is people who are telling lies.
Aram is See, Baba, they say they come from Katsina. They won't come work for Dangote refinery. Shebi? Dangote refinery. Say they won't come work for Dangote refinery. So we saw them this morning. They say they come from Katsina. This is Dojileki, front of Dano, legal free zone. Kano, Katsina. Okay, you come now from Katsina. You come. Are you in Nigeria?
Yes.
Where are NIN? Where ID card? Let me see your ID card. NIN. Make I see. Wait, make I see now. Okay, this is your NIN.
Yes.
Nigeria will never be one-party state. That's not a democracy. It's wrong to have allowed Atiku to succeed Buhari. It will be one Fulani after the other. As you see, the Fulanis killing people across the country. They want to appropriate the country.
Be careful of the use of words. You generalize.
Allow me to use my words, please.
No, I'm
use
saying
the words. I beg you. You might be very careful.
And there are good people.
I am speaking about national security. This is a national security issue.
Yes.
There is a war on. You want to pretend there's no war. That's
I'm
a
not
war
pretending.
on.
I'm only saying there are
a lot of you journalists are part of the problem. Who don't want to address the truth. A war on. Why are you saying you're not pretending? People have been killed everywhere. You're saying there's no war. What do you mean you're not pretending? You are. You are part of the problem in this country. Allow us to speak the truth so that people will know what's going on. People in the Benue cannot go to farm. People in Plateau cannot stay in their house. Those who are responsible for the war simply want to turn Nigeria into a settler colonial entity. And that's what's going on. You don't see that. You're seeing the politics. Forget about the politics. There is a real problem in the country. People are not sleeping at night. Even in daytime, our farmers cannot go to farms. I have food security problems. Why? The Fulani war across West Africa has finally bettered in Nigeria. And you don't want me to talk about it. Who are you afraid of? Who will hear it and we will die? It's the problem the country has gone wrong. Because a lot of you keep quiet. I'm aware of this. Please, when we have a problem like this serious national security issue, we must speak to it. Pretend it doesn't exist. It does exist.
God, no mercy. God. Boko Haram, they dislodge us. Oh God, my Lord. Oh God, my Lord. Boko Haram, they pack everything, go. They pack everything, go. It's normal. How do you, sir? Okay, normal, sir. Me, I no get load. I dey tell you, I dey go. They burn our MRAP. They pack everything. They pack everything, see our MRAP here. Oh God. This guy don't get equipment for Maritio. God. Yes, sir. Hi, sir. Kai, see how these guys they do with us. Oh. Kai. See the Boko Haram, they burn our motor all. They pack everything here. See my motor. See my motor. God, I thank God for life. See my motto. See my motto. I thank God for my life. I thank God for my life. See my motto. They burn everywhere. See my motto. Morite is not easy to know people to do. God. Morite. We lost 4 soldiers. We lost 4 soldiers. Flat. God. See our hemorrhage. They burn our hemorrhage. They burn our hemorrhage. They burn our hemorrhage. God. So we are never ready to fight. Make una tell us now. Which kind of problem be this one? I lost my leg. Oh God, my Lord. Oh God, my Lord, Mariki. Oh God, my God.
Innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God, they worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to spread. Peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God. This is not a battle between different faiths, different sects, or different civilizations. This is a battle between barbaric criminals who seek to obliterate human life and decent people, all in the name of religion. People that want to protect life and want to protect their religion. This is a battle between good and evil. When we see the scenes of destruction in the wake of terror, we see no signs that those murdered were Jewish or Christian, Shia or Sunni. When we look upon the strains of innocent blood soaked into the ancient ground, we cannot see the faith or sect or tribe of the victims. We see only that they were children of God whose deaths are an insult to all that is holy. But we can only overcome this evil if the forces of good are united and strong, and if everyone in this room does their fair share and fulfills their part of the burden. Terrorism has spread all across the world. But the path to peace begins right here on this ancient soil in this sacred land. America is prepared to stand with you in pursuit of shared interests and common security. But the nations of the Middle East cannot wait for American power to crush this enemy for them. The nations of the Middle East will have to decide what kind of future they want for themselves, for their country, and frankly, for their families and for their children. It's a choice between two futures, and it is a choice America cannot make for you. A better future is only possible if your nations drive out the terrorists and drive out the extremists. Drive them out. Drive them out of your places of worship. Drive them out of your communities. Drive them out of your holy land. And drive them out of this earth.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to
be
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is getting retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amarian Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weak and had the incubator, his child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land. There's poverty in the land. A lot of poverty in the land. People die by the day.
Wow, thank you.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is May the 17th, Saturday. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. I hope it's beautiful wherever you're joining us in the world. Thank you. It's Saturday, and as always, we have Your Say, which is a program where we allow you to have your say on stories making the news across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. All right, in the news today, President Bola Tinubu is at the Vatican to attend the inauguration of President Pope. Some people forget that the Pope is the head of state of the state called Vatican. So this is the official inauguration, and President Bola Tinubu is there to attend as Nigeria's head of state. A lot of people have issues with him going there while the country is in crisis, and when he spent 3 weeks or 4 in Europe just the other day. But he traveled. So we talk about that. In other news, JAMB, that is the board in charge of examination that people take in Nigeria to get into the university, they accepted that they screwed up in the last JAMB. And I think today people are retaking the JAMB in several places. It triggered a lot of issues. One of them is some people felt that the computer glitches happened in some particular places because it was a deliberate attempt to sabotage it. People have come out to say that that wasn't what happened. We will talk about that and get you a view on what it is you think is going on. Also, this National Assembly, they are pushing for a bill that will make it a crime for you not to vote in Nigeria. Yeah, something that is of interest to Nigerians. We'll talk about that. Meanwhile, Wike, who is the minister in charge of Abuja, and Umahi, the minister in charge of works, they are heading to London with some other people to go and showcase the achievement of Bola Tinubu in the last 2 years. So people are questioning why London, why are they spending money doing that? We get to hear your view on that. Other stories in the news, we have Simon Ekpa, the leader of the autopilot, the Biafra movement. Finally, in Finland, they charge him for inciting violence. So the case is coming up this month. Already the one from Nandu Kano is ongoing in Abuja. So we touched on that and what that means. Outside Nigeria, in the United States, there is a new law that is being pushed in Congress that will tax remittances, the money you send home to your people at home. They want to tax it 5% tax, and people around the world are they are worried about that. It's not just Nigerians. Everybody who sends money from America, they want to put 5% tax on it. What other thing that is important in Nigeria is that the minister in charge of power is saying that it will cost $10 billion every year for 20 years for us to get close to having power, electricity, 24 hours of electricity in Nigeria. So when you hear something like this, what do you think? $10 billion every year for 20 years. I think our budget is less than 30-something billion, but he wants 10 billion every year for 20 years before he can guarantee us power, 24 hours of power in Nigeria. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that it's something that is possible, or are they really telling us there is no hope? So these are some of the stories that we are going to touch. If you want to join us, I'm sharing the link so you can join us and we can have that conversation. Like I said, this is an opportunity for you. The program is for you to come in and air your view. We are as good as the people that come in every day. It's not about me, it's about you. If people are expressing opinion that you don't like, it's an opportunity for you to come and correct them. That's why we have this. And I can speak for you. You can speak for yourself. We will do a lot better moving forward to get the comments of people who are who may not want to come in, who may want to join us on the comment section. We can we try to get that. That's important. I've been told I don't do a good job in doing that. And also, so that's the program for you for today. I want to get you to get involved in the conversation and hear what you think. And if there are things I missed, of course, there will be a lot of things that are important to you. We want to hear it. So that's where we're going to start. If you're in the studio and you want to join us, please turn on your camera and I will bring you in. Again, thank you so much for joining us. It's a wonderful day here in New York City. All right, who is this? Oh, Mazi Ovie. Don't think I don't know that was you. How are you doing?
I wanted to say, Coach, Doctor, I'm good. What's the difference,
After many
Doctor,
years,
Coach?
after many years of bowing to your coach, you just call everybody a coach.
I think that is it. At least 10 years straight of doing that. So, and it's not up to 10 years since I stopped officially doing that. So maybe, but is there any different though? Some officially now, like let's say you're official doctor, and somebody is certified coach. What's the difference?
Now let me now that I have you, before we start the show, the
All right.
relationship between the coach and the athletes, how is that? How do you characterize that? I see my son was playing soccer one time, and over time you see how they respect the coach. It's more like the coach has more authority than even the parents. How does that develop? Did you have that kind of relationship with your coach when you were running?
I would say yes. They say yeah because I don't leave my main biological parent before I start track, and yes, in the sense that I remember disobeying my guardians, my brothers that I live with then. You know, I think it's not about it's not about the coach per se. It's about the focus, right? The dream, the goal. That's all you. This is what you want. Every other thing doesn't matter, right? Now you now see somebody who is pushing that direction. So it's more see it from that angle. It's not about the coach himself because don't be surprised. We'll come on one day say this coach I don't like him again. I want another one. So it's not necessarily about the coach. It's about what is driving. You should be happy as we're taken by what is in front of him. So he wants to learn everything that has to. If what you are telling him has no correlation between where you're inconsequential for now. We'll come to you later. So to get to him, but you have to find a way. You have to understand what he's into so that you find it because it's also good for you to understand the mood he's in. As an athlete, we have like 4 seasons, right? Building season where you'll be putting on low heavy work. You're a different person entirely. It's different and all that kind of stuff there. Preparation for competition season. Now that load that you put on yourself, you have to start reducing them so that you'll be quicker. It's a different mentality. Competition season comes with a different mentality. And again, it also comes to how close you are. You don't be surprised during the beginning of the season. Him is not that close with the coach. Even coach said no to the narrow his focus on him. We just give him a program or do this and leave, right? Because it's more volume. Do 10 days, do 20 days, right? But when competition season approaches, it's more technical, it's more focused. So you for house, papa, mama, if you give her a phone, you go say, I don't want this. So it's not necessary. It's not, so you would think that is the coach. Of course, you use the coach now as an excuse, right? Because you would expect anything the coach tells you, you agree. The coach say, oh, he's a nice guy, he's a good boy, he's doing the. You are comfortable with that, right? So he will not be using as an athlete, will not be using that as an excuse. Any small thing, my coach said this, my coach said do this, my coach don't do it, my coach. So it's not necessarily about the coach. It's about what is the task ahead, which is the sport that he's in love with.
All right, thank you, Ovie.
So see it from that angle, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tony, welcome to the show. Tony, can you hear me? All right. Tony, we can hear you. Just fix that. We can come back to you. Ovie,
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, Ovie. Greetings, everybody. Glad to be here.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us. Now, one of the things I didn't touch on was the arrival of South African refugees. that came to America. And Trump was, the policy was, of course, most of you who are here have been following the news. The idea was that South Africans were suffering under the rule of black government in South Africa. Their land was being taken away from them. And because of that, Trump granted them refugee status. That was fascinating, made it so easy for them to come here. And let me play you the reaction of Episcopal Church in America to that.
The Episcopal Church was ordered by the government to help resettle the Afrikaners, but today the church took a stand, terminated its relationship with the federal government, citing a moral opposition to resettling the white Afrikaners. Joining us now is the presiding bishop of the Episcopal Church, Bishop Sean Rowe. Bishop, thank you so much for joining us tonight. This was a 4 decades old relationship across many administrations that ended today. Why did the classification of these immigrants as refugees cross a moral line?
Well, the reality is we can't be ourselves in the Episcopal Church and take the step of resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa. Our church has a long commitment to racial justice and reconciliation, and we have historic ties with the Anglican Church of South Africa. Desmond Tutu is a part of, been a partner in this work for us. So we're just not able to take this step. It's not in line with anything that we're about. And it also saddens us to see that other refugees who are being denied entrance to the United States are people, brave people who've worked alongside of our military in Iraq and Afghanistan, now face danger, have been in camps for a long time and aren't being allowed in. And so this is just, the program no longer aligns with where we are as a church and what we're about.
All right, so that was, there were other reactions from different other groups saying that they don't support what Trump is doing along this line. All right, Ovie, let me start with you. Is there anything I missed? Big issue that you are following across Africa, Nigeria, or the world, anywhere?
I think, everything is revolve around the Trump administration, right? So I think the big news this week that overshadow everything is the tour of the Middle East. So I think no news like that is worth mentioning that is not over. Then the failed, should I say the failed peace talk between Ukraine and Russia in what's it be this country name again? Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, because Trump did not show up. Putin did not show up, so definitely nothing. That's why I say fail, because even Marco Rubio at the end of it said that the fact still remains that these two big boys have to meet before anything meaningful can actually take place. So that's why I said it's a fail peace talk, if I have to put it that. I think that's anything close to it again, which is also tied to the Donald Trump's trip and all that. So not every other thing to me a distraction. Dr. Damage.
All right. So Forbes magazine is reporting that Trump, the outcome of the trip, he was able to get 3.4 trillion in promised investment in America. His plan was to get 6 trillion, but he ended up with 3.4 trillion. Tony, anything I'm missing? Any important topic that you think should be discussed?
Yeah, I think you covered quite a lot. But just to add, in our country, Nigeria, the uptick in terrorism, soldiers being killed, territories being captured, equipment being seized by Boko Haram. What else? A few other issues, but I think you touched mostly on the issues that I think are germane, for discussion.
I just remember one now, which is I just saw Kulata comment. But he said the Olympics, but the Nigeria could not participate at the World Relay that took place this week in China because of they don't give us visa. That was the official my federation, right? That was our excuse that China no give us visa, but it is more than just than say China no give us visa yet. For as far as I'm concerned, it is due to the incompetence of our administrators, right from the president, Tomoko Okowa, that I think that's his name from Delta State, who is running for election at this point. The same man under him, we know participate for Olympic 2020, 2024 it happened. The same this one again, but it's only for the election. Can you beat that? They say one man, one same man that embarrassed us across the board. Like we made headline across the world for the wrong reason. But guess what? It won't come back. If not because they call off the election, it was supposed to take place at the end of this month. So yeah, so that was a big deal. That was a big news.
Okay, why don't you go and run for that election?
What?
Yeah,
So
I just remember a few other things.
Nah, I don't get money. Let me just put it that way. That's what because I remember asking my coach this question 2 years into training. I said, Coach, come, you can do this thing now. He said, you don't get money. I didn't get that. It still don't make sense for me until later. So I don't get money. Let me put it that way. Or maybe if Kulata can carry me go meet Tinubu, because they in charge now. Now I'm boys there from Ogun State. Now Ogun State they in charge of sport now. So unless they're at that level, but other than that, it's a very big office now. Now it's a political office. Let me put it that way. So it's a political office. You have to be grounded in at that level, or your money is speaking for you. Either of the two, your godfather or your own personal money. But it is very heavily contested by those who don't arrive. I'm still in the streets. I'm in the streets. But I am one of those people who are pushing for autonomous, right? Let the federation go autonomous. When you go autonomous, then we can come in with competence and say, okay, other kind of your technical ability now, who you know can come to play. But as far as still under 100% under the control of government, you know what that means.
All right, thank you, Tony. Go ahead.
Yes, just two other things I want to add. Nigeria under 20 team flying goals knocked out in the semi-finals. Very shabby performance. That again speaks to the kind of leadership that we have at that level. And then you are also looking at the various attacks on Obi for statements that are credited to him, one abroad, where they said he was demarketing Nigeria, and then another one here in Nigeria where he said that, the labor of our heroes past is wasted, and then he came under barrages of attacks. I think those are some of the issues.
Tony, I think that was last week. This week, actually, the person under attack is Pato Tommy for the concept of shadow government. He proposed shadow government, and people lost their mind. So we will talk about that if we have time to touch on that. Because thinking about solution, how do you even mirror what we want if the people in power, which is the government in power, are not doing the right thing? And they say to us, we hear that from them all the time, saying, if you have the solution, tell us. So I don't think shadow government means that they are taking over from you. But anyway, we can discuss that when we get to that. All right.
We hear it in the UK. We hear it in the UK, shadow government and so on, and nobody goes to jail. Nobody raises hell. So I don't know why this should be a problem. I don't know.
Actually, there were videos of APC people talking about shadow government when they were not in government, when PDP.
That's why I think I like distraction. They just want to make big deal out of nothing, just for us, to sway things. Or somebody on the comment section, Oscar, I know what Kulata talk. Kulata is talking about Samonekpas, what he says about it and what I said. I didn't touch on that because it's part of the conversation that we want to have officially on the platform. That's why. But of course, when I saw that Olympic, it just triggered me that that is a big news that we are missing. Because I said that there's nothing. So that's what, not that I didn't understand what Kulata was saying. I don't understand. We will get into it. So be patient, okay?
All right. So let's start with Tinubu's visit to the Vatican, because I don't follow the news. People may be surprised as much as people think I do, but whenever I start getting pictures of Tinubu in a plane waving, I know that he's gone again. So that's an indication for me to go and check where did he go to now.
He's
Now,
gone again.
yeah, I saw that it was coming into my phone, and okay, something is happening. So, but I was, people were losing their minds, and they were thinking, why is he traveling there? He could have sent somebody. When the Pope was during the, who was that Bayo went for us? So the funeral of the last Pope, yeah, Bayo went. So let me hear from you here. What do you think?
No, it's, I think you said it in your introduction that I mean the Vatican is a country on its own, and I was trying to educate some people here last week on that, how the idea of church lost out of the whole power tussle, how they lost out due to the defeat of the Roman, the Vatican as it used to be. It's bigger than what it is now. Pretty much more than half of what Italy is today. But they lost that. They lost the battle to Italian government during the 1870, which is pretty much during the Pius. Then now I gave that background because of why the current pope chose that the name that he chose, which is Kini the second, Kini the 13th. So that it was the reign of the 13th pope that they finally officially lost the territory of Vatican as it used to be to now that there was square 1 mile at the 5 mile square that they occupy today. So yeah, it is this state. So Bola Tinubu actually went just like maybe go Ghana, go official inauguration of the current governor of the president of Ghana, or a go Donald Trump. So in a way, it's there for inauguration. So, and this idea of I pay attention to people who are having issue with him going to this event in particular. Now the same people will complain when Tinubu go anytime where the Islamic world are doing something. They would complain that Nigeria. So it's only the same people they have issue with it. But most importantly, at this point, especially on this platform, I think majority of us who are consumer of information on this platform, we agree that our sovereignty is not up to par. That there's still pretty much, if not 70% influence coming from outside, economy wise and all that. All of us we pretty much agree here. I mean, the Mango campaign for the Chatham House in London. So it's not working for us. If the guy, this is part of the job, it's part of the agreement, it's part of the effort get into power. You have to fulfill. Now it's part of the whole you being the state now. Tomorrow go say if we not agree say we get freedom. I mean, it's all part of the. So I seriously don't have any issue. I know they even pay attention. I just okay, what is he going to do? Oh, okay. I mean, it's responding to people who put in, who give him power pretty much, or people who he's presiding the territory on their behalf. So if the relationship is there, I mean, there's nothing I can do. You understand? If there is maybe we can do something, but at the same time, we not forget national agenda. So when somebody is going in and out of the country, why are we complaining?
Okay.
Because, but my question we should be asking: does he have a choice? He don't get choice.
So you said so many things that we have to unpack, maybe if we have time. And maybe we can connect it to something else. Somebody just reminded me on the comment section about the allegation that I think it's Motown MT, about the allegation by, I think, David Hundein about Shore being sponsored by foreign government and things like that. So you are now putting out here that part of Tinubu's reason for going is that he's going to answer to the West. I mean, I think that's what you're referring to, the people who put him in power. He's going there to answer to them.
Yeah, but both the show with both the Tinubu, all of them they work for the same agenda, the same. They're not working for us.
All right.
The three of them like that.
We'll come back and find out
from grandson to son to grandfather. Tinubu, Showore, Odeyi, all of them, now the same job that they do.
We'll come back and find out who you're working for. Tony, what do you think about
Yeah, I think it's great for the government. They have been frantically looking for legitimacy, from outside, sort of. And I mean, you just part of the preview that you played. We see Umahi and Wike going abroad to go and market the Tinubu government. I don't see where America or China or any country goes outside to market the achievements of their government. They have representatives in our country, so they know what is happening. So if you go there and tell lies, they know the facts. So I think, yes, it will be a welcome development because I'm not sure you've had any government since Tinubu was inaugurated invite Tinubu to come. I'm not sure. So the Pope is a political head and a religious leader, just like Ugi said. And so that invitation would be well appreciated by the government. But if you look at in terms of what we're likely to gain or what Nigeria is likely to gain, I don't know. Probably the Pope is probably going to talk to him about the plight of Christians in Nigeria. He's probably going to give him some lectures or tutorials on good governance. Other than that, I don't see anything concrete that this visit is going to bring. But like I said, it's a good thing for the government that there's another government that is recognizing, inviting them. It's not inviting the president to go. I thought that you had the video of the entourage that will go with him as usual, but we didn't see that. I'd like to see. I'd like to see whether it's another jamboree or because that's a way to get extra codes and to visit friends and take girlfriends along and so on and so forth and come back and tell us all kinds of stories and so on and so forth. So I'm not optimistic that will bring much benefit except to get Tinubu born again by any chance.
I got messages.
Dr. Ameji, another it's also good. I mean, I think especially the Southeast, not to be specific, but the Catholic enjoy a lot of patronage from the Nigerian space. So we contribute a lot to that country. So I think it's a good representation of that the Catholic faithfuls. That their president is at least being invited, painted as if the man at the post in that right invitation letter they give up.
actually, I'm getting some messages that there is a personal relationship. I can confirm that people are sending me messages that
yes,
probably knew him personally.
The secretary,
Chicago guy.
Before he became
a Chicago, no. I did not from
before he became a pope.
No, but he's a native of Chicago. He don't finish from he was about 21 years before he left now. His family seated there, his brothers and all that kind of stuff. So
before he became a pope, his secretary was a Nigerian. And of course, you know that we still have our cardinal over there, so there may be some connection to that.
All right.
No, Tinubu na global agent. Now, since they call her agent, he's global. Like Chicago connection, so that's good.
Right, let's welcome to the show. John, welcome to the show.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're getting echo. Do you have TV on? Can you turn it down?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to the
show. Been a while.
Nice to see you again. So we're discussing Tinubu's visit to.
Yeah, I've been listening from YouTube. Yeah, I have been listening.
Okay.
I think the more reason why I even try to, and I don't have anything to say about Tinubu because I'm still trying to um correlate the relationship between Nigeria and the Catholic Church when we know we are much divided. So I'm still trying to correct the relationship, but I still also have another opinion that probably it might be is going there also for networking, probably to get a collaboration of one or two things. So I don't know what the Catholic Church has to offer Nigeria because we are 50% Christian, 50% Muslims. So I'm just still wrapping my head, around it. But it might be, it can still decline if he doesn't want to go. He can still send the representative if he doesn't want to go because I don't know, but he feels like he wants to go. So I don't know. That's my own opinion because I can't wrap my head around, his visit towards that. But my own strong feeling is what about if it is networking? Because right now, probably you saw what Trump did, the networking and everything, the investment he brought. What if it's where he went and because other leaders will be there, not just him. Other leaders will be there too. They might talk closed doors. They might do one or two things. Who knows? I don't know. So I hope he brings something positive back from his trip to Vatican. That's what I'd say.
All right. Thank you so much. Just for those who just joined us, Trump brought back 3.4 trillion. I think all the GDP of all the African countries, I don't think it's up to that. But that's what Trump brought back. No, it should be more.
Oh, Dr. Damage, God, they hear you.
So, anyway, so maybe Tinubu will bring some things back to Nigeria. That there's another angle to this. Some people were saying that considering the issues we have in the country, insecurity and all that, it hasn't stopped. That this may not be a good time to do that. What do you guys think? Since he came back, has insecurity improved or since he came back from Europe the last time he went? Did we notice any improvement?
I think our insecurity is at this point. Nobody will start and we no fit stop them.
Who started it?
I mean, if I say who started if I started USAID, maybe I should just put it like that for the sake of conversation. So that I don't go down the conspiracy theory. So USAID. So they've been in Nigeria since 1963. So I mean, that they are territory talking about sovereignty. Now, on a more serious note, these places that they are hard hit insecurity, right? Case in point, Borno State as we speak. Dr. Dameji, if anybody should Google it or deep a deep research, you go see nothing less than 20 foreign international companies mining and farming that same land where all this insecurity they happen. So it's what I say. Nobody will start and nobody will go stop. I'm going there. That's what I mean. Like this is no longer. I mean, they are using people in Nigeria. They came out and covered. They are using drone. I don't know about people don't step up their game. I don't they don't step up their game. They do drone for Abba unless that. So just I mean, Tinubu going there every day. If you read some national newspaper every day, there is a record account of Catholic people being victim. I mean, everybody derive from his own interest, right? Talking about Tinubu going to Rome, where everything we do. So there's it's like documentation pretty much every day. 2 priests key here, 3 priests key there, Catholic people. So even J.D. Vance, the vice president, in one of his speeches in Europe, make reference to Nigeria in terms of persecution and all that kind of stuff. So if there's any group of interest that can stop it, it's from there, from that angle. You understand? So again, whether Tinubu going there or not going there, security to him, how do I get the elected come 2027? That's how the game works. Let's be real, politically speaking. Him going there is presenting at least maybe 30 million Catholic faithful. I mean, somebody should not take me on that number statistically, but close to that amount. You are having millions of people, specifically from the southeast, who are Catholic faithful. somebody asked for Tinubu entourage. I'm curious now to see who will make the list. And I will not be surprised if I see some notable faces from the southeast who are capable, have the capacity to influence votes in that trip. So I mean, for somebody to say, "Oh, okay, how that one take concern security?" Everything are the same. As far as I'm concerned, we are not free people in terms of who is the larger beneficiary of our own resources. Is the West. So if they really want to stop it, they have what it takes to stop it. A video surfaced a couple of days ago from a British military man speaking from Borno that they are there to help another. So they are there. Most of all this equipment that they are selling for us, we don't fit operate them by ourselves. They have to be among us. Intelligent wise, we don't get. That's why when people are celebrating the death of a USID trial and all that, people are not paying attention. One of the major reasons why Ukraine were able to hold the Russian up to this point, it is because Americans are in charge of the surveillance of that war zone. They have a technology as we speak that even mirror camera cannot dictate. So they were able to be pointing the movement of the Russian and just the hand on to Ukrainian. Why am I saying this? When it comes to surveillance, every inch of Nigeria, they can see am for Washington DC from Pentagon everywhere because their interest is there. And once their interest is safe, every other thing no matter. So that's why I say if anybody have actually the will, the police, whatever to actually stop our insecurity the way it is now them fit do am. We if we stop the normal kidnapping, whatever, but in the real one that we are dealing with, I'm not saying genocide is going on, taking over people's lands, occupying and all that. We can, I mean, I'm from Ososo. I don't know about no, but it's part of their curriculum. Because it's not part of it's never part of our curriculum that if you go school they go teach you say come out, they go pass to somebody. So this is not in a way. If I say it's not part of our experience, I will be right. But at the same time, they say I know if you go your village, go do anything unless you invited me. So it's a collaborative thing. So many people don't come to say, oh, we always blame in the West. No, I'm just they tell you say, nah, those way they collaborate, they don't care about me and you. You know, and we and you are not ready to come together and actually go at it. So this is what is just going to continue happening. But again, now the time we there, I think we'll talk about that when we are talking about the Middle East is a trip of Donald Trump, which to me is not just about the money, but it's the part meaning to that.
Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to CM. CM, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, CM. CM, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Then thank you, Rudolph. Good. What is the time? Good evening. Oh, 7. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, actually, what I have to add, that might be an abstract, but it's worth it. I was watching FA Cup, the UK British FA Cup today. I'm so happy that history was made. For the first time, Crystal Palace of London won the FA Cup. The only goal and the winning goal of the match was scored by a Biafran, Eberechukwu. This was a chap, Samson Siasia. No, people are listening now. Samson Siasia recommended him to the national team. But you know Nigeria now. And the guy traveled all the way from London to come and play. But they said he did not bribe them. So he came back today. His name will enter the history book. That for the first time in the history of Crystal Palace, he gave them the FA Cup. Now he's well known. So I'm happy for him. Up. God bless Biafra.
I swear, just go be historian. Go be historian because I just imagine you when you did your 80 or 90 years old, Miss Sticky, that hear you. You not gonna miss anything.
So you see, I will call Siasia shortly. Maybe after the program or later, because I have his number. I will call Samson Siasia and say, look, you can see tomorrow because we discussed it. He told me this is the future, the next JJ culture, but Nigeria, they don't want to hear anything about Ndibo. if this Ebere Chukwueze is in Nigeria now, maybe he go the right JAMB. Yeah, yeah, maybe he go the right JAMB now, then go say, anyway, look, I don't wanna. I see it. I'm so happy today to be annoyed because of that goal. I'm happy for that chap. So to me, every other thing is secondary.
CM, we were talking about Tinubu, the Vatican. I don't know if you're Catholic. Some people were thinking that it will appeal
Dr.
to.
Dameji, what is the difference between the Vatican and Crystal Palace? You know, you never see the correlation. What are you talking about? What's the difference?
So the thing is, wait. The thing is that this the pontiff, maybe he's still new on the job now. He should be asking questions. That is what I'm saying. He should be giving somebody should sit him down and give him some diplomatic. Inviting Tinubu for what now? What is it for what? Tinubu. Okay, maybe to tell Tinubu coronated his own bishops during the campaign. True or false? True. Yes, Tinubu invented.
Hence, he deserves invitation.
So he invented his own bishop. What is the people that even their cap? Those people he invented. Their cap was even better than the one the Pope is putting on. So what is Tinubu? He went at a Wuse market, recruited bishop to come and bamboozle Nigerians. To me, it's a what for what purpose? Why is he going there for? To go and with which hand? The hand the way they use the sniff cocaine every night. Is that what is going to go and shake with the Pope? Hand the way heroin day. It's a waste of time, Jare. I don't know for what. It's a disgrace. Why is he inviting him? Why?
CM,
Yes.
I think there's a man called Steve Bannon, now one of the main pillars of a MAGA. He is alleging that the Pope was rigged in. you never get around. He said the Pope was rigged in. He said no. This is his point. He said 2 days before his brother, talking about the Chicago connection, his brother was on according to Daily Mails, granted interview to Daily Mails. So a brother alleged that the Pope, the non-Pope called him 2 days before, and they deliberate on which name he should pick and why he should pick what he ended up picking. This is not me saying it. This is Steve Bannon. You can go there. He said it like 3 days ago. So that if that conversation take place 2 days before the election of Pope, how can you explain that? That is his own conclusion that the man was rigged in.
No. The thing is that I'm of the opinion that I don't know what the invitation will serve. That is my own. I don't really see Tinubu do not deserve to be among. I mean, what is he going to the Vatican to do? I'm a Catholic, a practicing one. I've been to the Vatican. I've been to that St. Peter's Basilica. I've entered into there. Even have some photos with Swiss guard, people that guard that was the time of Pope Benedict. So why is he going there for? What purpose will that serve? That's what I'm there. Tinubu is going to do what? Tinubu is a Muslim, for God's sake. Even if he's going there for what? The thing has done. So what is he going there to do? It's not a good symbol of with which hand? He go and straight that in hand. Let him stay in Nigeria and then sort out the mess he put Nigeria into. Where is he going there to do? That will cost Nigeria another billions of dollars now. They will give you a bill. Rubbish.
All right. Thank you, CM. Just for a historical perspective, Buhari had a friend who was the Archbishop of Canterbury. They used to meet in London when he goes to the UK. So maybe Tinubu is establishing a relationship with the Pope. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, CM in London. It's nice to be on the platform again. So the first topic is about the Pope, right?
Yeah, Tinubu going to the inauguration of the Pope.
Okay. Yeah, as somebody who used to be in the Catholic, familiar with their doctrine, like I used to be an altar boy before, I still go to Catholic whenever I go to visit my families over here. So I still go to Catholic churches. So I'm still familiar with what what's going on when it comes to Catholic. I find this inviting Tinubu as an endorsement of a state failure. I mean, we have over 40 million Christians being displaced in the northern part of Nigeria. I don't know why they're inviting him. For what? I think what I gathered, there's a lot of other quarries, particularly it's going to be led by the Archbishop of Owerri, and some other quarries. So, I mean, I just find it, I don't know, I mean, where the Catholic is going. I know the Vatican, have their own, it's like a country, so they have their own, they can do whatever they want, but I don't see why inviting Tinubu. I mean, what is the purpose for? I mean, look at where we are in Nigeria. I'm not even talking about economy. I'm talking about, dismantling of the Christian religion, I mean, I call it what's going on in the north. I mean, you may classify it any way you want. It's kind of a genocide, being perpetrated in the northern part of the country. Are you going to tell me the Catholic doesn't know about what's going on? The Vatican specifically, they don't know about what's going on. So sometimes when it comes to this Christianity, I don't even know what you believe. They are here to serve for human rights. They're not doing that. But anyway, Dr. Damage, I find it very disturbing. Okay, I mean, in conclusion, it's an endorsement of a state failure. That's what they're doing. I'm just disappointed about what's going on. But hey, we are full of disappointment every day. So that's where we are right now.
All right, thank you, Femi. If he had not gone and all African leaders were there, people will say, "Oh, because he doesn't like Christians." Is that you think of something like that as a reason why he decided to go? Femi, we can hear you. All right, so we have to leave Femi and he will come back. Let's welcome Paul to the show. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, welcome to the show, Paul. So we're talking about Tinubu's trip to the Vatican to represent Nigeria at the inauguration of Pope Leo as the head of state of the Vatican. What is your take?
I just think it's just a frivolous way of spending money, probably just to put these things in their archive. You understand? After many years when he must have been gone, just to show things that he did, the people that he met. I think these are his aspiration in life and everything. But if you talk about where the country is going today in terms of economic wise and everything, it don't mean anything. You understand? Whether the Pope is the president of the Vatican, whether he's the head of religion and everything, well, let's tell ourselves the truth. That's not the day you go cut deals. You understand? You cut deals with small circle of people. There are tons of people that will come all over the world. So what will really be your presence and everything? Most importantly, when these people even look down on you. And you must understand again that some of us that follow this Catholic thing very well, they are losing people very well and everything. If not the politics that is going on there, this Pope would have come from within Africa or Asia around that Philippines and the likes, you understand? Because Africa have 20.7% Catholic. You understand, in terms of the Catholic, the Middle East also have almost the same thing, I think 20.6 and everything. So they are really, really losing members tremendously. So what they are doing, they are working tirelessly to bring people back. And one of the people you can keep very well is the Africans and everything. You don't want to lose them. That's why they even pick this Pope, who would technically work like the previous one. Maybe not go too far or maybe go too far. We don't really know. So I just see it from that angle and everything. So trying to talk to Tinubu, trying to invite Nigeria and the likes and everything, it's a good thing, like Ovie, kind of touch it a little bit. But is Tinubu matured enough to even understand that even though if I will go, let my delegates be 99% from the Southeast, where you have good percentage of the Catholic, let it look like it is their show. Doctor, like the way you tell us, say, this is your show, say whatever you want to say. If he is so matured enough, he would have done it like that. Then I would want to say, okay, I think I agree. And at least give them something to understand that they are recognized, they are part of his government and everything. But if he goes there and carries some Agbada people and go there, I just believe that it don't make no sense. And everything. My Igbo brothers who are Catholic, good percentage of them that they are mad. if they see the delegate and see 99% of their own people, I don't think good percentage of them will want to say so. You understand? But sometimes people just do things, they don't care, they do things anyhow. But with the way the country is going right now, you don't need to be throwing those kind of money. If the president sent another person there, they won't spend up to 20% of what if the president himself go there, what he is going to spend, the cost, the treatment you're going to give the president, the hotel, his delegates and everything. You spend more than just give people extra code and let them go represent and everything. Then you negotiate how you can find time to see the cardinal one-on-one. Oh, sorry, the Pope one-on-one. I think that would be much, much better than going for this traditional, what we call Owambe. Party don't come, who could it go? That's my take.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's change gears here and talk about JAMB and what happened.
JAMB, I hold myself personally responsible including for the negligence of the service provider and I unreservedly apologize for it. And the trauma it has affected Nigerians to, directly or indirectly. We have decided that all the candidates affected in the 157 centers of the 882 be contacted to retake their examinations. These candidates are to be contacted through text messages addressed to their registered phone number from tomorrow, their email addresses, their profiles, and phone calls by JAMB. They are directed to reprint their examination slips for the rescheduled examination dates.
That was JAMB's registrar, I think. That's his title. So what do you guys make of this? And there have been so many angles to this story, including people who felt that it was targeted to a particular group. Let me bring back Tony to come in. And there were people who said it was just a mere technical glitch, computer glitch. Tony, let's hear from you first.
Yeah. When I heard that, I saw the video. The first thing that came to my mind is glitch again, because we had this story in 2023 when we had the presidential election, and the glitch only affected the presidential election. It didn't affect, even though the presidential election and the national, the Senate and the House elections were going on simultaneously. So again, I was wondering, has the devil struck again? But yeah, it's good that Professor Loyode came out publicly and apologized, whether real or unreal, and was shedding tears, because INEC never apologized. INEC never came to give any explanation. But you see, the optics, if you go back to history and you look at the things that have happened, we had a case of Mesoma, to do with the exam. We had some time when the West African Examination Council took down something that was years back credited to be in terms of how he raised the standard of the performance of Anambra State students at a particular time when Obi was governor, how he raised it, how they performed so well. And in the midst of the politics, they took it down. So you begin to look at that statement with suspicion. There's been a lot of hue and cry. First, JAMB only reacted when some students, some candidates who took the exam and parents came out to say, no, I know I did well, we know we did well. That couldn't have been our result. So if that outcry had not come out, would JAMB have come out to make the revelation? But I listened to Osita Chidoka, who was part of, according to him, was part of those who were brought to investigate the situation. And they found out that it was a little bit more extensive, but the contractor dealt with a few, and then but couldn't deal with the one that affected parts of Lagos and then the 5 states in the southeast. And some people are asking, why the southeast? Some people have suggested that if you look at Lagos, it's possible that the areas that are affected are places that have the preponderance of people from the southeast. So it's neither here nor there. I think that beyond just apologizing, someone has died. There's a lot of inconvenience to students. Who is going to pay for those inconveniences? Who is going to pay for the cost of doing another exam? You should just not end with apologizing. You should also go forward to do the rightful thing to resign. I'm hoping that he resigns. And then, but I think on the whole, the optics is not good. It's not good because there are people who feel and who feel that this is targeted, is contrived, it's not just accident. That this is probably targeted at a particular point. And some of the reasons that they have given also is that if you look at some sections of the country who scored 300 plus, and then you compare their previous results, to this particular one, you see that there's a whole world of difference. So, so the entire atmosphere is something that just because we don't have transparency, just because the nation has been run in such a way that it's hardly difficult to believe government officials. So this thing is lingering on, and I think this shouldn't be the end of this whole thing. That we should dig deep to find out, the entire issues, why there was a glitch, and why it affected those who affected and it didn't affect others. Let me just stop there.
All right, thank you. John, there were people who are calling for JAMB to be scrapped. There were people who look at it and said that in the last 10 years, that the trend has been that more than half of the students who take JAMB, they don't get up to 200. What do you make of what is going on? You have to mute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
I remember when I was taking my JAMB.
What did you score, by the way?
180. That was 2000. No, then the score. No, then the score was 200 or so.
No way. Since the beginning, it was 400. I took JAMB. Don't lie.
400. Okay. No, I don't lie now. I don't lie. I score 180. I score 180. So, but we had problem that time because I remembered two results came out from me. One I scored 250, the other one I scored 180. But that time we didn't see it as a problem. Then, we never saw it as a problem. This is my problem in all this situation. You have an organizations that prepare an exam once in a year. So meaning they have more than 10 months to prepare, which means they would have done a mock exam to know if what they are trying to build or the system or whatsoever, it's working well before the real thing. So, to sum it up, the negligence and the all nonchalant, behavior, it's what has been happening all over the years. Then you now take it back to what happened to Nelson Mandela. So sometimes now you can't believe what in that girl say. Now it can't be like say there's atom of truth. There's a conspiracy of cover up. If you check back, because she kept saying it's a lie until she started saying that I did it. So, but the man apologizing and crying, he's just owning up to the mistake because they were exposed. That is true. They were exposed. They never admitted at fault, in the first place. They were exposed. And for them to be exposed, a girl took her life just because she believed she did the right thing. So what would those people now, due to their negligence, as late as someone's dead, what would they tell the parent of that girl now? And this is an organization you don't understand. If you're like when you are traveling to the east, the driver go check engine, the driver go check oil, the driver go check all these things. And you now go say the Viper or the carburetor is leaking. This is what JAMB is trying to tell us. And you'll see, because there will not be an action from the government for this one, because that is what Nigerian has accepted. There is no consequences. No consequences. This is the first time in my life I saw somebody coming out to say we made a mistake. Compare that with what happened now. Compare it with the INEC. Is it not? Are we not having the same similar situation? But was there any explanation given? No. So I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. A lot of people attributed this explanation to parents complaining and some individuals in society complaining and pushing that something has to be done. Ovie, what is your take on what happened? But you have to start by telling us what you scored in JAMB. John,
I no pass.
John,
no,
just tell us the number. Yeah, we're doing.
I no pass now. Dr. Dameji.
Sampling.
Even that test I pass, you go green. You know go argue.
Anything you tell us.
If I say I pass, you know go argue.
You know, JAMB is going to upload those results now. Very soon we'll be able to check OVS results or JAMB results. If
I can't remember, but I definitely know that I no pass.
That means it's not good. If it's good, you remember.
I know it's not good. I know who passed the there's other one at the Polytechnic. I didn't go pass that one too. I think.
That's NECO. You're talking about NECO.
No. There's to enter Polytechnic, they also have their own. I don't mean the cutoff mark for that one. Let me put it that way. I think that's it.
Are you talking about Wike? Did you take Wike? In your school?
No. Wike said I don't pass out the first time. No, I don't know book like that.
GC.
I know. What you they expect?
All right. So
now, okay. On a more serious note.
At least you have been honest, okay? That's why I like you. Very transparent.
No, I don't be. I be that guy where they sit down for back of the class when lecture they go on. My dream is just to understand. Once I understand every other thing, I wanna get up. Anyway, now okay. This now two things, right? Some people are calling for the scrap a JAMB. Right, then for me, that one first. I think I don't even they no scrap am now with the new technology that is upon us. I think something will happen. I don't think that the way it's not going to be in a general sitting exam the way it is, because I think they try to make it per university. Of course, if you pass JAMB, then you still need to go sit down for university cutoff mark and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's going to go to a point whereby it will be individualized. But maybe there will be a time window, 1 week, 1 month. Just do it at your time, at your own time. Because what people are not actually factoring in this whole max entrance is that at the end of the day, university not be accommodate everybody. That's one. And even when they graduate, not be every of them go get JAMB or even go start for move to the next level. So already there's issue from the beginning, even at the end of the 4 years cycle that the JAMB is representing. So I think with the advent of the new technology that we individualize so many things, I think there will be a way out of that on that area. But for me, my concern about when I listen to that, I think it's the first time I actually pay attention, listen to the speech. Well, two things stand out for me. He said he put the blame on himself and the service provider. I think to me, those two things, it can really be excused, right? Somebody was trying to align that with INEC. Let's put in INEC content 27. We are not going to see a whole region take out like that. It's not going to be like that because just like when the argument of using to translate the result live from polling unit 2023, when the arguments was going on at the National Assembly, it was between, yes, that's the next level. But some people like Ali Ndumi, I will never forget, who was very, very vocal about the fact that his own constituency, it's not going to be possible for election to be transmitted live because of one, there's no light, insecurity and all that. But I understand he lost that argument. The majority won. And at the end of the day, I capitalized on that angle. And that's what happened pretty much. So now the whole region, they pretty much, either victimize or the thing affect. To politicize, that's a very easy way to turn it to politics of identity now because they decided another. But as far as I'm concerned, if they want to play the same game again, come 2027, now scanty. We don't just say, yeah, 10 people no see their result, 20 people for that place no see, and 10 people. So they will they will democratize it in a way that the INEC chairman will come and apologize. Abi, we will forgive him. Once he apologize, that is my fault. Apologize. We will now be looking for who is the internet provider at that point. Because for me, as far as I'm concerned, that is very important. Who is the service provider? He said that the service provider screwed things up, according to him. So who is that? Whose service are they using? Because they will use them again come 2027.
All right.
If you want to see it from that angle. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Kolata is here. He will tell us who the service provider is. But before then, man of prestige, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I took Wike and I took JAMB. I'm of the opinion that the JAMB should be maintained. Why am I saying this? Because there's a lot of my pieces when it comes to Wike. I mean, people tend to cheat, because of the regulation there and some of the things. So JAMB is more structured compared to Wike. And I was an average student in my JAMB result. Okay, so don't ask me what I made. So let me put that out there.
We know it's below 200.
No, it's not. Not that you brought that up. I scored 240. So don't go there. Okay?
Wow.
Yes, I scored pretty good before my.
That was when it was easy.
Whatever. But I was intended to go to school in the US to begin with. So that's not an issue.
I'm just kidding.
Anyway.
So for me to fail is an excuse. Now during my time it was very hard. It was not as easy as during this time.
So go ahead, man of prestige.
So let me go to the topic. So what I was saying, the JAMB should be maintained. That's the idea because it's more structured compared to Wike. I mean, Wike, people cheat a lot, so it's very, very easy, because of the way it's structured. So having said that, let me talk about this topic. Like, before I begin, I'm going to reserve my judgment for now, but they need to do an investigation, private investigation to find out exactly whether it was a click or if not a click. But if you ask me right now, where am I leaning? They say, there's always a saying, when you look like a dog, swim like a dog, it's a dog. So let me put that phrase there. But I'm not going to make a categorical statement, that like they are trying to disenfranchise the Southeast. But if you're looking at the optic, the way it is right now, because my understanding from what I read, if I'm wrong, let somebody correct me, about 200 and something from Lagos, fell below that category. Then you have about 100, I think about 170 something in the Southeast. So the ones that fell in the Lagos is a little bit more than the ones in the Southeast by number. But according to what I heard, I don't have the data to prove that. They said the area that was affected was more of the Southeastern, like Face-like area, where we have predominant Southeast. That's what I heard. So I don't know if that's a conspiracy.
Where did you hear that?
Come on, I follow Nigerian news.
What newspaper?
Where?
What newspaper?
From different media.
Get one and come back and share with us.
I'm just telling what I had. I know.
Yeah, just give me one.
The area that was affected is in Lagos. We are talking about Lagos.
Man of Presi,
about 200,000 people. Right?
Man of Presi, get the source and let's share it. Okay?
Okay.
Get the source.
Okay.
I'm looking for it. I'm not kidding. I'm looking for it.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the source when I finish. Okay, this is what I had, but I'm not saying because I'm not making a category statement here that that's what happened. It depends on, I said what I had was in Lagos, which was about 200,000 people, compared to the Southeast, which was about 173. Lagos is a little bit more than what happened in the Southeast. But the predominant area, I don't know how that happened, whether it's true or not. But like I said, my first statement that I'm not going to make a categorical statement that it was a sabotage or they was trying to, disenfranchise the Southeast. So let's put it there. But let's come to this guy. The guy that was crying. I mean, I just find that to be a crocodile, Yeah, it's nothing. I don't care about and apologizing. What does apology has to do? I mean, these children are going to be traumatized and everything. Look at the guy, the lady that died, Timilaya. Are you going to bring her back? This Timilaya, according to what I heard, she took the JAMB before, and she scored about 200. I don't know whether 200 and something or whatever. But because she wants to go to medical school or whatever, that's why she came back at the age of 19. Then took the JAMB again. And she believed that she scored close to 300 and they messed her up. That's why she took her life. I mean, are you going to come to national TV and start chasing your crocodile chair, whether you're responsible or you're not responsible? But what I had was, it was a source to some company that did, So let them bring the evidence. They have to do an investigation and give us the data. Say, okay, it's completely a glitch before we make my categorical statement. Because I find that it doesn't even make sense coming to cry on TV. I mean, let him resign in a same country like where I am right now. Nobody's going to tell you to resign. You're going to resign by yourself. So let's not condemn. Let's not come here and say the guy was crying. What is he crying? So
all right.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
I'm just trying to get to other people so that
I'm going to finish. But I was somewhat concerned about the Minister of Education that came in before, earlier, was trying to brag, because of the software and everything. Everything is computerized right now. So that's why they have a lot of failure. And you have one idiot here, which I don't say something about the commentary. I think it's Mohammed, and I think he made some derogatory statement. He said because the Southeasterners, everything has computerized right now. They used to keep before, so they have caught them right now. That's why they are failed. I think it's Mohammed. I mean, some people are insinuating that bringing ethnic coloration to it right now. But like I said, let me reserve my judgment on what actually happened.
Thank you, man of Prestige. Paul, you are next.
Doctor, let me start with the Professor Oloyede first. I'll go back in 2005, the British petroleum oil spillage in America. Doctor, when that spillage happened, you understand that United Kingdom, England with America, they have very good relationship. It still cost them $4.525 billion that it cost them. You understand? Even though they settled with the Justice Department, that is what cost British Petroleum $4.525 billion. And it cost them another $65 billion for cleanup those oil spillage and everything. See what we are going through in Niger Delta. People lose their jobs. Somebody come here to come and cry and everything. Doctor, we've been crying all our life. As a small boy, as a kid, I have kids. As a kid, you do anything, you know your daddy going to whoop you. Daddy, sorry, I don't go do them again. Immediately, daddy forgive you. You are going out there to go do it again. You understand? Where is precedent for other people to learn? You understand? The man just started crying this cry and everything. People started clapping for him and everything. This is a slap in our face. We don't set standard that people will follow. You understand? These things that leaders knows best and everything. We never take the country go so far, Then talking about the man make mention of, I take the blame. I make mention about the so-called ICT, the so-called places that they use in this exam. I could remember in 2004, I bought chairs, a lot of chairs. One of the first land I bought, you understand, is part of the profit I make from that company. It's called Champ City. and everything. They are the first people that started this ICT class and everything. You know, it's called JAMB City. The company is listed in Nigerian Stock Exchange. Then I buy their IPO before they listed in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. They did a great job. But somewhere along the line, you know, the Nigeria, we don't keep up with what we do and everything. Where is mock exam? How did you perfect your internet? How did you check all these things? How did you take blame? One of the first level of IT here in the US and everything, you want to apply when you want to join all this tech thing. There is something called quality control, you understand, where you check before you launch, before you do. As the bank starts work in the morning, quality control will check their system, whether everything is working perfectly before they start attending to customers, before they start doing whatever they are doing and everything. Did you check? Did you do all these things? This type of comments, we didn't hear it from the man. The man never even measured JAMB City. The man never even measured their own, you understand, to also double check what JAMB City is doing, because they also have their own ICT center to also double check and everything. He never measure all these things. It's just those sentiments, you understand? Doctor, if I make mistake today, if I do my yahoo today, if they catch me, the first thing I tell people, I say, now my grandmama will bath me and I put this teeth for my head. Is that not what we hear all our life? What is excuse? Now you just stand up and you say, these kids just stand up to go and write exam. Doctor, do you think exam is easy like that? You understand? The time frame is so short, which means they won't read, they won't do anything, they'll go write exam again. What do you think will happen? It is either they will fail, or it is either they will give them what I call Moses, let my people go. They'll just systematically pass so many people. They just give them Moses, let my people go. CCs, people like me during our time, not like CM, we were very dull students. So our concern is CCs. I know when I get CCs, I will not write that paper again. Let my people go. We call it let my people go. We cannot run a nation like that. No precedent. They never punish any big man in that country. All they do, they punish the vulnerable. You understand? We make mockery of these kids. We shame them. We call them all type of name. Gen S, Gen Alpha, Gen Z. We curse them. Oh, TikTok. You think you want to go write TikTok exam? We shame them. We do everything. We demoralize these kids very well. Then we are expecting them in weeks again to go back again to go sit for this exam. This is a slap in our face. We cannot run a nation like this. That is one. Another aspect, the man didn't even make mention of certain things that he's going to say that will make sense and everything. Go look the percentage. Let us show any government schools that have computers. You understand? Doctors, I do all this computer thing, buy all these computer school chairs and desks in so many cities here in Arizona. I go to my own primary schools. We went there, go do this whole student association. We donate all this computer. Doctor, you need to see the vote. I call it vote. That they keep these things. They don't even allow the children to access it. You understand? For the children to access the thing that all students donate to them, they make them pay money. So some of these kids who cannot even access all these things, somewhere along the line, you just put them in computer and you say, go write exam. That on its own will also mess these kids up because they are not used to this gadget. That is one aspect of it. Then the second aspect of it, the schools are not doing anything. We just blame the kids and we just stop there. We cannot run a nation. When government do things wrong, we blame ourselves that, oh, now I vote for them. Oh, now I do this. Oh, now that. Create an enabling environment for anything we want to do to strive. You understand? So that those that fail will take their blames. You understand? But when we don't put system in place, you can't just expect we don't put system in place and things just go to work. And never that thing. I see that thing in my house every other day. You understand? When I argue with my wife, say, don't worry, I've prayed over it. Don't worry, I prayed over it and everything. And I asked, this country that we got visa, we prayed and we go do Thanksgiving and everything. Are they praying before they make their country good for us to pray and say, God, answer our prayer to get visa to come and live here? You understand? Where is common sense? When will common sense be common? By now, that man, they're supposed to fire that man. By now, we're supposed to be hearing things like JAMB City. You understand? What are the consequences? What are the fines that will cost JAMB City and everything? They are making profit from these things. So if they make mistakes, will they just go scot-free like that? Yeah, I can't phantom the way we are running things in that country. But if you hear they'll say, na Nigeria na our way, it will continue. I keep saying it. As ugly as I am now, I am the finest boy when I go back to Nigeria and see my poor people. I go to shine. Yeah, everything is all about money.
Paul, thank you so
That's
much.
my take.
I wish we have more time for you, but we have to get to other people. But thank you so much for your take. Let me bring CM to Wayne. CM, welcome. You are muted, CM. All right.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Actually, I think I've already exhausted myself on this JAMB issue. But let's face the facts. Let the facts come out. They said there's a they do it in clusters. There's a Lagos cluster. In the Lagos cluster, they said it involves Lagos, Anambra, Abia, Ebonyi, Imo, and Enugu. That's what is coming out. But that's a lie. Thank God for Educare, who has been trailing JAMB IT system. In Anf turns out that the Lagos cluster is not only the 5 southeast states and Lagos. It contains Kano State, Katsina, Kogi, Jigawa, Niger State, and FCT. Now, the question you ask yourself, because some contradiction, I can never understand this. The Minister for Education saying that because of the new technology to check exam malpractice and cheating that they introduced, that's why they are having mass failure. And the JAMB registrar saying it's a computer glitch. It's not even talking of the new system they introduced. So that's a contradiction there. And these are people in charge of education in the country. Now, what they are telling us is that the glitch, when they say a cluster, avoided Kano, Katsina, Kogi, Jigawa, Niger, and FCT, and only dealt on the 5 southeast states. All of them. That is what they want us to believe. Some of us are not illiterate. IT system is like cybersecurity. People read it for fun now. So this is because of time. I know there are so many angles to this story. This is a deliberate dump down on the southeast. This thing started in 2023 because somebody has been following it. 2023. That was when this thing started. This is the high point. This is the high point. 36 states in the country, whatever the service provider is only in the southeast that they dumped it down. You may wish to know that there are some Igbo students residing in different states, Benue, maybe Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, that wrote this JAMB and they passed very well the way they should pass. I have a case of a for local government in Ogun State in which the chairman want to sponsor the local people in his constituency. This Igbo chap was part of them with other kids, and he scored highest. So it is not a case of whatever. Just they felt that because of what was done to the southeast, they forgot that there are people that are not Igbos that are also in the southeast that took the same JAMB. For instance, in Enugu, there are people that are there working whose kids will also sit in Enugu to take a JAMB exam with the intention maybe to go to university somewhere in the north or in the east or in the west. And because of that, that Igbophobia, just to dump them down, they decide to do this type of nonsense. See, let's not make mistake about it. There is nothing, there is no explanation. As per the man, shedding crocodile is just a waste of time. What I would have what would have come close to his punishment was let him just get out of the place and then be prosecuted. This is deliberate. There's nothing like error, nothing glitchy, anything. Nothing. If it were glitched, it would have been a massive something because it was a vendor that provided it. Why did he just single out only the southeast states? That is what people are asking. In a state where in a country you have 36 states. Even the man is from Kwara State. It avoided his own state, but he has to go and touch another person. Who are they really deceiving in Nigeria? What really do they think people are? And they're making noise. Some people are on top of this case. It will not going to end though. But this is the high point of all this nonsense. We go teach them lesson. We will deal with them. We will show them. That is what they are doing now. But then man propose, God will dispose. This thing is not going to go away. A lot of investigation is going on. It's purely there's nothing about technicality. It's purely a human wickedness, just to punish those areas they feel that we want to deal with these people. Because if you trace every year, they were coming tops in Wike and JAMB, even in NECO. So the best way to handle it is to really show them that we are in charge. Look at the Minister for Education. And when you go to JAMB, the top 5 people in JAMB are from the Southwest. The registrar, the director of IT, the financial, five tops. So what are we talking about? This is pure human wickedness. So let nobody come and fool us and feel that if there's a glitch, it's only for Southeast glitch that affect. Why can't Southeast affect Kwara State? Why can't it affect Kogi State? Why can't it affect Ogun State? Why not Ekiti? Why not Ondo? Why not Oyo State? What Osun State Inco? It's pure nonsense. So nobody will take this shit. Thank you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. We have a lot of people, so that's why I'm trying to cut all the time so that we can give everybody a chance to speak. Kulata, welcome to the show.
Hey, Rudolph, long time no talk officially outside of messaging.
Yeah, thank you.
So JAMB, I mean, this JAMB is very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. I mean, I was just thinking when I wrote JAMB, if something like this happened to me, how I would have felt. I mean, I would have been very, very upset. So, I mean, I kind of like prayed for the girl that committed suicide. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, remember back then when we were in secondary school, JAMB was that cliff you had to pass. I mean, JAMB was not, I mean, it wasn't difficult for me, to be honest. I already passed JAMB by the year before I even got to my final year. I just had to skip the admission because I was too young for university. So now, let's get to the issue. So what we know, and we're going to stick with what we know. There was no glitch because the definition of a glitch is I apply a software patch and you get unexpected results, meaning you applied the patch. What happened was not a glitch. It was sloppy work, was human error. The company that was the company executing, I mean, maintaining this software for JAMB failed to update the latest patch on 157 centers. So what happened was not a glitch, because if it was a glitch, the places where they updated all worked well. The places they did not update was where the issue, I mean, where they got the issue. And Lagos State had 206,610 people involved. Owerri Zone had 173,387. So Lagos had 54.4%. Owerri Zone had 45.6%. But unfortunately, Owerri Zone encompasses the entire Southeast. Now, does it mean every single result in the Southeast? No, because by the time they patched it up, some kids wrote the exams. So some kids got their real result. Unfortunately, the people that wrote the result before they patched, the algorithm, I mean, the unupdated software marked them down. Basically, what happened was it did not receive all their responses back. That was how, because the software itself was written by one guru in JAMB, Dubem or something. I can't pronounce his name well. It was the software was developed by someone that works in JAMB, Ndubem ND something. But Ndubem was not the person responsible for updating the servers. That work was contracted. The company that they contracted it to, nobody has disclosed it. The individual centers, like people, man of prestige, coming here to say it's affecting Festac, nobody has disclosed the Lagos centers that are affected. Actually, the girl that actually committed suicide, she did her own in Ikorodu, and Ikorodu is not like a Southeast region. So let's stop saying what we don't know and stop lying to newspapers that don't exist. Now, here's the thing. I think it's so unfortunate and unfair because those kids have to write the exam today. and they have a short window because there's other 2 exams currently going on. So I think there needs to be a class action suit filed against JAMB. There needs to be some form of compensation, because I can't stop nor put myself in those kids' shoes, because we all passed through this JAMB phase. We thought, I mean, JAMB was kind of like the end of the world, even though, I mean, I was fortunate enough not to have an issue with JAMB. So it's just something. Now, who needs to resign? Who doesn't need to resign? Although Professor Oloride coming out, crying on TV, I mean, fake tears, real tears, I don't know. The only thing I know is he owned up to whatever happened. He owned it. Now, definitely the vendor that's responsible for patching those servers is responsible. The oversight of the vendor, because I don't know the oversight of that vendor, whoever overseeing the vendor. And if we need to take the accountability all the way to the top, then we take it to the top. But it kind of like brings about some reforms that needs to happen. I personally don't think JAMB needs to be scrapped, because that's it's just like SAT. It's a standard way of measuring performance. And then the individual universities, you will now go and take your test, because you will overwhelm many schools if there's no JAMB to just kind of like level everything up. But what will now happen to the results of the kids writing it today? Like, if they don't perform, I mean, I don't think this is a good enough solution. I don't know why they can't take the old response and mark it manually. I don't know if data was lost. I mean, it just makes me think, where are they storing the data? Is it local storage or is it cloud storage? Because why can't you simply take the outputs of those kids and bounce it off the answering? I mean, if you have to mark it manually, mark it manually. But it's just unfair now that they have to rush and write the exams today. Then who knows how their results will come out. So there needs to be a class action suit. Whatever compensation that should be given to those kids needs to be given to those kids, because I think it's unfair. Whatever heads that needs to roll. But I think JAMB should stay. And this is not a software glitch. Now, speaking about standard exams, this is not uncommon. Even SAT had a glitch earlier this year. They had a glitch in 2022. The national exams in India is almost like an annual thing. So it's now, how do we bounce from here? And what do you do to those kids? How do you compensate those kids? Because I really, I mean, we were all there when we were all studying for JAMB. You know how it feels. It's touching. It's very, very touching, because you know now, I mean, wake up 8 a.m. writing, but back then it was paper, early 90s. And in my time, Rudolph, we didn't get 300 or something. The year that I entered university, the highest score was 299. Nobody got over 300. The previous year that I did it, before I got to my final year, I mean, this was early 90s, but there was over 300. So, and the kids, I've seen the result. There's one young lady from Kwara State, Olawope Gertrude or something like that, 373. 373. We didn't get those kind of scores in my time at all. These kids are brilliant. So there needs to be a class action suit. That's what I'm going to end it with. There needs to be a class action suit.
Thank you, Kolada. Appreciate you. Mr. James, welcome to the show. I don't know if there was JAMB when you finished high school. Maybe JAMB was yet to be in place. Tell us your experience and what you think.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. When I was in high school, during my junior days, they were writing what they call concessional exams. Each university, Ibadan, Lagos, there were 6 in number in the whole country. So you go and write the exams. If you pass, you go to the university. I think it was in Obasanjo's time they brought JAMB for reasons best known to them. The issue, as for me, I did not write JAMB. I went through A levels. In those days, when you finish your school set, you go to the 6th form. I went to Government College, Ughelli. I got my 3 papers at a sitting. Then I applied straight to University of Lagos through JAMB, direct entry, and I was offered admission to spend 3 years for a bachelor's degree. That's the route I passed through. Anyway, I'm of the opinion that we are unnecessarily bothering or torturing Nigerian students for this reason. Let me start it this way. Assuming there is a boy or a girl who wants to read medicine, After passing the school certificate exam with all the credit passes, they ask the student to go and write JAMB. That's another terrible exam. After passing JAMB exam, there's what they call a post-JAMB exam. You go to the university of your choice. If they're willing to offer you admission, then after writing the exam, they will tell you, we are sorry, we have X number of places for students who wanted to read medicine. Will you mind reading chemistry or microbiology or whatever it is? Then reluctantly, the student will admit. When he gets to the chemistry class, he's now going to be with students whose life ambition is to read chemistry. Then they have to sort it out. At the end of the day, maybe we end up coming out with second class, lower division, or whatever it is. That is how rigorous it is to gain admission to Nigerian universities. And nowadays, money speaks. JAMB has not been able to solve any problem from our point of view. In the Gambia, where I live here, if you have your 5 O levels, including English language and mathematics for most courses, they offer you direct admission, no JAMB, no exam, nothing whatsoever. That is the practice here in the Gambia. In the United States, I still remember most of my friends who went to the US, they only wrote, I think that exam they call TOEFL, that to test their proficiency in English. They don't write any other exam, be it Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, whatever it is, you don't write any exam. The same thing with Canada and Australia. This idea of JAMB, what are they hoping to achieve? This is the problem now, because I don't see the need. The good students are not even passing. That is the funny thing about it. So we are bothering the students so much. JAMB is useless. Our inability to organize ourselves properly in the country, that is what is responsible for this shortcut method, what you call tactics. If we are able to expand the universities, organize them properly, equip them, let's say like the University of Lagos can take almost 100,000 students. University of Benin, Ife, Ibadan, Usuka, Port Harcourt, and you name it, they will be able to offer admission to everybody. And this idea of saying they want to go through JAMB so that you will not go to school in your area of your state of origin, it doesn't make sense to me, because if Ahmadu Bello is good at medicine, anybody who wants to go there, let him go there and read his medicine without passing through JAMB. In my opinion, any student who is able to pass the school certificate exam is qualified to pursue a bachelor's degree program. So this JAMB nonsense they are doing, I don't see the need. That is just how I see it. We are bothering the students and we are subjecting them to mental torture. And anyway, that is how I see it. We should scrap JAMB completely. Each university should have their own standards. For example, while I was at the University of Lagos, some of my classmates were not having credit pass in mathematics to read BA Geography. So there were some courses they introduced in the Department of Geography for those kind of students. Now, maybe at University of Ife, they have their own program. Their geography will not be exactly the same as that of other universities. Medicine at Ahmadu Bello is not the same thing as Idiaraba. So this is how I see it. So let each university set their own standard and run their own show. The country is so confused. We don't know what we are doing, and we are pretending to be working so hard, whereas we are achieving absolutely nothing. Now, this man who is sharing tears, okay, I pity him. I commend his courage for admitting that he's at fault, because it's very difficult these days that everything has been akbabiorized in the country. Nobody wants to admit any fault. But crying will not solve the problem. Thank you. Crying will not
Mr. James, Mr. James, we don't go allow you slide like that. What do you call akbabiorizing? What's the word?
Akbabiorized.
Dr. Babi no hear akbabiorized.
The country has been akbabiorized. If you akbabiorized me and
Natasha likes you.
Dr. Damage, you didn't even hear that one. You are not a linguistic.
Sorry, Dr. Damages, I do not know if you will speak later, we will discuss later about this demolition of houses in Edo State.
Which house? Is it the one that they kidnapped somebody in the house? And
yes, it is against the law. The houses did not commit any offense. It is the people commit the offense.
Okay.
If, for example, excuse me, just a minute or two. I'm in the overseas. If I build my house and I let it to somebody, whatever is doing there, I'm not the person doing it. It is he, so he should be held responsible. It's not my duty to police what he is doing. If I build my hotel, you come and lodge in my hotel, what you are doing is none of my business. So
there is vicarious liability.
No, excuse me. Then the state should also be vicariously liable because these things are happening in the state. There's a governor in the state. There's a government in the state. If you allow this thing to happen in the state, the governor and the state should also be held accountable. Please, they should stop demolishing people's houses. And lastly, there is a secret society at a place they call Yaro in Benin, Ogboni Reform Fraternity. The building is still there. Nobody is demolishing it. Why are they demolishing other people's building? That building has been there before I was born. It was built during the colonial era. It's at Yaro in Benin City, near the waterworks. So they should go there, first of all, and demolish that building before they start demolishing innocent people's building.
Yeah, James, thank you so much. I appreciate. I had issues with that, but let me tell you, it started in Anambra State. Maybe they started doing that. I think other states passed that law. There's a law passed that.
Rudolph, please tell us when it started in Anambra so people will know.
No, Rudolph, can we move to another person? Leave Kulata.
Yeah, we're going to move to another person. I think I was totally against that. But what can you do? Once they pass a law, you're under that. If you live under that entity, you have to abide by the law. I still don't like it, James. Thank you so much. Let's go to support diaspora voting. Look P.
Brotherly.
Welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir.
And now.
Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. For the hello everybody. For the JAMB stuff, yeah. First and first, JAMB to stay 100%. You understand?
Did you take JAMB, Lokopi?
Why you know? But you know, as per okay, as per fuck.
Lokopi, a diploma student. He was a diploma student.
Lokopi,
yes. Oh, yes. I was a diploma student. So
no. You're not taking that. Everybody went to secondary school. Did you take JAMB?
No. Some people went to. I think the one Ogese Ife to PC Polytechnic, whatever. So some people can come.
No,
to...
you look like you took JAMB.
No, I take JAMB.
So how was it?
It was good for me. I took it like I think I took. Is it 4 or 5? Yeah.
5 times?
Yeah, I think 4. I think 4. Yeah.
4 You're supposed to be the registrar right now.
Wait, Lokopi, you are not saying you're kidding. You took it 4 times.
Yeah, I took
some people took JAMB 6 times.
I took first in when I was, I think,
and that is 4 years. 4 years waiting for admission.
Generous.
No,
it was very.
And you still advocating for that exam to stay.
Shut up or there. I start with SS1, monkey. You hear me first. I start with SS1 first.
That is educational fraud. You know that, right? You're not supposed to do that when you're in SS1.
No. Actually, I did the way my dad did it was like, okay, he wasn't expecting me to pass. Go there, try your hands, just get the experience, and not just to pass. Try your hands, just see how it is. Just like prepare you first. You understand? So that when it gets to your time or whatever, you already had the experience, maturity, prepared mentally for that stuff. So you're just planning ahead now. Come on, it's not be everybody parents black on your own. When you say go down, no. You prepare you first before you get it. Anyway, that aside, like I said, JAMB to stay. Yeah, it's not because you are feeling it all the time, or because there are some irresponsible people out there, and you're not pushing for them to be sacked or replaced. You want them just to like, okay, remove the exam. I mean, come on. The avenue for them to enter university. JAMB was so good to the extent that it was later porous by parents and individuals forming miracle centers to the extent that universities now have to like, because I remember my 100 level then, because I was still in, I think, Polytechnic, ND to when I got admission. into University of Benin. Then I was even pushing for direct entry. So that didn't work. I just had to go through JAMB since I was already in my ND2 in Polytechnic first. So but you get to 100 level, you are still doing your math like what called like maths, physics, chemistry, biology, whatever you understand, and you do that in your 100 level, sorry, your Wike or your GCE, then you go to JAMB, you do the same thing, physics, chemistry, mathematics, whatever, and you get to the 100 level, you understand, still do the same physics, chemistry, and whatever, but just a little bit A+ and advanced, and you end up failing all of them. But you were just the one who just finished JAMB just now, just a year ago, or less than a year ago, and got about 3 something or 2 something. How can you just fail all your physics? Because then in physics, you have like 4 physics, 4 mathematics, 4 chemistry, and all that, both first and second semester all together. You just fail everything. Come on. So like JAMB had to like investors had to like, no, come up with this. This is too much. Like you people come with better results. We give them first grade professional like engineering, medicine, and whatever. Then your first semester all F9, second semester F. So the idea that you're even given advice to withdraw. Some people advise to repeat. You understand? Why some that skate through. You understand? So JAMB investors have to come with post-UME to wipe out without these people that, okay, go and pay your money in JAMB or Miracle Center, but we'll screen you out with our own. You understand? And decided it, and which was still okay. People I would say no, scrap post-UME. If not for the failure of JAMB not to prevent malpractice, post-UME would have given birth, be given birth to. That is one. Then 2, for the man that is crying, people, why are you pity for somebody? I don't understand. If your job, you mess up with your job, you go and cry to your boss, will your boss allow you to stay? Your boss will sack you now. So why you say he's crying, owning up? And that's like, if you don't own up, am I supposed to be the one to own up for you? You failed, go. There's no need about it. Yeah, because Nigeria are so they stuck with this Stockholm syndrome that when people feel that responsibility, they don't do anything. So because he comes back to own it up, now we are hailing him. I don't understand. Hail you for what? You fail, go, gotta go. But to arrest him or prosecute him, no. This punishment is just sack. You're not competent, go. And if you're not competent, maybe your first top 5 staffs, you stand for you, your second in command, or whatever. Maybe all of you should go with him too, just to serve as a deterrent to others coming up. Like, yeah, if you fuck up next time, all of you should go. You understand? Then for the issue of the girl that I won't blame JAMB. JAMB is no fault of that girl's demise or whatever. I blame the parents, because the parents are supposed to be that girl's first role model. 19 years old, thinking of killing suicide. I like, what you know, what reach there? 19 years old, thinking of suicide. I mean, what got to that place? Your parents have failed. You understand? Say because you failed the exam. I don't understand. Are you the first person that failed the exam? If is she the first person that failed? Or haven't she heard of people that failed the exam that came back to write the exam again? So why would she just pay and just take your life? No, that's not for me. I blame the parents for that. That has nothing to do with JAMB. Then for those who are coming to paint this stupid narrative of propaganda, Southeast, they always attack. Why is that when something opens in Nigeria, people always find a way to twist it and put it in Southeast? Does it sell markets? Does it bring money, or is it for likes or whatever? It's the same as failed. If you happen to a region, if it doesn't happen to Southeast, okay, which region will it happen to? If it happen to the North, will it have come out the same? Would have come out with the same energy to say, no, it's the propaganda against the North? But people always look for this story to divide. Like, no, it's me. You are catching me wish. I'm catching wish you. You are not my friend. I'm your enemy. So that we would just be fight. Why do we always enjoy that? We've been doing this for years. What has it taken you to? Nowhere. Because we fail to hold the right people responsible. Your enemies are close to you. You don't want to fight them. Something will just happen. You just want this, let's scatter everywhere. Yes, against South all the time. You will bring nonsense proof that you were never there, never eyewitness to anything, never you didn't do census on your own, you didn't do maybe secret investigation on your own. You will just come, they say, yeah, I heard that. There was one when man of Precision said last time, you were asking him, bring the report, bring the news, bring the report, bring which news, which channel, which paper. That's how you bring out evidence, not to say, no, it was an attack. They said, who? Always coming now you all the time. Once you just consign Southeast, your tentacles will just raise. Hey, you're happy. You think you want to feed your nonsense ego, whatever. Let's stop that bullshit, man. Let's come together and fix this thing. If it's a problem in any region, let's not put that as an attack. It's a problem, let's fix it. Who needs to be punished? It should be punished. Not like come here and do this razzmatazz bullshit and Southeast, whatever. But that's just my take on that anyway.
All right, Local P, thank you so much. I'm giving everyone 3 minutes so that we can finish this and move to other topics. There are still few people behind the scene. Yeah. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. I didn't want to share much about this. I think CM has spoken my mind, but the question I wanted to ask is that because we live in a country where there are no consequences, if not by now, it's over more than 48 of 72 hours that this thing happened. The Minister of Education and the man that was shedding tears on television is still in his office. You know, this is a country we live in. By now, if all of us live in a developed world, all of us are living in a country where there are rules and regulations, where there are laws, where people know that they are employed by their people that are working for people. And the people, when they make mistake in the work that they do, they resign. They walk away from the job. That is how you show that you love your country and you love what you're doing. No, but because the people that is on top, there are no consequences of the actions they do or the crime they commit. They are the people that are leading us today. So everybody does what they want. And he come to the television and shed tears for me to say, oh, okay, you admitted there was glitch. What business do I have for you to cry for me, right? It's the same thing somebody was just saying. I don't know who just said it now. I have a worker in my department that is giving me a problem. I don't want to fire him. But the manager wrote me a letter 2 days ago. If I don't fire this guy, you lose your job. Now, that is it, because you have to take responsibility of what you do. I don't know why in a country like Nigeria, somebody will come here and begin to say something else, that these two people, the Minister of Education and everybody that is concerned with what happened in JAMB, they're still in the offices. Why don't they leave? Because that's the first step, right? And for anybody that is denying that somebody come here to propagate the Southeast as if there is any problem with Southeast, listen, I don't want you to believe it or not. Somebody has to let Nigerians know why was it that the 5 southeastern states was where this affected. They should let us know. It don't just say it is a general problem that happened in Nigeria. No. You should be able to let us know, even if it is only in the north. It's the same thing I am telling you is what I'm going to say. They should let Nigerians know why should it be all the candidates from the north that for the exam. Why? If it's in the southwest or not, whatever it is. So you should be honest to yourself that in a country where we have diversity of every kind, it is a particular set of group that the result was being questioned about. You should have a conscience and say, listen, that must be something that is wrong somewhere. It's not about playing the politics of Southeast. No, this has nothing to do with politics. My nephew took the exam also in Lagos, right? So I'm just speaking from that. I have somebody who took the JAMB also. So I just believe that the problem that all of us, sometimes most of us, when we speak, you know that where you live, you walk and live by the rules. But when it comes to Nigeria, you throw the rules and regulations overboard because you want to satisfy your ego and your sentiment and your tribal bigot and your religious belief. But where you live, you try to keep whatever the law that is made by the government. You follow it to the letter, because if you don't follow it to the letter, you know the consequences of it. But when it comes to our country, everybody takes a side, right? He comes to the television to cry for me to say, okay, you accepted there was glitch. The man who didn't accept that there was glitch, that is still the chairman of INEC. That's why I tell you there is no consequences in Nigeria, because the people on top, they are supposed to be the first people that are supposed to be taking the consequences of everything that they have done against that country called Nigeria. But because who is going to ask him to take the consequences? Because the person who is supposed to tell him to fire him has his own bad fire. So he can fire who is also can fire you also.
All right. Thank you so much. We're getting more people joining us, and we have to round up this topic somehow and move to other ones. Kenneth, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Dr. Damages, I don't think 3 minutes will be enough, but let me try.
Good day, everyone. I'll summarize this, right? So Nigeria claimed to have copied a British educational system. And I want to ask whomever that is supporting or advocating for JAMB to stay, let that person come up here and tell us what national exam does UK citizens take before they gain admission into colleges or universities. Is there any national exam? You can't even find that in the US. So I don't know the kind of educational system that Nigeria claimed to be practicing. That is obviously not British.
Sorry, Nigeria did not copy British system. 6334 is a copy of American system.
Help yourself on the Google. I don't have time. Please.
No, 6334 is a copy of American system, not British. And SAT is similar to JAMB.
1 minute more, please.
And because you made a flop.
So hold on now. There's no such thing as a national exam in the UK before a student gain admission into
because college. We're not copying the UK.
Oh, please mute this boy now.
We're not copying the UK. So rephrase your statement. We're copying the United States.
Okay, United States, you are copying. Is there any national exam for students to gain admission into colleges in United States? National exam?
Yes, it's called the SATs.
SAT. Now, let me tell you, I gained admission into a college in United States. I did not take that exam, please.
It's a Moi college.
Okay, thank you. Now, so in United States, some schools you actually get admission into colleges without taking the exam. Is that what you're saying? Now, now this is it. We had a student from Anambra State called Mesoma, whose JAMB result was kind of she was hindered from getting admission into university because of the nonsense that JAMB has been doing for a very long time. She exposed them, and in Mesoma, I stated it here that she was threatened for her to kind of retracted her claims means that she was threatened, and that she's from Anambra State. We have ears on the ground. We know what happened, right? And today, somebody local came up here and was blaming a girl that by herself, instead of blaming the government officials that caused her death. See, in a country where you live, local, right? If you can demonstrate that the actions of an elected official or a government official cause your child to have committed suicide, there is a claim called wrongful death claim, which you can actually file a case against the government or against the responsible party for them to be accountable over what happened. So instead of blaming the government official, you are now blaming a dead girl. It just shows how strong-hearted our hearts are. How, see, again, you come here to tell us that every little thing we tribalize. We tribalize things, or the system is waging war against a certain group of people. In a national exam, 5 states of a region, the entire 5 states of a given region was affected. Then in Lagos State, where this same ethnic group are populated, their areas were heavily affected. And you don't see that as tribal move or tribalistic action against these people. And you are coming here to say that we are tribalizing things. If some people lack the ability to have critical thinking, to put things straight the way they are, it is not our fault that you are unable to see that the Igbos are being targeted on this very particular issue. Now, you set a national exam. The 5 majorly Igbo-dominated states were affected. And when you come to Lagos, the areas that are being dominated by Igbos, like the Animation local government, the Festac area, we are affected. This area are Igbo populated area, and you are not seeing that as a war against the Igbo. Now, this isn't something that started today. We had Awolowo that says, "Oh, starve them to death." It happened, right? Now we had the election, 2023 election. We all know what happened. And it's happening today. So nothing is a glitch. Nothing is human error. There's nothing close to human error. It is a deliberate act. And God has decided to expose them. And that old man came on national television and was shedding crocodile tears for who? Now they claim that they have given them order to retake the exam. See, same thing that happened prior to this will still happen again. You are now telling us that JAMB is ready to correct what? Let's see the result after they have retaken this exam. It will still be the same thing. The war has been set. They've already programmed this war against Ndibo, right? Just the way they programmed the war against the businesses of Ndibo, the economic strength of Ndibo. Now they are now encroaching into the educational strength of Ndibo to crush it. It's the same war. Now, somebody is claiming that JAMB came to correct some anomaly in pursuing of admission into university, that before JAMB, students will have a good result in Wike and NECO, and then when they go to university, they will not be doing well. Is a lie. Prior to JAMB, right, our forefathers were outstanding students. They didn't know what JAMB was. They were doing well. Now, when JAMB came, right, what effect had JAMB caused in the educational system instead of retrogression? Go and see the kind of graduate that we have these days. Some of these mushroom secondary schools in Yoruba land that you see a professor turning English upside down all the time. You wonder, did they even go through the JAMB, the same JAMB that you are advocating now? You are advocating for JAMB. What effect is JAMB? If somebody in Southeast will have 240 points, that student will not be able to gain admission into engineering. But when you have 180 points in the North, you gain admission into the same engineering. So what is the effectiveness of the JAMB? What is it actually correcting?
Can I thank you so much? We have to go.
Education should be based on state regulation. States should manage their education, not national. The same way states should manage police system, not national.
Can I thank
you? You want to keep it national, you see all this nonsense that you're saying today.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Who's speaking?
Sorry,
hold on. Okay. I want AY first, and then you.
Looking at the background, Dr. Damage.
Okay. AY, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damage. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the issue of we're having in Nigeria as regard to JAMB. It is actually a big disappointment, kind of. So when I
enter university because the mama now staff for university staff, and I make it why enter, right JAMB.
So it's actually when I saw this student complaining, I mean, if you've listened to me on this platform, I always have a lot of praises to the Nigeria youth. Even nobody want to give them chance. Like, I have seen derogatory comments about some of the elderly people, probably they were not serious students in schools. They don't understand how brilliant our students. Nigeria is young ones. They are some of the brilliant around the world. I'm telling you this. It is a fact. So recently, you see a university will graduate like, say, for example, 100 first class. What you hear is, oh, it was manipulation, it was bribe, it was this. I said, no, these students are brilliant. I really love how they came out protesting that I know what I wrote, that's not my result. You guys should give a lot of credit to these young ones. They are bold, they know what they are doing. I mean, even, yeah, we might have bad eggs, but Nigerian students are brilliant. They need a platform to excel. Even have canvas in terms of research, build research institution, develop our university so that these students can excel. On the issue of JAMB, first of all, what happened in JAMB is not out of place. This thing happened in exams, in international exams, like Kolata rightly said, like Evo SAT, they had one recently. You have glitches. It's a computerized system. Anything can actually happen. Because what really happened, right? This system, they use multiple servers. It's not that they use one server that is getting every data. No, they use multiple servers. So there might be overload, there might be breakdown, there might be something happening somewhere. So, but the JAMB registrar, yeah, he came out apologizing, he was crying. Yeah, I get it. That is We must commend that as well. But if I were him, I'm gonna resign. Really, I'm gonna resign. But because it was a disappointment, just like Kolata rightly said, there should be a class action lawsuit against these people. So now, let's go to the children that are suffering. They want to retake the exam. Some of them, they are going to be devastated already. So I don't know if they are going to be able to have that mental strength to recite for this exam. I think they need to do something about it. However, the JAMB itself, I will support Kenny on this. I think it's high time we scrap JAMB. I will go back to history. Some of us were lucky, like Mazi would be said. So I will go back to history. Even Wike itself, because of how difficult this exam can be sometimes, because of sometimes they will cancel center, they will cease result. There are a lot of people that were unable to go to school. The universities we have, they are meant for people to go. They need to give flexibility for students to go to school. Those that cannot go to university, make it easy for them to go to polytechnic, make it easy for them to go to college of education, technical schools. JAMB need to be scrapped, both JAMB and WIEC, make it one unified exam. Make it one unified standard exam, because there is a lot of malpractice in these two exams too. Make sure you block the leakages where they having these malpractices. Just make it objective. Computerized exam, good. One exam. When the student pass the exam, let them go to university. Allow them to go. Create more university. We need to take forward. The intention is not for some people to go to school. Some are not going to be able to go to school. We want every Nigeria to go to school. We need to canvass for this. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Also here, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I'll give it 3 minutes, but I want, if possible, Kulata, a few other people who hold opposing views. There's a message I got here. This person doesn't want to come on air. He wanted you guys to think about this. Maybe you can explain it in 1 minute after. Also here to explain why he's trying to say, let me read it, see if I can find it now, that when it comes to something like the rail tracks in Nigeria, the Southeast was omitted. And then when it comes to gas for power stations, the Southeast was omitted. That there are many instances where the Southeast were not. So that is what is fueling any attempt, anything like this. People tend to see it as another attack on the Southeast. So I want you to think about what to respond to someone like this. So Sophia, welcome to the show. You are next. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages. Someone wrote recently that Nigeria died trying to kill Igbos. So that is what has been going on. I'm so happy that Ekene is here today. And Mr. James that spoke earlier also spoke intelligently. Ekene always speaks intelligently. And I'm also ashamed that I am discussing this around this debate in English language. That makes me inferior already to the British. And I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that I finished primary school and secondary school in my village. I couldn't speak Yoruba. I couldn't speak Hausa. And Yoruba students finished 12 years of education. They couldn't speak Igbo. They couldn't speak Yoruba. They couldn't speak Hausa. And they are forced to speak foreign languages. Also being forced, not just forced to speak English language, we are forced to learn French. Many schools were forced to also learn German. And nobody forced me to speak Hausa or Yoruba, which would have been more beneficial to me. As an Igbo person, it would have been more beneficial to me if I can speak Yoruba, if I can speak Hausa, not English. And when you are teaching children in a foreign language, they have to learn that language first before they learn the subject. So they have to learn how to speak English before they learn how to solve mathematics in English, set up in English, physics, biology. So we are already handicapped. Then we have Nigerian system that targeted particular, somebody was saying, oh, this is a private issue. Nigeria doesn't hide their hatred of Igbo people. It's not hidden. They don't hide it. So we don't need to pretend that, everything is, you just gave an example, railroad, money they loaned they borrowed from China was shared among the rest. And then it's coming to JAMB. JAMB is totally useless. Wike is useless. And JAMB is not doing anything for Nigerian people. It's there for corrupt politicians using, just like youth service is totally useless. There's nothing they gain from going to youth service. It's a waste of time. And politicians, corrupt politicians, and are using it to make money. They have special budgets for WAEC, special budgets for JAMB, special budget for youth service. These are totally useless. It has no single there's no single benefit for citizens of nowadays. Those children, they have no single benefit for them. And so for us, some people gave example London, US, and all the areas, China, places they take national exam. My daughter is just going into the universities in August in America. She didn't take any SAT to go. She got 10 universities admissions. We just sat down the other day and selected one. She got admission in 10 of them. No single SAT. No national exam.
Colata, are you there?
So, yeah.
No, I'm talking to Colata.
So our people, Nigeria, is just suffocating children from moving forward. So like I said, Nigeria is a place ideas and knowledge go to die. And Nigeria has Department of Eradication of Innovation. They have a department, federal government department, eradication of innovation. So when you see those kind of people thinking that way, how do you expect anything else to happen the right way? So people sitting here advocating for JAMB, advocating for WAEC, advocating for NYC are just people that really, really embedded in the system that they don't really understand what else is happening in the rest of the world. When I sit here, I saw what is going. China just was 1979 it started. What you see in China today, this is the revolution that happening in China, economic revolution, technological revolution, everything happening in China today. It was started in 1979. So our people wasting our children's time, teaching them things in foreign languages. You can't show me any country from Albania to Zimbabwe that teaches their children in foreign alien languages in classrooms that is a first word that is developed. None of them. So we are just wasting our time. We have to go back teaching children in their own native languages and making sure that Igbo children learn Yoruba and the Hausa in schools. By the time they graduate, they're able to speak Yoruba and they can able to speak Hausa. That's how we can cooperate easily than teaching us, forcing us to speak English language, which is really making us inferior to the British. So I just want to bring this, like I said, someone wrote recently that Nigeria died trying to kill Igbos.
Thank you so much, Sohe. We can't possibly stop everybody and cross-examine or fact-check all the things they say. I'm hoping that as we go along, people can address some of those issues, but there are some issues with some of the things I'm hearing. But WC, you have the final word. Then I'll bring in two people, maybe Kulata and maybe somebody on the other side. Can I
Anovier, I get it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Come on, can you go and sit down?
Yeah, just to put it all together. Right, WC, go ahead.
Okay, I greet everybody on the platform. Doctor, well done. You've been handling all of us, all our guys, stubborn all of us. You've been handling us like a teacher that you are. So JAMB, I don't know, JAMB they've been going down in recent years. And introducing these computer-based exams to introduce kids to technology and make it easier to forestall malpractices, make it efficient. But what we've been saying is total chaos. It's like they want to make things better, but it's turning things, it's making things getting worse by the day. So I don't know. I have a friend in Lagos. The daughter too was equally. She was not happy with her results. She was affected by this thing. But today, Saturday, they did the run exam. When I called them this afternoon, they just came back from the exam venue. Incidentally, the venue she did this exam was where she was supposed to do her mock exam, the JAMB mock exam. On that day of the mock, many of them didn't do, including my friend's daughter, because the system was not working properly. They will ask them to sit down, set the computer for them, everything will be ready. But later they will ask all of them to leave the hall. That they are still trying to check some things. Maybe it's maybe network problem or so. So I don't know this problem that affected parts of the country, particularly Southeast and Lagos. I don't know how JAMB get this the people they use to write this, the people they use their centers for these exams. Did they do adequate checks? Do they do the network system check to be sure that everything will go smoothly before the exams? Or is it all the arrangements, all the necessary arrangement JAMB usually does that causes it? Nobody knows. So these are things that they should put in place. They should prepare very well before they do it. Make proper checks. Just like somebody said earlier in the show that they have enough months. They have at least 10 months or more to prepare for these things. So that there will be no excuse. Our people from the South is feeling cheated and having that same feeling like you want to discuss now about when this thing happen, why does it affect the Southeast? People from other parts of the country should understand us. The worries are genuine. People don't just come out to accuse people wrongly. We've been seeing the patterns sometimes. So, and if it keeps happening, so they want us to just keep quiet like other people. They know that we are not the people that anybody can shut down. If we see something that is going wrong, we'll talk, we'll complain. It's left for the people in charge to correct it. So all these things that happen sometimes, it gives cause for concern. JAMB should find a proper way of doing this thing. You don't stop paper exam and introduce computer. All of us, we did paper exam when we did our own. We don't fear of this kind of glitches much. But now, these things are happening. And it's unfortunate. So they should not be giving this kind of excuses. In as much as personally, I would not say that the man should resign because he came out, though people say suiciditis and all that, but at least he owned up. Let him now correct this in the next exam. Kids are coming up. We can't continue to kill dreams. These kids, some of them are going through a lot of traumas, eating in the morning, going to school and all that. So when they have this chance of going into universities and you destroy these chances in this way, many of them will just give up. It's not good. We shouldn't carry the trauma we put on adults, on teenagers who are coming up. People who can bring something of high quality to the country tomorrow. We shouldn't be killing dreams. Our country should not be a country that kills dreams and innovation like the previous speaker mentioned. These excuses are too much. We are too big for these things. The rest of Africa, including those in West Africa, our neighbors, they are laughing at us. And all these things became worse since this APC came to power in 2015. And it has not gotten better. It keeps going down. It's terrible. So I urge JAMB to remove all kinds of biases that they may be doing, if they are doing any, and do things properly so that children will have confidence that if they prepare for exams, they go in, they give in their best. What they put in, will be what they will receive as their results. We know that some don't read, but we still know that majority of our kids are willing to study hard and go further.
All right.
In life. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Ovie representing the center. I will bring in Kulata to represent the right, and then I will bring in either Kene or
Doctor,
Kene or CM to represent the left. So,
Doctor,
which one will I represent then?
I want to represent the middle.
Huh? I
want to represent the middle. I want to ask you. I want to ask you, Doctor, if you can. I want to ask you if you can. There is a video by Dr. Osita Chiluka, who was part of the people who investigated this JAMB thing. If you can find the video, please. It's important that you play it, please.
I've watched it. It's long. It's about 15 minutes. I don't know if it's more important. I think most people can find it. I think you guys have watched it. Most people, you can, because we don't have time. We want to go to other topics. Let me hear from Ovie. 2 minutes. Just summarize for the center. I know you are within the center of this conversation.
Oh, no. I'm practicing my Halloween costume here already.
Kulata will be on the right, and then either Kene or CM.
No, Dr. Dameji, don't act like Nigeria. Don't allocate. Don't allocate BGP. Don't allocate state to me. I'm representing Afema Igoromigo State. Okay, Afema Igoromigo the state.
Yeah, your time is going. You are speaking.
All right, is it Mr. Also here? I'm sorry if I destroy your name. Who speak before the last speaker said something that caused glitch in my brain, but not good glitching. He said somebody said Nigeria died trying to kill Igbo. Man, that shit fucked me up. Excuse my French. Now, I think 2 weeks ago I said it here. Say, whatever the Igbo man is going through today, it is because they lost war. When you lose war, anything when you see take out. My father don't they get grandchildren before Nigeria get independence. So, and I was made to understand that Nigeria was better early independence, which is early 60s. And since the Civil War happened, the Nigeria of today that we see was bettered, which is he said that there's a ministry of words against innovation. So when he said Nigeria died trying to kill Igbo, I think that's for today, that kills the argument. So that text that you asked us to summarize speaks to that. They don't get railway. They know anything that is against them today is as the result of the fact that they lost. And with what that guy said, the Nigerian, as it's been conceived by the British, started with the regional, governments, which a lot of people were said were better. That was set back, trying to do what? Kill Biafrans. Because eventually they were killed, which is the foundation of the transition from the regional to a presidential. And today, I don't know, but to those who witnessed both are saying that era was better than now. So it speaks to exactly what that guy is saying. Nigerian actually state died when they tried to kill him.
All right, Ovie, thank you so much for your summary. Kulata, you are next.
Let the people on the left go, then the right.
No. Kulata, I want you to go before, and I'm picking to respond. I'm not picking.
You can see CM is smoking, like there's smoke coming from his nose.
Kulata, don't be scared. You are able to the tax.
Let me go for it. So let's start with this JAMB thing first. Before, it's data, right? Is the problem exclusive to the Southeast? No. 54.4% of it came from the Lagos cluster or the Lagos zone. Lagos has a mixed bag of ethnicities. The girl that actually killed herself, like I said earlier on, is the Korodu. So once you say that it's not exclusive to the Southeast, then this JAMB issue it's not exclusive to the Southeast. So you cannot say, oh, they're picking the Southeast. Well, because, okay, what about the Yoruba girl that killed herself? What about the Yoruba people that live in Lagos? What about the 206,000 and versus the 173,000? What is unfortunate, but there's no proof here to say that they are targeting the Southeast. And there's no proof that says they're handpicking some zones in Lagos that are Igbo based, or everybody saying that they're just imagining stuff. Now let's go to where we are. some of us that were born in the 70s have a longer memory than some of these kids born in the 90s or 80s. Nigeria did not start in 1999, right? Nigeria did not start in 1999. After the Civil War, the Southeast were enjoying executive vice president under Shagari's government. And under the military government, they had some form of representation. Now,
enjoy 20 pounds. 20 naira.
I'm not talking to anybody
Osinbajo and Kashim will disagree with you later.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Kashim and Shetima and Osinbajo will disagree with you.
You guys should let him finish.
So now let's go about here. So here's the thing about the politics in Nigeria. There's when people play politics or participate in politics, there's the issue of self-interest and then the issue of communal interest. I think Southeast politicians do not have, if I may say it this way, I apologize because I have Southeast families too. I mean, I have immediate Southeast family. I don't want to upset my in-laws. But here's the thing. When the gas plan was created in 2008, that was PDP era. Southeast was well represented in PDP era when they were doing that gas, I mean, the national gas pipeline.
You are
There's
going
no
point. We're talking about
Rudolph, excuse me.
Let him.
Rudolph brought some things to me. I already addressed JAMB. I'm going to address the gas. I'm going to address real because we're talking about the marginalization thing. So
address international airport too.
Yeah. So the gas, what's it called, was under PDP. There were everybody here that's old enough cannot deny Southeast was strong under PDP. Why the F did you allow that to happen? And it's not a Southeast only thing. They exempted the Eastern Bloc. Northeast exempted, Southeast exempted. Now, Northeast now has a plan to use the Northeast Development Commission to, that's real. I'm already jumping ahead. Northeast is not going to be served by gas. Southeast currently too is not going to be served by gas, even though Imo State has one of the largest gas reserves. I blame the Southeast leadership because it was your PDP that you paid all loyalty to since 1999 that also did not give you ticket in 2023 that marginalized you. Your people were there. Now, going to the real thing, if we say, are we even going to say Igbo or Southeast? Because there's a lot of Igbo in South-South. As far as I'm concerned, there's a lot of Igbos in the South-South. So not all Igbos are marginalized if we're going to take account for the South-South. Now, if we're going to say the Southeast one is also politics. The person that was responsible for making sure a standard gauge rail line went to the Southeast is Rotimi Amechi. Amechi is an Igbo name as far as I'm concerned. Amechi said due to financial issues and also prioritization, he cannot afford to build.
Is Amechi an Igbo man?
Amechi, are you deaf? I said Amechi, as far as I'm concerned, is an Igbo name. So Amechi said due to financial consideration and strategic consideration, I'm not fool. When I hear things like that, it means as far as he's concerned, he doesn't see Southeast influential enough in the APC politics that was responsible for setting the priorities for the rail. So Amechi, excuse my French, screwed the Southeast. He was personally responsible. So what do I call that? How do I explain that? Now, airports too, it's a matter, airport, you cannot force traffic. There's some semblance of international airports. What's it called? Pardon my pronunciation. Akanu Biam or something like that. Akanu Biam. It's supposed to be an international airport. And as far as I understand, Ethiopian Airlines flies like a flight or two to that. I don't think a lot of what we call international airport across the country deserves that because there's simply no traffic and you cannot force the traffic. The two viable international airports in Nigeria is only Abuja and Lagos. The rest are just wasted. The rest are just kind of like daydreaming because airlines, depending on ticket sales and the interest, will divert their plane where the money is. If there's no money there, there's no money there. So all that stuff is politics. The real marginalization, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that Southeast, represented by Igbo people, ended up with 5 states. That one is the clear marginalization, and I think that was what the military engineered, because for you to get enough voice, 5 is less than 6. I can't say more than that. 7 is greater than 5. Everybody knows what.
Why you they contradict yourself? You say they
excuse me. You spoke.
PDP.
I did not.
They dominate PDP. They couldn't do anything.
Can you,
but you are saying they are marginal.
Ovie, keep quiet. Thank you. As far as I'm concerned, it's just the fact that North Central states that came up in the 60s that became 5 states, that is the real bone of contention, because Igbo people in the South kind of like merge with other ethnicities. So that block doesn't have the power. But if there's one more state that gets carved out of the South, then it becomes 6. Then that part goes away. But this real and other stuff is just bad politics as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you for that. Before, can I know? Is that you or CM? We don't have much time.
Next chairman is being biased. You are being biased. You give me 2 seconds. You give Kulata 10 minutes. You are being biased.
I challenge my submission, so I want to, put it.
I don't talk to people that went to my schools, please.
I want CM. Go ahead.
Yeah, has given me the power.
There will be another conversation. After this, you can come in and then you can.
Yeah, give me the power. I want to make something straight here. He countered my submission, so I want to make it.
No, the thing is, sometimes if you have so much to say, you keep quiet. Then can I go on? Let me keep quiet.
Okay. Thank you, big boss. Thank you, my big brother. Let me do the field work for you. Elders don't fight. It's the children that fight. So the thing is that some of us that were born in the 70s, whether it is middle 70s or late 70s, we know that it's not all of us, the age group, that have the same intellectual ability to think, but this is it. So when I was making my submission, my brother here, Kulata, said that in US they do SAT exam. No, in Nigeria we have NECO, we have GCE, we have Wike. Those exams in Nigeria can be equated to SAT in the US, PSAT, and even AP exam in the US. So the addition of JAMB is what I don't know where it's coming from. And I still, my argument still stands that JAMB in Nigeria is not important. It has no any effect to the educational system in that country. It's just a machinery they use to subjugate a region. Now, somebody on the comment section said that, in the US you take TOEFL. No, TOEFL is just an English proficiency exam that is meant for those that did not study in the US, or those that did not study in a country where English is the primary language. For example, if students from UK are searching for admission in the US, they will not take TOEFL or IELTS or PTE. They will not be required to take that exam. Even students in Nigeria, let me educate some of us here. For some of us that your children or your wards are looking for admission in the US and they study in Nigeria, the law does not mandate you that you must take TOEFL. No, you can argue it. It's not even argue. If you just tell them you cannot take TOEFL because you were taught or you were instructed in English language from primary to secondary, straight up, they will not ask you to take it. So from us, when we are looking for admission, we are asked to take TOEFL. I wrote a letter back to them. I said, why would I take TOEFL? To prove to you that I can speak English. Are we not communicating in English? Have we not been communicating in English? I was instructed in English. Hold on, before you correct, my brother, I'm telling you what I know and what I've been helping people do. Hold on. I'm telling you what I've been helping people do. I've been instructed in English language, so why will I take English? So if you call it a waiver, that is up to you. But if you go on some of those schools in the United States here, they will state it categorically clear. If you are from Nigeria, you are not required to take TOEFL. Make that research for yourself. So I still stand on my argument that JAMB should be scrapped. There is no any national exam in the US or in the UK that students are mandated to take before they gain admission into colleges. Other than the SAT, which we already have its equivalent in Nigeria, which is GCE, Wike, and NECO, and even NAPTEP. But some of us here will not even know what NAPTEP is because of the kind of mushroom schools that we went to. Now, we have NAPTEP as one of those exams that we take in Nigeria before you even get admission into technical schools or polytechnics. So now, when it comes to the subjugation claim now, Kulata, you went around, you still come back to agree with me that Igbos are being subjugated, Igbos are being marginalized. And I will have to thank you for this. At least for once, you are agreeing on this show that the Igbos are being marginalized in that country. Chibuike Amechi, as you claim, that he has an Igbo name. Yes, it's true. Chibuike Amechi came out and said that he's an Igbo man. Chibuike is from Ikwere. But I was trying to have you, repeat what you said, that the likes of forefathers, the likes of local people will hear it very clear and clean that Chibuike Amechi is an Igbo man and is from Ikwere, which means that the Ikwere people are Igbo people. I don't want to talk about Wike because that guy is sick. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we should do more of this because I mentally, I have, depending on the issue on the table, I know where people stand, and we should get other people to summarize for different categories. Otherwise, we go back, everybody will have to weigh in again on the same topic. Kulata, thank you so much. Unless you have something to add, and Kenneth, thank you.
I thought you had something.
I want to say some. Sorry. I want to say something concerning what Kenneth said, because I have to counter what he said. Based on, he said he knows what he's trying to say about the proficiency in English and everything about UK and everything. I, for a fact, know 10 people that are coming to Nigeria. The UK universities demand that they take either IELTS or TOEFL before they could get admission into the university. It's not a matter of law, it's a matter of what the university wants. If you want to go to Australia, you have to write PTE to get into that institution. So now you're talking about law, we're talking about university. The university requires you to write either PTE, whether they know you have proficiency in English or not, or you're being taught in English or not, but they just want to know because, according to them, they don't believe that we speak English, but they just need to prove that you could speak the English itself.
John, we are saying the same thing. University policy.
No.
University policy is not a national law.
You
that is the university policy now. I'm talking about national requirement.
You said that it's not a requirement that you must write it, that it is free of charge, that you can just tell them and they will allow you.
Exactly. That is why you have other choices. You have other schools that you must not be required to provide that.
All right.
Hey, Rudolph, please let me correct
Dr. Damaji, sorry. AY, just hold on, I beg.
No, this
Dr. Damaji, let me tell you where Kulata was wrong. He's trying to be clever by half here. Because that's where he started from. He started from the ending, finished from the where he's supposed to start from. If you agree that giving Southeast 5 states already is what marginalization, then that defies every argument you want to make. Because in a party democracy, in a party system, it's all about delegates. When you have a region, have 7 states, one get 5 states, it doesn't matter how influential you are in that party. The majority will always have the final say. That's where the Southwest, even though they dominate PDP, they could not even get a presidential ticket, even though they're open competition for over how many years, right? It's because they don't have the delegates. They already shot from. That's why I said when that guy said Nigeria died trying to kill Igbo, that guy make a perfect sense. Because now since that when you are trying to phrase it as the military bring and come, what is the difference? Right? Because I said the same presidential system was still practicing the same party system. It doesn't change. So it doesn't matter to the APC. If South is dominate APC, they still don't have the final say. So you defeat yourself trying to argue from top to bottom.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done.
All right.
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Can I give a quick rebuttal?
Agree. You agree that 5 states is marginalization. Everything starts from there. Everything is based on that point.
let me just give a quick rebuttal. So there's a difference between Igbo marginalization and Southeast marginalization. If you agree Igbos are in South-South, that means there are Igbo people there, right? They count. When they're voting or doing whatever,
what are you
they
talking about?
excuse.
What are you talking about?
Can you see? Look at the animals that you have on this planet. Look at the kind of people you have here. Look at this kind of people.
So what are you talking about?
So you see this when you can't. Is either you decide to be Igbo or Igbo are part of the South, or Igbo are part. Excuse me. Can you guys respect yourselves for once? Is either you decide that Igbos are part of the South, or the people in the South that you consider Igbo are not Igbo, because you can't say it's an Igbo marginalization where the head counts in the South. If you are saying a Southeast marginalization, just those 5 enclaves, then we have something to talk about. But the other South people now, when we talk about the gas, whatever, this was not something put up for a vote, right? The gas plan, it wasn't put up for a vote. This was something in PDP's inner circle that was well represented. Excuse me now, can I talk? That was well represented with people of Igbo ethnicity or Southeast ethnicity, because you guys have to make up your mind whether you want to be Southeast or you want to be Igbo. So there's that. The other one, the real one,
come on,
is saying, excuse me, Ovie, can you said your stuff. Everybody heard you. Everybody heard you. So the other one, Rotimi, Chibuike, let's not even not call him Rotimi because that's kind of like an honorary name. Chibuike made a call. Is Igbo from the South. So he had the point. If he looks like my kilt and king, an extension of my ethnicity, if he considers himself that, he had the power to give you guys the real. That's what I'm saying. If you want to expand and say, okay, all Igbos in Nigeria form one enclave, that is whatever you want to call it, Biafra, Southeast, whatever, then do that. But in terms of just those 5 states, which is not encompassing of all the Igbos, that is where the issue is. So you need to make up your mind. Do you want to be Igbo or you want to be Southeast?
All right.
Kulaka, did you say that
I can't believe this,
the
man.
minister? Did you say that the minister has the power to approve rail for the Southeast? Did you say that?
The minister, Rotimi Amechi, has the power.
It's a very simple question, Kulaka. Very simple question.
Yes, he did have the power. He did, yes.
We
For
can't
that
get
reason, he did.
All right,
He
guys.
did.
Let me go to KJ to round up for us before we move to another topic. We've done.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Sorry guys, I'm coming in because I didn't want to come in. I'm somewhere, but Kulata have said so many things, and when the issue of Igbo comes, that's where Nigeria is united. Once Igbo is on the table, everybody in the other side gets something to say. And I want to appreciate Ovie. He has constantly been able to put, the cards on the table. And the man who spoke earlier has just done it for me also. He said, and I quote him, the Nigerian state died in trying to kill the Igbo. And that is what it is. Go take that statement, analyze it, and see what that man had just put by that simple statement. Look, as long as we keep trying to kill the Igbos, we will continuously to remain where we are. And the Igbos will constantly continue to progress. That's the truth. If you go to the Southeast today, you will not know that war ever took place there, except for people like my place, where it was deliberately said that the place that the war destroyed should be left that way, and the new place were developed. Now, I go back to the JAMB thing, and somebody was quoting Chidoka. I have said on this panel before that Chidoka is not somebody who should say is representing the Igbo interest. This is somebody who have clearly said there's no marginalization in Igbo land, that Igbos get whatever is due, and it's because the Igbos are not struggling. We know how he became minister. We know how he became the road safety Oga. Don't we know that? You want me to put it on a line? But these are the charlatans, I dare to say, that they pick to represent Igbo land to speak when injustice is done. They pick the list of us and bring them to national stage to discuss how that thing is done. Is he more intelligent than those other people who are in the panel, who eventually were the first people who took up the case before he joined the group to go and do that investigation? Why is his own submission different from the other people's own? Now, I want to say this, and this is my opinion. JAMB was established to constantly be the thorn in the flesh of the Southeast, and only God just helped them to expose themselves at this hour. Look at what the Minister of Education's statement, that this just goes to show how they put in check. They put in check exam malpractice. In other words, he's saying that the reason why the Southeast have been succeeding is because there have been exam malpractice in the Southeast. Is that not what the statement means? And Kulata, you keep quoting Lagos. Go and look at the population density of the places that they think affected. Are there no more Igbos there? Are there no more Igbos there?
That data doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist for you because
you guys are making it up. The Lagos data does not exist.
You continue to have the narrative that it is not. It was okay. So we can read it whichever way. We can equally read it that it's as a result of the fact that the Lagos state was lost to APC. That now that's a form of punishment, just like JAMB was been established
that's
as a form of punishment.
Theory.
Hold on, sir. You spoke. We listened to you. We listened to you. Allow us also to speak. Now, let us go, one-on-one. Even if you look at the scores of the so-called JAMB and all those people who get admission into this, some states score 9, some states score 6, some states score 6. But if you are coming from the Southeast, you have to score 120 and above for you to be able to get a recognition or to get admission. If you are going to do medicine, my cousins, 3 of them, they scored 240. They couldn't make it into any Nigerian university. 240. They couldn't make it. I am paying now for them to be in a private university. So when we talk here, some people think we're just saying it. It's because the Igbo man doesn't know what to do any longer. And the people who are represented, who people like Kulata always quote, are the worst of us, who go to the establishment to receive power and go to the Southeast and perpetuate evil as they have been constantly doing and deny that what is going on in the Southeast is not going on. Don't we know that? Don't we know the people who voted? We know those who voted and we can correct them. The people who that will go to slap in Germany are people who never voted. They put themselves there. Okay? And that is the reason why when people like you speak, I know that Nigeria have no remedy. Because if a young man like you can see these things and be saying it,
my guy, don't call my name. You can reference what I say, but don't
okay.
Ever
What
call
you're
my name.
referencing does not give me hope to believe that Nigeria is going to get better. And I've said that many times. That my face be this. What you reference is not showing me, because once we see injustice being done and we're not able to condemn it, irrespective of what tribe we are, it becomes a problem to that nation. The reason why the Western nation is developing or making progress because their leaders can call a spade without messing word. I rest my case. Thank you, sir.
Before I bounce, I want to bounce. Before I bounce, this JAMB data, Lagos zone, 54.4%. Owerri zone, 45.6%. Facts are facts. Facts are stubborn. Whatever happened is unfortunate. But the data does not go with the narrative
the data from a glitch system.
The data does not go with the narrative. I want to round up so I can go, please.
We also want to.
Fine, that's fine. Let me finish what I'm going to talk. Let me finish first. Yes.
Are you a guest here?
Screw you, man. The data is the data
from a glitch system.
54.4% Lagos. 45.6%. It is not exclusive. It is not exclusive to any. It is not exclusive to anybody. That is what the data says. Whether you like it or not,
a system that was not working.
There are people in the Southwest and the Southeast today writing the same exams of different ethnicities. It's just unfortunate that it happened. That's the data.
Why did the score not go? Why did it go down? Why didn't it go up?
It makes us not to believe in Nigeria anymore. When we hear people
data is data. There's nothing you can do about the data.
It's just irredeemable.
You can interpret data however you want to.
All right, guys.
When young people think like this,
thank you, everyone.
this is how we get ourselves
Rudolph, I just want to let you know that this thing has been going on for so many years. So many years. I remember a friend of mine who is a special assistant. I won't mention the name of the person. In that same National Investment Commission,
even in that southeast, APC control state, which is Imo State, is heavily heated. In Lagos State,
it's not heated. It's not heated. More school again.
In the southwest, where APC control is badly hit, damaged by this JAMB nonsense, and in the southeast, APC is a cancer, just as Wike stated earlier. APC is
Dr. Damaji, what I don't understand is that when it comes to party, he is arguing that the Southeast at a point have influence because of the numbers they occupy in PDP. But when it comes to JAMB, the amount of numbers that were affected, the numbers no matter. You are picking how many people are not Igbos who wrote JAMB in the Southeast, who is not part. In your logic, Yoruba no be Southwest, but Southwest no be Yoruba. That's the logic. If
you understand numbers, is 45% greater than 54%?
No, we don't understand numbers.
No, that's what I'm saying. When we are saying the majority of the affected people are from the Southeast,
is not greater than 54%. You're saying nonsense.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you are saying.
You are saying that what people are saying is that the majority of people who are affected are from the Southeast. But you are now saying there's a difference between Southeast and Igbo. That is JAMB. When it comes to political party, PDP should be able to do something because they are the majority. Hold on now.
Make up your mind. Do you want to be Igbo or you want to be Southeast?
Thank you. I'm using your logic. Let me understand this, please. I'm trying to use your logic. I'm trying to use your logic.
You don't understand my logic.
So people to be having submission on this platform.
I want you to make me understand, right? Just listen to me so that.
When we come back, sorry.
Yeah, we shouldn't be allowing faceless people on this panel.
Shut up,
if you're not proud of your opinion.
Hold on. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about other issues in the news. One of them is what Trump is going through in America here. The Supreme Court ruled against him in the case of deportation of people using an 1884 law. We're also going to talk about the issue with South African refugees who are coming into America and the reaction by people here, amongst other things. So let's take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you, everybody, and we'll be right back in 4 minutes. All right. What happened? Where is everybody? Thank you so much for staying. I appreciate all of you, and I want to say that forefathers will not be able to join us today, at least at this point, maybe later in the day, and he may be able to tell us something when he comes. But thank you so much. You have to stay with me and hang out with me for another few hours, unless I get someone else who can take over from me. But let's move on the conversation a little bit further to something I don't know if you guys are following. I think Trump made the greatest speech of his presidency in Saudi Arabia. Now, let me play a little bit of that speech. It's very important. It has connection to what's happening to us in Nigeria. What he said, I don't believe I will ever say something like that, but it's true. When he reads from the script, there are smart people in America who write these speeches, and what he read, listen to it, and then we'll come back, because it's connected to what we're dealing with in Nigeria.
An innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God. They worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to spread. Peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God. This is not a battle between different faiths, different sects, or different civilizations. This is a battle between barbaric criminals who seek to obliterate human life and decent people, all in the name of religion. People that want to protect life and want to protect their religion. This is a battle between good and evil. When we see the scenes of destruction in the wake of terror, we see no signs that those murdered were Jewish or Christian, Shia or Sunni. When we look upon the strains of innocent blood soaked into the ancient ground, we cannot see the faith or sect or tribe of the victims. We see only that they were children of God whose deaths are an insult to all that is holy. But we can only overcome this evil if the forces of good are united and strong, and if everyone in this room does their fair share and fulfills their part of the burden. Terrorism has spread all across the world, but the path to peace begins right here on this ancient soil in this sacred land. America is prepared to stand with you in pursuit of shared interests and common security. But the nations of the Middle East cannot wait for American power to crush this enemy for them. The nations of the Middle East will have to decide what kind of future they want for themselves, for their country, and frankly, for their families and for their children. It's a choice between two futures, and it is a choice America cannot make for you. A better future is only possible if your nations drive out the terrorists and drive out the extremists. Drive them out. Drive them out of your places of worship. Drive them out of your communities. Drive them out of your holy land. And drive them out of this earth.
All right. That was President Donald Trump talking to people in the Middle East. Now, you can have issues with what America does around the world, but in the context of the debate, some have framed it in a clash of civilizations. And then the issue about who are the people who are going to make this move that will change this situation. And he laid it out there. I want to know what you guys think. Let me start with people who are yet to speak in a while, and let me see. AY, let me start with you. AY, go ahead.
Rudolph, bye bye. I gotta go. I don't want to do Trump.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kulata.
Honestly, I don't know. I would have been out by now, man. You know, I'm not a fan of Trump, man. That guy is anyhow. It's anyhow. It's only people like Kennedy that really support him. But well, I didn't really listen to the tape as much again.
You don't have to. I mean, you can weigh in on the idea.
So,
okay, go ahead. What you had?
Yeah. The issue he was talking about, like educating the people, like, oh, we don't want killing, we want progress. Yeah, these are just good stuff, right? So nobody want a form of terrorism, killing people. Nobody want that. That should be out of it. But my whole idea of Trump going to Middle East, that was actually, I would worry more about that. Like, so it seems as a president of America, like I heard people say yesterday, oh, it's making America strong. I said, how is it making America strong? Trump's intention to go to Middle East is to enrich his family. His family business are involved in the contract, the trillions of dollars you see they announced in the Middle East, both in Saudi, in UAE, and in Qatar. So his family are involved. He's a con man. I don't take Trump seriously as a person. I will never take him seriously. I respect the office of the president. Trump is a waste of time, man. It's a complete waste of time. It's wasting people's time. So he's just running his mouth everywhere. The manufacturer he said was going to bring to America. Nobody see them now. He has succumbed to China. China really, you wanted to bully them. Now you succumb to China. Where is the manufacturing? Nothing is going on. So it's just a bully, just talkative. I don't see anything good in. Okay, look at even the case of Syria, right? The man they call terrorist. The man, when we tell them they are the people sponsoring these people, some people will say deny it. The man they call terrorist, he was there, stamping picture with him. Oh, all their sin are forgiven. Now he's a good man. He call him a tough guy. You see, this guy, they just play with the dummies. I don't know what is going on in the world. If he attack Houthis for a couple of weeks, now he's praising Houthi rebels. Oh, Houthi, they are tough. They are tough. I decided to stop attacking them. So to be honest, it's a disappointment. The issue in Russia, Ukraine, he make noise. If I get to office, they want, I'm gonna stop it. The war is still going on because you want to bully people to submission. You need to learn to discuss issue. Come to the table, have discussion. Don't treat countries as if they are your babies. They are not. You bully Ukraine president. You are telling Putin to stop the war. No, war are not stopped that way. They have to have a serious negotiation. Okay, what can you give up? Okay, Putin. Okay, this. That's how to negotiate. Not telling people, telling a sovereign nation, hey, you got to stop. No, you don't talk to people like that. Now it's on Gaza. Oh, I'm hearing information now. You want to move 1 million to Libya. These are all nonsense. Well, this guy, I don't want to continue wasting my time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY. CM.
Okay. What I heard Trump say in that short video clip you played was talking about fighting terrorism, if I get it very well. Just like Bush was saying in those days, you just have to smoke them out. Some people are perversing the great religion of Islam, maybe coming with a different intention. That's okay. I support anybody fighting terrorism anywhere. Now, what I will advise, what I will say here is that it's like when America is fighting terrorism, they don't look in the direction of Nigeria. Why? That is the thing. Is it because of the crude oil and gas? I don't know. Is it because of the Zamfara gold? I don't know. Because if you're fighting terrorism, you should fight terrorism everywhere. You should support it. You should condemn it. Since 2015, Nigeria has been terrorized. I listened to one clip where somebody, I've forgotten the name, said they brought in security to Nigeria because of their greedy for power. They removed Jonathan. So something like this, it is true that a country is sovereign. But if it warrants the intervention of America to root out terrorism in Nigeria, we support that 100%. Look at Plateau is gone. Look at Benue State and everything we are having. So it is not enough for Trump to go to Qatar or wherever. Well, I commend that. But please look also in the direction of Nigeria. I don't know what your ambassador, the dispatches, the American ambassador sends to the State Department when they meet or whatever. I don't know. And they should try. In fact, it's not even the America is aware that Nigeria is under terrorism. But why are they not doing anything? Is it because of crude oil? That's what I'm saying. Is it sometimes this economic interest? You just have to do the thing and do it very well. You don't just say Nigeria is a country of strategic interest to us. We steal their oil, the gas. After Russia in the world, you talk of Qatar. After Qatar, you talk of Nigeria. And where in Nigeria, you know where it is. So I don't know. My concern is maybe for those that if somebody can convey it, why is America not taking terrorism in Nigeria seriously? Why? The ambassador, they know. So it's not so. That's why some people may hate Trump because the guy is this or that or so. Yes, they can hate him. But for me, I'm not interested in whatever he's doing in America because those of you living in America I don't have a fact to contradict anything. But my interest is he's going all over the world talking about terrorism. Why not Nigeria? Let Trump invite something like American ambassador. Let them have a briefing. Let him address it. That a country like Nigeria is being terrorized. The number of people killed every day in Nigeria. I mean, we all know what is happening, and we all know why. Everywhere, east, west, north, south. Hunger is in Nigeria because of terrorism. The people that want to sack people from their farm, and they've taken over. So I don't know why America, that if they are preaching morals, or maybe the terrorism is only when it affects America. America should take interest in Nigeria because of terror, not because of any. Just say, look, anywhere terrorism is, America is against it, and Nigerians are against it, but they don't know who to cry to because those people that brought terrorism are in power. Tinubu Tinubu's hands are tied. Tinubu can't fight terrorism. Maybe he's just taking care of his health. He doesn't have time for to fight terrorism. He's interested in his well-being. Buy a jet here, go and look after your doctor in France. So Nigeria is virtually ungovernable now. So why is America not saying something about it? That is my own. So Trump, please look in the direction of Nigeria. That Nigeria has been terrorized. That is the primary problem we have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Femi, you're next. Femi, we can't hear you. What was your problem today?
I think it's a glitch.
I like that. It's a glitch. Femi has a glitch today. All right. Let's go to Tony, you're next.
Okay. Am I speaking?
Yeah.
Okay. I listened to that video even before you played it. You played it a second time again. I think that this is, for me, this is the greatest speech that I've had Trump make. And for me, it was spot on, and it was in the right place. Because those who he's addressing are known to be part of the sponsors of some of those purveyors of terrorism in various parts of the world, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's Turkey, Iran, and so on. So the message was well delivered. He was not politicking as he used to do. He was straight to the point. And whoever wrote that speech, I commend. I think that we must properly situate this issue in context. With respect to Nigeria, when Jonathan was president, at the peak of the fight against terrorism, and at the time when it was difficult to fully get the Tokana, jet and all those equipment for the military, I know that Jonathan the army recruited some mercenaries to help fight, to join the fight against terrorism. And they were making good progress because they employ technology and they will pinpoint and locate where the terrorists were. Yeah, they will pinpoint when they are training and moving, and then they would, attack them. And so they were making progress. But what happened was that some big people in government opposed that move, and they decided to persuade Jonathan to stop it. And I want to believe that those were the sponsors because their interests were now being defeated, and so they opposed it. I also remember that there was a time when America gave intel to Nigeria of the movement of terrorists, all around Sambisa and so on and so forth. And rather than utilize that intel to, deal with the problem, we understood that the next thing, somehow that information got to the terrorists. And so you can find out that even within our military formation and organization, there's a problem. There are moles, there are black legs, there are black sheep, there are people who are hand in gloves with terrorists. And if you see that kind of a thing as a country, your conclusion will be that these people are not serious in the fight against terrorism. So Nigeria must look at itself, first of all. There are a lot of money that are being put in for the fight, and they go into private pockets. So if we accuse America, yes, they have blames, but I think in this fight, Nigeria must look at itself and decide whether it really wants to fight terrorism or not. Because we have totally failed in terms of our orientation, in terms of honesty and ability to grapple with this problem. That's why this thing has continued to fester. Now, as a person, I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump. And I just want to chip in concerning the so-called, quote, refugees from South Africa. I don't think they're refugees, but the question that some people have asked, in other areas like Congo, like Ukraine, like other places where you have issues and problems and refugee problems, we don't see Trump also offering asylum to such people. But for white South Africans, yes. And he had said before this time that he's even willing to accept people from Netherlands. So you can see that the policy is actually not, it was a policy that is pointed to a particular direction, a policy that was designed to favor a particular race, quote and unquote. Because otherwise, how can you be deporting people and at the same time, accept some other people? So that policy is flawed, and that's why the Supreme Court recently, made a ruling. I'm sure we're going to look at that. Blocking his, his appeal. Refusing to lift the temporary ban on the April 19 majority decision of the Supreme Court, where Trump's Alien Enemies Act of 1799 where he's using that to deport so-called Venezuelans who he described as what is it? Those who are terrorizing part of in detention in Texas, who are terrorizing part of America. So all in all, I think first of all, I think the issue Trump's speech was good for me, and then I think that if we all, both outside interest and inside interest in Nigeria, if we put hands together, we should be able to deal with this thing, in a way that it will reduce drastically. But if we continue this the way we are going, I don't think that will make headway.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Dr. Amijes, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Good,
Okay.
good.
Okay. I'll come after Mr. James or wherever you put me after. I just want to be sure.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Very good. Mr. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. What is the definition of terrorism? This is what we should also take into account. When the Americans invaded Iraq under the pretext of looking for weapons of mass destruction and they found none, nobody declared America a terrorist state. When September 11 happened, they all pointed fingers at Osama bin Laden, a country that believes in the rule of law. Osama bin Laden was never tried in any court of law before they accused him of bombing the World Trade Center. Immediately that happened, their own investigation, which was not corroborated with any other investigation in another part of the world, indicted Afghanistan. They rained hell on.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah, they rained hell on Afghanistan till they got tired and they pulled out of Afghanistan. They reduced it to rubble. I think it was in South America during the days of Allende, was it 1973? The CIA sponsored the coup that removed the guy from office. That is not act of terrorism. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was removed from office with the help of the CIA. That is not terrorism. There are so many examples all over the world.
Libya, Egypt.
Congo DR.
Whenever men of their choice commit atrocities in their favor, it is no act of terrorism. Even recently in the US Congress, a congressman said that USAID has been assisting Boko Haram in Nigeria. To them, that is not act of terrorism. Nothing has been done to address such problems. These guys are just out to protect their interests, nothing more, nothing less. So we should open our eyes. And if you expect the US to come and fight your war for you, of course they will do it on their own terms. If you are ready to give them crude oil from now to 50 years' time free of charge, they will wipe out terrorism. It's business. So that is how I see it. What he's telling those people is just telling them what he feels that they would like to hear, not what they are doing. They have the power to stop wars all over the world. They know they are losing ground. If you compare them with China, for the past 50 or since I was born, I've never heard China going to war with any country. I stand to be corrected. But
Yeah,
America,
you're right.
they fought wars all over the world, wasted their resources, and at the end of the day, they are looking for countries to plunder in order to keep themselves afloat financially. So this is how I see it. What he's saying in Saudi Arabia is nothing but unadulterated nonsense. It means nothing to him. When they go back to the US, they know what they are doing. In fact, they're supposed to come to the rescue of Ukraine in their war against Russia because they lured this boy into the war. And at the end of the day, they are trying to milk him to death to stop a war which they lured him into. So you see the hypocrisy. It's every man to himself and God for us all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. Let's hear Femi. Welcome.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to be too techy. I was trying to use a Unix machine that I prepared yesterday.
I'm sorry,
anyway.
please, can you permit me to sign out? It's already bedtime in the Gambia.
All
I was gonna beg you not to go, Mr. James, but it's okay. I was gonna beg you, plead with you not to go yet, but it's okay.
Okay. I
Right.
don't mind staying for
Right.
some minutes.
Last week, thank you. Last week, Dr. Damages, I heard my opinion about how both Democrats and Republicans are equal opportunity offenders. No doubt about it. Because when it comes to American foreign policy, it's set in sand. There's been an agenda right from the onset. It just depends on what flavoring whoever is in charge and their acolytes, namely the neocons, decide to go with. Now, I also listed the fact that having lived in New York, we know, and Dr. Abe, you know this as well. We know Mr. Trump is just unveiling America the way we've never seen it before. This thing has always been there. It just comes in different forms depending on who is there. It's just that he is such a loud man, he can't control himself as a man-child and what have you. Now, that said, when you see things like that jet, which I'm only beginning to realize as of this morning, I think it was Richard Wolff I was listening to among other people. That jet that is being given, I don't know if you're aware that it's a jet that the Saudis have been trying to sell since 2020. They've not found a buyer. Now, that's on one hand. You see, again,
Is it Saudi or Qatar?
UAE, not Saudi. UAE, not Saudi.
UAE, yeah,
The jet from UAE.
Yeah, UAE. But in any case,
who made the plane? Who built the plane?
I don't know if it's Boeing or the other Airbus or
It's
something. I do not know.
It's Boeing. It's Boeing.
Yeah, I do not know. Yeah,
It's Boeing.
But either way, there's an estimate that's been put at how much it would take to take off that the parts of that to at least make sure there's no bugging devices and then retrofit it for him to be able to use it. And actually, it's been estimated it might actually take as much as probably 3-4 years. It's not something that's going to necessarily use immediately, because there's people in like Scott Ritter and the intelligence community that make us know that. That's on one hand.
That is rhetoric. Every plane that is bought for the president, they do this. They go through that process. So what they were saying is just it makes sense, but it's rhetoric.
But Mr. Tony, this time around, it's not like the one that Boeing that's still in production right now. Now, this is not coming from me. It's coming from people that are better informed than myself. So when Boeing builds planes like the ones that's been in production since its first time, it takes a while. They build it from the ground up, and they do not have to go through. I mean, yes, the CIA is involved and what have you, from what I've gathered over time. But this time around, they're going to redo everything from the beginning. First of all, it's even wrong in all shades and form to be collecting that kind of a thing. Yes, presidents in the past. So it's not even about whether anyway. So
did you watch the interview when they asked him why he's collecting the planes?
That guy.
He's a con man.
The guy. That's why I weep for those that think you cannot defend this guy. We know him already in New York, so let's not even go there. Now, furthermore, I don't know if you're aware, or a lot of us, I'm sure as many of us are aware of the kind of transactions that have been going on between all of his kids and the Arabians. And there's a reason behind this. First of all, we were told that part of the reason why he's going there was also for him to meet with Putin in Turkey. Of course, we know that how that has turned out now. You know, Putin is playing him. You know, Putin, he has a lot, he gets things well. Now, that's on one hand. And then you saw those kind of deals and those kind of mago that they're doing. A lot of it is going to his pocket as well. Because the Saudis have recognized, the Arabs have recognized that for them, they understand this guy. Keep in mind, these are kleptocrats. They understand that for them to suiting their relationship with this guy, like a lot of countries seem to do sometimes, they have to give him like a lollipop. He's a man-child for them to have their way. The Abraham Accords, which is one of the reasons why he's supposed to be there, one of the things he was trying to do was to try to see how they could probably normalize, restart the process that the likes of the Saudis was ongoing, probably prior to his first term and maybe furthermore during the second term. But you do notice, what did he do this time? Apart from the fact that he pulled out the American military. The ships are coming back home now. In the aftermath of the Houthis, who are supposed to be ragtag army, shooting down those, I forget the specific name of those 7 drones that cost a lot of money because of this military industrial complex that you have here. What are the reasons why America keeps going to wars that do not exist, or creating wars that do not exist because of the money? That is the way some of these guys in the Senate that have backers or that are members of boards. This is the way America works. It's been like that for a long time. What they tell to us is one thing. What is happening is another thing. Now, in addition, or maybe as a matter of rounding up, just like Mr. James has said, whoever thinks that America, or what America is actually fighting is terrorism, better have a second thought. I think it's time for us to start listening to Americans, again, the likes of Professor John Mearsheimer, Scott Ritter, some of them in intelligentsia, some are ex-CIA guys that know exactly what's going on. Some have been stopped on their way back from airports because they do not agree with what is going on. It does not matter whether it's Republicans or Democrats. What is happening is beyond what we think is happening. As a matter of fact, I believe, just like the Bible says, that when certain entities are referred to as principalities and powers, I think we are the principalities and powers. I'll rest my case for now.
All right. We can continue until we get the Trump people to weigh in so that they will balance. Can I?
It's so unfortunate that Big Zaddy Trump is going through a lot. From the hands of these people that don't like him. I made a comment on the comment saying, you shared a picture of Trump, very handsome old man. And I was like, oh, see how handsome our Trump looks. And somebody, Oscar Blackbone or Backbone, see, shit. Hey, very handsome man, see. So the guy was like, he hates Trump. But Trump is better than one chimpanzee in Nigeria. I don't know why he would address somebody as chimpanzee. But the thing is, you see what is going on in Burkina Faso today. Any day that Trump wage war against the president of Burkina Faso, the military guy, Trump will be a chimpanzee to me. On this platform, everybody will say it. Now, the thing is that, AY, you made a wrong submission. You said that Trump succumbed to China. No, that is not true. During Biden, in September 2024, Biden increased tariff on Chinese imported electrical vehicles.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Biden increased the tariff on electric imported vehicles from China to 100%. Listen, fact check me. And he increased tariff on solar cells to 50% and 25% increase on electrical vehicle batteries. This was what Biden did. But what Trump has succeeded doing is that after the tariff war between China and US, China succumbed by reducing their tariff from 125% to 10%. While Trump decreased his from 145% that he initially placed it on to 30%. So, AY, have that corrected. Now, about the Air Force One compared to the gift that Trump received from Qatar. I don't know if any of us here has ever turned down gifts or never gifted anybody something in his or her life. I don't see the reason why Trump wouldn't accept a gift from Qatar, bearing in mind that the Air Force One first entered service in 1990. Air Force One cost $325 million. Then he received a gift of aircraft that is more modernized, that is equipped with more modern technology, made in 2012 compared to the Air Force One 1990. And then has more passenger capacity. Hold on, has more passenger capacity, and looks more, modernized. So that's
American policy. American policy.
Now,
America does not
hold
allow the
on. Don't
president
tell
to
me
take
about
that kind
American
of.
politics. Hold on. It's my turn now. We're talking about Trump giving asylum to white people. The same Trump has given asylum to Africans. Are we talking about this South Sudanese? Are we talking about the Congolese people? Are we talking about even in America? No, not during Trump's era, right? Nigerians, the Ogonis, were given asylum to come to United States, true or false? Now, why is it that the only time that white people were given asylum, then it become a problem? Last time on this platform, why would Trump advocate for the white people in South Africa? Why would Trump do this? Now, you don't want white people in South Africa to retain their land, though first, the land that they got, from healed process. I don't support the process with which they got the land in the first place. But you said they don't want the land should be revoked. Now the land has been revoked. Somebody called one Malema is calling for extermination of white people. You want to kill them? Is it not the same thing that happened in apartheid regime that you want to do to white people right now? What they did to your people is what you want to do to them right now. And then Trump opened door for them and give them asylum. You say, why will he give them asylum? Please stay one place. Why will you be here today? You are here tomorrow. What do you actually want? Now, for some of you that are calling for Trump protecting terrorism in Africa, especially in Nigeria, you are not wrong, right? If what the terrorists are doing against white people could be considered as a terrorist act. What the Fulanis and the herdsmen and even the white people are doing in Africa, and I will queue with what Mr. James stated, that he trying to define what terrorism is. Terrorism could come in any form or shape. When you go to African country to exploit their mineral resources, to exploit their human resources, that is terrorism. When you go to African country to cause war between two brother states or countries so that you come in and steal their mineral resources, that is terrorism. When you go to African country to impose leaders on them, leaders that have stayed 20 years, 30 years, that is terrorism. When you go to Africa to dictate for them how to run their country, that is terrorism.
And hold on.
You understand?
In that case, will you say that America is a terrorist state?
Now, if we want to go with that context now, he that owns gun and begin to kill is a terrorist, right? Now, he that cause or impose something that now cause another to kill another is a terrorist too. Do you understand? So going by what Trump said, that terrorists worship death. Exploiters, now let me put my own. Exploiters, vandals, and criminal first world country that go to third world country to steal their resources also worship death. And in this case, I would say they worship devil. Now, going by our Zadi, the lovable Trump's assertion that that all this terrorism, all these evil acts will be over when forces of goodwill, are united. Now, let me put it this way. When forces of goodwill are united to vacate Africa, then we'll put an end to all this terrorism in African country. When France leaves Africa, Portugal, Britain, US, when you all leave Africa, then we'll put to an end to all this exploitation in Africa. Like I said it here, our loving, caring, handsome Daddy Trump, we are solidly behind you. Forget about all these black Africans, all these things that they are saying against you. These people They don't know where they stay. They are very confused. They are here today. They are here tomorrow. But whenever you decide to come against any African country, Burkina Faso leader, right, the military leader, Trump, that day I will be against you. You see, if you want to fix Africa, please help us go to Nigeria, right? We have one confused president there. Fix it for us. Go to Cameroon. Fix that guy in Cameroon. Go to Cote d'Ivoire. Go to Uganda. There's one bush animal in Uganda that called himself Museveni. Fix him for us. We have
You're asking them to commit terrorist acts, and then according to your definition.
No, they want to fix terrorism now. I'm listing terrorist leaders in Africa. They should fix.
Can
You understand?
Can I thank you? Thank you so much. Let's hear that report. Thank you.
You are a terror.
Thank you, next.
The politics of Trump, I don't want to play politics of Trump. I want to shout out to New York Knicks, I'm here to shout out to New York Knicks.
Give me your time. Give me your time so that I have like 20 minutes.
What you did yesterday, right? It was unexpected, right? But it's all good, right? That's what it's supposed to be. My team lost, lost the way I didn't want them to lose. I'm cavalier. I'm not Celtic, but it is what it is. It's good. I mean, new champions we're gonna get for this.
Oga Hike.
Why you remove Femi now? Why did you shout out Femi?
Oh, I don't even know what happened. Go ahead. I'll find him.
Okay, so listen, I don't want I don't want to talk about Trump because like I've always said, you voted for Trump, deal with it. I don't live in the US. Whatever he wants to do, let him do. It doesn't concern me, right? If he like, let him turn the whole world upside down. But the only thing I want to say here, I think it was James and Femi made that comment about, I believe that the only thing Trump is doing that I really do not like is the way he's trying to treat the president of Ukraine. He wants to bring him outside and leave him on the road. I don't know why he's treating that case like that, right? I don't think he's being fair to Ukraine because, like somebody said here, somebody's wife is cooking. Who is the wife? Somebody's wife is in the kitchen. So I think they wouldn't have, I don't think America is doing the right thing by bringing him out to the public to go to this war and try to leave him on the middle of the road. I think the American government has to rethink about their decision about, Ukraine because it's good for everybody, right? So for me, the Trump politics is like Femi rightly said, is a New Yorker. He's a scum man. He's a 419 man. So he's, we just, I don't want to talk about it. Somebody else can say something. When we bring another topic, I can join it. But I just want to shout out for New York because it was great yesterday. I watched it. It was fun.
Okay, Ike, Dr. Damage doesn't want me to reveal something. He's a Brooklyn Nets supporter. Don't listen to him.
It's not true. I'm from Boston, so it's Celtics. We lost, but that's okay. All right, thank you so much, Ike. Let's go to, I think, Ovia, are you next? Yeah, go ahead, Ovia.
Yes, I caught a glitch when I hear an Nubi man say that I'm from Boston. So I don't know. So where are we, Doctor?
Oh, we're talking about Trump. You can take it from any angle. I want to know.
Oh, Trump. Okay, two things. If you live in America, I recommend you go read The Project by David Graham. It's a summary of Project 2025. It's compulsory, I would say. Go read that book. Another one. If you live on this planet Earth, go and read The Stone Before the Calm by George Friedman. Because I don't understand. America will be 250 years old in the next, what, 2, 3 months. We see they analyze their move from a very narrow angle. Trump, I know Trump. Trump is this, Trump is this. The new world that we are in today, the old one is ending, the new one because so there's pretty much tension everywhere. Would they say Trump will come and go? Maybe he will come back 2028. But even after then, whoever is going to come, it will continue because the next stage where we will see now, we are going to see what they call the monologo doctrine or Trump doctrine. The trip to the Middle East, it has little to do about the money, about the preaching, right? It is the governor of your state, New York, that says that's Como, that you preach in, you campaign in poetry while you govern in prose. Forget the rhetoric and other. What actually happened? It's about energy. If you, Dr. Damage, if you remember when during the inauguration, I said that there was another event taking place in Europe by World Economic Forum that people should go and listen to those speeches. It's the section they have on AI. I know AI. That's what this chip is all about. The technology that will power the world that we live in today. It will take times 10 of the amount of energy where America they consume now to even start off. That's where you see the going back to where the hub of the energy is. And of course, where you will say the Arab world actually prepare for these days, if you look at individual focus, the Saudi want to replicate what Silicon Valley is to America in that region. That's their focus, how they transfer semiconductor, everything that will power the same thing that you see in Silicon Valley. The UAE, their goal is to not just be at the forefront of AI revolution, but to be dominant by the year 2030. That's why what the 1.4 trillion over the next 2 years is all about. Then if you now come back to Qatar, of course, Qatar house the largest military base, American military base within that region. So what you are seeing is an exchange of that's the power of within the next 100 years. The nation that will have influence, just like the European nation, the likes of Germany, British, will have influence for the last 80 years. That's what we are going to see within those three Arab worlds. Watch out for those three nations, and again Turkey on the other end. So you are seeing the dynamics and the power relation of the world they change. But with the decision at Trump, so it has nothing to do with Trump. The policy that is being implemented today has been decades in the making. People who are working with Trump today, the recruitment and the teaching of how things should go was started in 2022. So for us to actually, well, of course, they caught us unaware already, because at the end of all this braha, they will come and exercise influence with the colony, with the things that we get here, and small things, not worried. So we should look beyond the speech, look beyond the trillion. See, I don't know why should they celebrate whether they get trillion or not. When push comes to shove, then print the money. COVID-19 is a good example. Over 6 trillion was printed. So money not be the money, but the power dynamic that is going to that is shifting toward the Middle East, as the marriage between the Arab world and the United States of America is what we are going to see that pretty much dominates the whole, even going all to our own continent. But 2 weeks ago, I do a show about how this same Arab world are actually influencing our media. That most of things that we talk about, it is because of their influence, the influence they're trying to occupy the vacancy that the Chinese are living within the African continent. But of course, all those things don't really matter now. Things where they go viral, VDM, and everything. So I'm saying all this to say that there's more going on than Trump this, I love Trump, I hate Trump. Before you know, Trump will be gone, but the policy will change. If those books are recommended, you understand how the American states, they change their institution and their social organization every 50 and 80 years. It just happened that the two are actually coming together within this decade. So the what we are seeing today is just the tip of an iceberg. The next 100 years, that's why I say those that live in America, the next 100 days people should pay, especially with the immigrants. You're talking about how they want tax us 5% for our remittance. That's not the relationship between the Trump administration and the IRS in order to flush out illegal immigrants, undocumented, to push them out. So that is in line with that one too.
All right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Obi. Okay, so let's go to KJ and Asijide here. Where is he? Okay. All right.
All
KJ,
right.
go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I totally agree with Obi. And for those who are equally spiritual, you know that we're living in a new era. That new era started earlier when Trump came into position. And it's now been culminated by the coming in of a new pope. Now, every time that the pope comes in with a different era of politics and even the turning around of the world. Now, if you are spiritually led, you will know that the new era we are going into is just what Ovia had described. Africa will play a big part, but whether we are in a position to make that change is left to our leaders. Unfortunately, those who have the gold will make the rules. So far, Nigeria don't seem to have any gold. We'll probably not be able in a position to make any rules. And if you want to break it down, I will go to say we don't have a leader who can stand in when it comes to men sitting at the round table and having a discussion that can bring about the good of their nation. We don't have such leader. And as long as we don't have such leader, the next world, the next era we are going into, will probably not have any part to play. We will still be errand boys, being tossed here and there. Now, coming back to what you put on the table, I think Trump have made some of the best speeches an American president would have done outside of America in the last two speeches he made. The first one was the one he made in Saudi Arabia, wherein he said to the crown prince and the rest of them, America is not interested in trading missiles, rockets. America is interested in making business, exchanging business. And so the era that America is coming into, they're not interested in controlling your political narrative, controlling your whatever lifestyle you choose to live in your country. They are saying now, we come specially to do business. And if you are one of those who want to have a broad mindset, instead of allowing yourself to be, boxed into a corner of what Trump is saying or not saying, you find out that business trip was led by businessmen. And the people who made gains or whose companies were who were at the forefront of making that discussion are all out there for anybody to see. The Googles of this world, I don't know if Trump owns a share in Google, and all the people who sat on the table to make that negotiation for which that $600 billion will be coming to America. I don't see any of Trump's children's business company there. However, Hausa people get one proverb, and I want to put it here. Person when they pack honey, they lick in hand. So if we come here and we are coming from a country where the government write policies to favor them, their family and their friends, and we come to this platform and some people defend it. In fact, they will even insult you for trying to say things are not moving in Nigeria. And they come to talk about Trump, a man who took a trip and is coming back to his nation with over $1 trillion of business coming in, and we want to condemn that person. I don't think we're being serious. Okay, and then coming also to what you said. Yes, the truth is, I don't expect America to fight for Africa. And what he said is true. He was talking to the people, and that is what most of the African leaders lack. You see, when I analyze him, one of the things I agree with him most, not because of what he says or what he doesn't say, it's because of the ability that Rudolph, he will sit one-on-one with you and he look at you in the face and say, this is what America wants. And he will hold on to that view until you will come to an agreement. That is what a leader is. Not somebody who will go and when they ask you something, where you play, you do like what we have been seeing. You simply just give away yourself, you know. You give away, I mean, you don't even put any point forward. Instead, you tell us you are going for a walking visit. The walking visit, nobody sees you. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Now, so what I'm going to say is this. If we know how to read the signs, let us go back to our governments and our people and say, look, the world is changing. Let's put our best foot forward. Get the technocrats. Stop playing this regional thing. In fact, stop fighting the people of Nigeria vis-a-vis the people of the Southeast. Face what is facing you, because the world is turning and nobody's going to wait for Nigeria. That's the truth. Nobody is going to wait for Nigeria. The world is turning. We must put our best foot forward. And so far, we're not doing that. Thank you.
All right. I see. Stay humble.
Rudolph, I have a question for you.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
You followed 2023 general election in the US, right?
23 was the election.
When did you people do the election, your presidential election?
It was last year.
It was last year, okay.
Yeah.
The question Ovie said about Project 2025.
Yeah.
If you follow the campaign, do you remember that the Republican Party and the Trump political organization denied about Project 2025?
Mm-hmm.
They said they have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to respond to that?
Hold on. No, this is not good.
Hold on, Rudolph.
Let me answer you.
If you want to know, if you want to know what Trump is alluding to, or what his campaign was all about, it's called Project 45. It was on his campaign. It was on his campaign page. It wasn't like anything. It was Project 45, and it's there.
Project 2025. It's Project 2025.
No. Hey, come on, hold on. Hold on.
45.
Hold. Now, what for you? Now,
Dr. Damage, can I put context to it?
No.
Now, wow.
Everybody, stop. I just introduced Stay Humble and Jide. Jide will be the next that will speak. We'll come back to you guys so that we can move forward a little bit. But even before Jide speaks, I want to put this in a different angle to the story. Because
okay.
One side of this story, which is the side of Trump and America. There are some people in the Arab nation who did not take this trip the way we're taking it from the people in the East, in the West. So let me play this video of this lady from the Middle East, or I think, responding to Trump and what this trip, her perception of what happened. Watch.
Is not diplomacy. It is theater, staged in gold, fueled by greed and underwritten by betrayal. Trump, a man openly arming Israel as it reduces Gaza to rubble, is being celebrated, applauded, rewarded, and not with words, but with trillions. Trillions, while children are starved and bombed in a closed-off strip of land just a few hundred miles away. Arab rulers are handing over fortunes and fawning in photo ops. Let's be clear, the Gulf has leverage, it has power, it has Trump's ear. But what did they do with it? Nothing. Not to stop the slaughter, not to ease the siege, not even to demand respect. In return, Trump gives Israel more bombs, more impunity, more green lights to kill. This was never about peace. At the core of Trump's Middle East vision is a single goal: erase Palestine, prop up dictators, and redraw the region in Israel's image. See this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East, and the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, he once told reporters, lamenting Israel's size compared to its neighbors. To Trump, the Middle East is not a region of history or humanity. It is a marketplace, a weapons depot, a geopolitical ATM. And his ideology? It's simple. Arabs are chaos. Israel is order. Arabs are threats. Israel is civilized. It's not a worldview. It's a business model. Remember that 110 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia in 2017? Well, that was just the start. Now he wants more, $3 trillion more. He's already demanding that Saudi Arabia invests its entire GDP, $1 trillion, into the US economy. And they're offering $600 billion. He's not negotiating, he's extorting, and they're handing it over. The UAE's already pledged a $1.4 trillion investment deal. The race is on, not to stop a genocide, but to buy Trump's favor, showering him with wealth, In return for nothing, the region is no longer treated as a region. It's a vault. Sovereignty? That's just another asset to be traded. Trump's offer is crude. Obey me and I'll protect you. Disobey me and I'll turn on you. For rulers terrified of their own people, of another Arab Spring, that's a tempting deal. They fear democracy more than they fear occupation, so they kneel. They make a pact with the devil. And what does this devil offer them in return? Arms, silence, a stage to pretend they matter while they're being used. Normalization with Israel? Okay. Submission to its supremacy? Done. Silence on Gaza? Guaranteed. This isn't a partnership, it's surrender. And Trump knows it. He respects one thing only, power. That's why he praises Putin. That's why he respects Erdogan. Like them or loathe them, they push back. They defend their nation's interests. Arab rulers, they just pay. And Trump laughs. King Salman wouldn't last 2 weeks without us, he said. And what did they do? They gave him more. But it's not just about US policy. It's about personal profit. Since leaving office, the Trump family has turned the Gulf into a gold mine. A hotel in Dubai, a tower in Jeddah, a golf resort in Qatar, crypto ventures, a private club in DC. This isn't diplomacy. It's plunder. Jared Kushner, the son-in-law, already bagged $2 billion from the Saudis. And now Trump's being gifted a $400 million private jet from Qatar, a literal palace in the sky. And what was his response? It was a great gesture. But let's not forget we keep them safe. Without us, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar wouldn't exist. That's his thank you. And still, they keep giving. So ask yourself, what are they rewarding him for? For 100,000 tons of bombs dropped on Gaza? For backing ethnic cleansing openly, shamelessly? For empowering the likes of Smotrich and Netanyahu as they call for Gaza's population to be wiped out? For leading the most Zionist, most Islamophobic administration in US history? And still, they ask for nothing. They offer everything. But don't be fooled. They can act when they want to. Trump halted the bombing of Yemen under Saudi pressure. He made a deal with the Houthis. He even agreed to meet Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara at Saudi request. Sanctions, he considered lifting them. So no president is beyond pressure. But for Gaza, silence. As Trump was being applauded in Riyadh, Israel was dropping US-made bombs on hospitals in Gaza. 9 bunker busters hit the European hospital in Khan Yunis. 35 dead, dozens wounded. Earlier, the Nasser medical complex was hit. Journalist Hassan Aslih died while lying in treatment. That same day, 56 Palestinians were killed, 50 of them in Jabalia, most of them children, and the applause continued. This week marks the anniversary of the Nakba, and here it is again, replayed once more, not through tanks alone, but through Arab complicity.
Kai, Rudolph, thank you for that video.
All right. So
That's the summary.
I wanted us to hear the other side of the story because it's very easy to jump into one side. That's why I watch Fox News, I watch CNN, I watch everything in between because you need to know what the other side is thinking about. Jide, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everybody listening on the panel and on the comment section. Yeah, I listened to the Muslim lady that was speaking, and I've also listened to other panelists. Trump visits to the Gulf region is not a surprise. It's not a surprise at all because we need to understand that it is part of the strategy of the West because the Gulf regions, they are a quasi protectorate of the West. When I mean Gulf countries, when I mean the Gulf region, I'm talking about countries like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait. These countries, they are quasi-protectorates of the West. When I mean the West, I mean the United States and Western Europe, particularly the United States, ever since after the British Empire declined after the Second World War. Having said that, the Republican elites, it has always been known historically that the Republican elites, they seem to align more firmly with the Gulf countries compared to the liberals, which is the Democrats. And even if you look at the first administration of Donald Trump, I mean, he made several visits to the Gulf region, right? And so these Gulf countries, they've not done anything to militarily help the population in Palestine because they are proxies. What they do is they sponsor terrorists that cause instability in Nigeria, in the Sahel region, and in Sudan. So many countries, right? They sponsor Wahhabist terrorists, all these Kafiri terrorists, right? And the West shy away from that. Rather, they also they do not help to support to significantly to support the political cause for the Palestine struggle. Rather, they are very complicit. The Abraham Accords, we all know what happened with the Abraham Accords under Donald Trump in the first administration. He implemented the Abraham Accords to align Israel with those Gulf Arab countries. And I mean, that also facilitated what Hamas did in October 23, 2024, because it was almost like a red line for Hamas before they did that terrorist incursion into Israel. So we need to understand that background, that this Republican right-wing elites, they have strong alliances. Trump has investment projects in those Gulf countries. The United States and Western Europe, especially the United States, they have military bases in so many parts of these countries. They use Saudi Arabia as a proxy to attack Yemen. We need to understand this background. That girl, I listen to her. All these people, I know them. They are liberals. And it doesn't mean that they are for the betterment of the world or anything. This kind of people, I know people like that lady, they supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. So we need to be careful with some of these people. I understand the things she's saying. A lot of the things she said are valid. But we need to understand the overhacking ideology of all these media platforms, particularly all these young Arab, Muslim, liberal women. We need to be careful with all these kind of people. They supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. Now they are coming to cry crocodile tears that a terrorist is now running Syria. I said it before the ousting of Bashar al-Assad. I said it that time, that playbook, they will use it in Syria and they will ask ousting and they will bring in a puppet. Now look at Syria today. They are removing those sanctions because their puppet is in power. So now, having said that, I'll talk about two important figures in African and Arab history that have tried to unite Arabs and support the Palestinian cause. And these so-called Gulf countries, they actually sabotaged them. The first one was Gamal Abdel Nasser. He was a Pan-Africanist. He was also a Pan-Arabist. He tried the unity of Arabs in the 1950s and 1960s. He tried to unite these people to form a Pan-Arab political union. These Gulf countries, they sabotaged it. They sabotaged it. It was Syria that was standing firm to support Egypt. That's one of them. The next one is what everyone knows. Everyone knows this person I want to mention. It is Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi did everything to unite these Gulf countries with the Arab resistance. These Gulf countries, they sabotaged it. In fact, there are even some sources that said that these monarchs and these Gulf countries, they helped in the ousting of Muammar Gaddafi. So we need to understand all these things. Like there are proxy countries that help and align with the West. Gulf countries are one of them. The Five Tigers, they are one of them. That is Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, and so on. I don't want to go deep into that. But we need to understand those geopolitical dynamics to know that these people, they are traitors to their own people and traitors to their cause. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jide. Let me bring in Stay Humble. I know you've been patiently waiting for your turn. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening to all the panelists and the people in the comment section. Before I start, I just want to mention the last time I was here, there was this fellow who joined us, and he was very unruly. I think his name is Jago or something. He was very unruly, and he used all sorts of vile and acerbic expressions on this forum. He called us all sorts of names, stupid and stuff. Yes, I don't know whether what you do regarding those kind of people here, because this show reaches far more people than you even envisage or you think. So a lot of people watch, and yeah, even before I joined, I watched for more than 1 year before I started coming up. So you should also take note
Thank you. We have a code of conduct that we manage and we handle things. But every now and then things happen too. But we just be
Right.
assured.
And also, I just want to mention again that this particular program today appears skewed, towards the US-based people, US. I think so many things are happening in the UK as well. This week alone, a white paper was released by Keir Starmer's Labour Party, and that will have far-reaching effects. There are thousands of Nigerian students in the UK, and also thousands of skilled workers as well, and other people who might potentially be affected by whatever policies that they push through. So I think those things are still very important matters we should discuss here, because there are so many people. And this show is really good because a lot of people get education from this show, and we should try and broaden the horizon. Talking about Trump, so many things, so many policies, they pushed through. But again, beyond the Middle East and Ukraine razzmatazz, we also want to look into how Trump's policies will affect Africa. Because we are Africans, and we have no other home. We have no other place to call our own. This week alone, you have heard that some of the most dangerous criminals in the world will be sent to Africa. Some countries have been listed as countries that will take in those people. This, similar to the UK-Rwanda deal. So these are also things we need to look at and start shouting on the onset, because if these millions of deadly drug addicts and killers, are sent to Africa, it will be potentially hazardous, to African population. We are battling with, the those UK policies that have really strangulated economies in Africa, which we know about, but we talk less about. We devote our time. I'm not saying that, that people's contributions are not germane to the issues, but again, we should also give some time to talking about how these things affect Africans. I know that majority of the panelists here reside in the US, and that's the reason I think we talk about Trump some of the time. And then regarding the visit of Tinubu, or the proposed visit to the Vatican. See, if you're here and you still think that the appointment of the new Pope is not, was not politically influenced by America, I think I feel sorry for you, to be honest. So these people work hand in hand. They are all like colonialists. I know the last time I was here, there was this strange debate about religion. That really didn't end well. I won't go deep to that. Regarding the issue of JAMB, I think you've discussed that. I just want to say something about it, which people have not really touched. Beyond all the melodrama, the weeping and the rescheduling of the exam, I think that even JAMB itself, the UTME should not even be taking place in the first place, because 90% of the curriculum, is outdated, anachronistic, and even with their education, our students cannot even compete with their counterparts in South Asia. I'm not even talking about America, because I'm talking about, let's say, Malaysia, Indonesia, what have you. The JAMB curriculum is outdated, anachronistic, and most of the questions, those wire, whatever you call them, NECO, I think it should be totally overhauled. What we're doing is just a waste of time, there. So JAMB should not even exist in the first place. And, of course, we cannot achieve that if these criminals are still in power. So you have to get political power first. Yeah, that's why I always say that the Nigerian diaspora has a role to play, a very huge role to play in unseating, this the establishment. If we do that, we'll continue to just beat about the bush and go around the circle. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Let's welcome Sola to the show. Sola, welcome to the show. I see you've been in and out. So
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been listening to the show for a while, but who made me join Mr. James, because I think he's someone that I respect. I mean, I respect the man's. I respect, and he's very, very articulate, and he doesn't.
We can hear you very well. Can you?
Say,
Sola, we can hear you very well.
can you hear me?
Fancy
can you
things.
hear? Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better. Yeah.
All right. So, like I said, I respect Mr. James. So because he came online and he spoke, and because he's very, very straight and he's not biased. So going to the question you asked regarding the video, and one thing that I think some people have already said some things, but the only thing that baffles me when Kene and KJ are talking is when you talk about Africa or Nigeria, especially KJ, when KJ said, "Oh, our government more or less seeking for favor, they will take, they will take money for themselves, they will loot money for themselves for favor, and Trump is going to UAE and he's also doing as well as doing business for the US, he's also doing business for himself as well." I think when people look at it, it's more or less like oranges and apple. It's more or less both of them are, the Nigerian government or the US government or Trump himself, they're doing the same thing. It's still called corruption. There's it at the end of the day. It is called corruption. And if anybody think America or the West has your interest as a nation without having anything in return, then we must be having a laugh. See, there is no person in the world or no nation in the world that is going to be helping you without something in return. There is a saying that if something is free, somebody is paying for it. So when we talk about terrorism, the person aiding terrorism is also a terrorist. In Nigeria, the reason why terrorism is festering is because there are people sponsoring it from outside. The governors, some part of the governors or the northern elite are getting money from it. Even the military are also getting money from it. That's why it won't end. Nigeria is very, very big. The capability of the Nigerian army, they're very, very good. And everybody knows during the economic days and stuff. But when it comes to the Trump going to the West, he called in his first term, he called Qatar a terrorist state because they were more or less, supporting the Houthis or whoever is either Hezbollah or the Houthis that they're supporting. But the reality is now, what have they done differently? It's not maybe they are not supporting still this terrorist group. It's not maybe US, like they said, is not part of a terrorist organization. It is a terrorist organization because the same man they used Gaddafi was one of Gaddafi's right-hand man that more or less was sent to Sudan, not Sudan, to Niger I think it's Niger or Chad. They had to bring him back. Look, we might say the US has intention, but the reality is there is something given. And if they don't have something to take, then you are in deep trouble. And that's the reason why I like South Africa at the moment. South Africa is the only country in Africa that is standing up sometimes to these guys. I'm not saying South Africa is a saint, but when we come to Africa in terms of leadership, you always see South Africa in the front because they are the only country in Africa that has taken Israel to the ICC. Only South Africa. No other country joined them. Even when they wanted to oust Mohammed Gaddafi, it was only South Africa that went to meet him. So when we look at it in the long run, terrorism, problem in the Niger Delta, these are all funded by the West. And these are the reasons why we can't trust the West. And for us to be able to move forward, we need to do the right thing. If Olisa Agbakobab, in his last interview on Arise News, he said we need to ditch anything to do with democracy. We need to come back home and forge what has been working for us in the past. So Africans need to liberate themselves from this democracy because it's not working. So if we think that the Americans are coming to help us in Africa to solve our problem, be it Trump, be it Obama, be it anybody you might talk about, even in the West, even the British people, they are not there for our own. We need to move forward ourselves. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Sola. The last person on this topic is I Speak the Truth. Unless I missed anybody, if I missed you.
What are you doing, Dr. Damage? I was there before him. I don't know what you're doing, but.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm man of prestige. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Lamidi, you miss me too.
Okay, be quiet.
Yes.
I Speak the Truth. Go ahead. After you, man of prestige.
No, let man of prestige go. It's okay. I don't.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You sure?
Go ahead.
Yeah, they are not ready. They are not ready.
Okay,
I am ready,
so,
Dr. Lamidi. I'm ready.
All right. Thanks, man of prestige. How you doing, Rudolph?
Yeah,
I was
nice.
listening. Yeah, I was listening to everybody off and on. You know, I was busy doing other things, and I think a lot of people either, with reference to what they were saying about Trump's visit to the Middle East, are not actually, and this is with all due respect, are not actually comprehending it properly, or not well versed, or they are just speaking from a biased political point of view. Because you cannot say a man that went there basically, I mean, he basically went there to reiterate the Israeli lies, the Netanyahu fallacies. You go to a speech, you go to a conference of that magnitude, and you start off by asserting a false narrative that Palestinians, not Hamas this time, he basically indicted the entire Palestinians as they've been doing since the genocide started after October, and called them rapists and called them raping kids and children, which we already know is a lie, which they never could prove. You don't go to that kind of place and say, I'm seeking peace. But then you've released 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. As we speak, there is a genocide going on in Gaza. If you claim you're still looking for Hamas operatives in a place that is basically rubble, in the last 4 months, all Israel has been doing has just been bombing and rebombing. I don't think that there's, as at the last count, they don't think there's even 1,000 untouched buildings in what was Gaza before. So what they're doing now is the remnants of the Palestinians that have nowhere to go. They're starving. And the rest of the world is just looking at these people committing a genocide, committing ethnic cleansing, racially decimating people. And we want to sit on here and talk about Trump came with $3 trillion. Does anybody in their right mind think the Arab leaders, knowing the aim and the intention of the Zionists, which is to establish a greater Israel, which would encompass what we know today as Syria, which they have already taken up past the Golan Heights, which will encompass Lebanon past Beirut, which will encompass Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. Does anybody in their right mind think the Qataris, the Emiratis, the Saudis are just there giving Trump all of their GDP for nothing? Or they probably would be seeking retribution or a way out of this logjam that they find themselves. Because what has been happening is they are between the rock and a hard place. It is either they confront Israel and get decimated with the assistance of the United States, or just bide their time and enjoy their wealth for now until these same entities will eventually capture them or lead their own people against them. I think, and I do not claim to know the future, and I don't claim to have a crystal ball, but I think we are looking at the first acts of a very, very, very intricate play that is going to happen in the world, especially when you have a situation where James Comey, for example, is tweeting pictures with 8647. So there are a lot of intricacies at play that everybody is overlooking, and I think people are not noticing. But the world is at this point at the crescendo, and I think in the next 6 months to 8 months, we will not be living in the same world. I think everybody's overlooking a lot of things, and I think people need to start looking deeper into everything that's happening now.
All right, I speak the truth. Thank you so much, man of prestige. Welcome to the show. You've been here before. It's just a topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I proceed, Dr. Damage, congratulations to your niece. You'll be the Boston by 38-point margin. I mean, none of them is my team. We lost out. My boy Corey was injured, so that's why we couldn't make it. We could have been there, but we got Butler. Corey was injured, so that was our undue. Minnesota beat us because of our superstar didn't play, and that probably applied to Euro. You got some. Are you a New York fan or are you Boston?
Boston.
Oh, okay. I know why you're lost, because this guy was injured. Jason Tattoo was injured. That's their best player, so that's probably why you're. But New York is good. I mean, this is the highest margin of score they had in any playoff history, 38-point history. Do you know that the Nigerian playing for them, Anomodo, he played for the New York Knicks? Yeah, you don't know? The guy is good. It's like their third best player behind Bronstein and the other guy. His name is Anomodo, yeah. Originally from Houston area anyway, so he's one of their best players. So that's one of the few Nigerians applying their trade in NBA or something like that. But before I proceed to that, Industrial Damage, I wanted to ask a question. I went to Precious earlier when I left here. She was showing a video about a lady, a journalist from Lagos. It was an Anambra town hall meeting. Are you aware of that? The lady was.
What happened there?
The video was there. She was saying exactly what happened. That there's a lot of military people there, so he's not just saying it just for ordinary people. The militaries were invited, so he was telling them that about 80% of what's going on in the Southeast, the atrocity that's happening in the Southeast, is being committed by the military. And she gave it. If I find the video, I will send it to you.
I've seen it.
You seen it? Right, about 80%.
I couldn't verify who she was and what was going on. I saw the video, but
okay. Then she gave her own story. Remember, there's a lot of military was there, so it's not just speaking to ordinary people. But I just wanted to bring that up. So let's go to the main topic. We're talking about Trump. You see, recently I've not been talking anything about Trump. Trump is okay with me now. I mean, he's doing American bidding. So what do I have to say? I mean, I'm not going to come here and bash him. Whether I voted for him or I didn't vote for him, he's our president. So whatever he's doing is American bidding that he's doing. It's for American interests. I hope Nigerian people can do like that, good or bad. That's what he is. His geopolitical his geopolitical view is different from the Democrat or some other people. He's about a transitional president. So he has to realign his geopolitical view where it's not like the Europe, because we are not benefiting a lot from the Europe. So he's going to the Middle East. And if you look at what's going on in the Middle East, like the video he just played, the Arabs are divided. The rich ones like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and they're in one place. It's all about what they can get. Look at the plane they gave him, the gift. I think it's about 13 years old plane. I think it's Bio 747. They give it to him, but the military have to reconfigure the plane in order for him, to be using it. And he's going to keep it after he leave office. That's what I heard, because that's not official USA plane. It's Air Force One. So after he leave office, it's going to be his plane. But whether you like it or not, this is who Trump is. So I'm not going to come here to bash him. Everybody has talked about what he's doing, good or bad. That's not my prerogative, okay? My prerogative is me and my family. If we are doing okay, that's all I care. If any Nigeria is doing okay, that's good. It's about American interest. The only thing I'm going to be concerned is about Nigeria. The Nigerian people, government need to wake up or something like that. That's my main concern. I don't know if you heard about this story. James Comey was invited yesterday. He was interviewed for about 90 minutes because of what he posted. I think it's 86-47. And what 86 means, remove or inject. So they think that he was going against the government. They interviewed him for about 90 minutes and released him, but he's still being investigated right now. So we don't know what's going to come out from that, But I kind of think that he was very callous for tweeting that. How can you be at the beach? You know what 86 means? You're not the first person that have done it before. I think some people have done it, to my own recollection, about 2 years ago. Everybody know what 86 means. It means remove. So you can't just tell me because you're at the beach. I'm not supporting what the government may do to him or whatever. But 86 means remove or inject. Then what does 47 mean? That is, 47 president. That's Trump. So I don't know what's going to be the outcome of the investigation that's going on around. But anyway, I don't have much to say about Trump.
Code for murder.
I thought it was for remove or inject. Well, it's not the same thing.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
It's not the same thing, but
English will they speak, all not the same.
Yeah.
In a polite ways, but it's
yeah. But anyway, let me conclude. Let me conclude. So I'm not going to come here, be talking about Trump. He's our president. So whatever he's doing is for American interest. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Just so for the record, I have no idea of what it meant until they started making issue with that arresting or questioning Comey. I had no issue what it was. So it's not everybody that knows. I don't know what it meant. Odi, welcome to the show, and we're rounding up on this topic on Trump. You can look at it from any angle. We talked about the South Africans that were imported or brought into the country. We talked about the mission he took to the Middle East and what he came back with. We talked about every other thing. So what's your take on that?
Hello, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very good. Okay, and people in the comment section also. Well, I came here, I've been watching you guys. Interesting show. Everybody's kind of cordial and respectful. I came here because I think the past 2-3 speakers was the guy, he mentioned something. He talked about Gaddafi and Gamal Abdel Nasser. He said Nasser was Pan-Africanist. Like one of the speakers said, people learn a lot from this show, and that's falsehood. Nasser was Pan-Arabist.
Yeah, that's what he said, not Pan-African. He said Pan-Arabist. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. I had Pan-Africanist. Then it was like,
no. It is when he's referring to Gaddafi that he used Pan-African, but when he's talking about Gomel, was Pan-Arabist.
Okay, that's fine. And so when he went along the line of mentioning Palestine, look, I pity the Palestinians and about their fate, but anybody trying to equate Palestine to the fate of sub-Saharan Africa is always, it gets on my nerves. It's not the same. If you want to talk about what's going on in Sudan, I'll listen to you. We have kids and king, dying in Sudan. Everybody keeps talking about Palestine. What's this fixation? Is just because of the media? We had a lot of students in Sudan who escaped for their lives and returned back to Nigeria. Whenever, Sudan is boiling, Nigeria gets refugees. Anybody who grew up maybe in the 80s, 90s, when Darfur was, going on, we had a lot of refugees from Darfur. You see all those Arabs that were moving in the streets of, most of them were from Sudan. And now we are having the same problem and nobody talks about it. We're all talking about Palestine. What is this fixation? I really, really want to understand that. The people who call themselves Arabs, they don't want to take anybody from Palestine. They don't even talk about it. It's our brothers from South Africa that they flew all the way from the Cape of Good Hope and they flew to Geneva to report Israel of what Israel was doing, flew over Jordan, flew over Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Black people, we need to start, dealing with our problems. Palestine is not the problem of Saudi Arabia, of South Africa. And every day we keep praising them, all the Arabs just hide behind them. They're playing with Trump, but they are pushing South Africa in front to be in the courts for Palestine. Is this not a joke? And someone is trying to say, oh, South Africa is doing something good. Why South Africa is chasing out our brothers who are in their country and calling them thieves and criminals? The same South Africa that we saved and we fought for when they were crying, we were crying. Were the Arabs crying for them when they were crying? We were crying with them when they cried under apartheid. But they don't now, some white boys have decided to come to the US, to join some of their brothers, and then we're crying. What's our business? What's our business? South Africa, if you don't know, is a country of white people ruled by a black man. The saying is still true. The land is owned by white people. The government is not for black people. If somebody just meant land expropriation of land without compensation, it has not even happened in any scale that is reasonable. They sent us some mechanics to America to come and hang out. The people are not even farmers. Look, Trump, I didn't vote for Trump. Trump is my president. And, look, I actually do agree with many of the things he's doing. America has its own policy. America cannot change its policy just to fit our narrative. Look, America has to fight for America. Look, and people are here insulting Trump. Someone was calling man-child and all that. Go and try calling Tinubu man-child on channels. And you see, this West is giving us so much freedom, and we don't even appreciate it. We're all making dollars, making pounds, making euros, and we come and criticize their leaders. We call them idiots. We call them anything we want. Show some respect. He's a grandpa. The man is the president. Respect him. People, if you call Tinubu a drug addict, which he is, or somebody will say, oh no, he's our president, respect him, this one, that one. Or you call one pastor a thief. My brother Tony will start crying. Tony, sorry, or you have changed, but people are insulting Trump here. Someone who won an election free and fair in America. People voted for him. People steal election and people are respect the man and stop insulting the man. This is, it's not like I don't like Trump, but actually what he's doing, he's fighting for his people. No one here can say Trump is not patriotic. No one here can say Trump does not like America above any other country. You can say he's looking after his interests and his family is doing some. Of course, the man is doing some deals, but you can see America first in every other thing he's doing. Let our people go and behave like Trump. Let Tinubu go to the Arab countries and get their stuff and come back. Let him go and bring even $10 billion or 50 or 100 billion and come back. The man went on one weekend and collected 1 trillion. People are here insulting him. Africans that he brought are allowed to be here so that he can be helping them. You know, you want to go to Lagos and try. So please, let's not pile on Trump. We are enjoying the freedom the West has given us. If we want to fight, yes, there's a fight, but we should know where we are, and let's respect the man. Thank you very much.
Wow, Odi, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I'm always amazed, even when I'm not here, I'm listening to you guys, the diverse opinion that we have on this platform on any issue and every day. It's really amazing, and it leaves room for deeper conversations. When I'm listening to Odi, I was thinking, okay, so where do we start? Do we start by saying that something is wrong and it's wrong irrespective of where it's happening? Or do we wait until we deal with the one happening at home? Because when you look at South Africa and the role of South Africa, I think that I looked at South Africa as people who have gone through something unique. And when they see other people who are going through that, they have this moral obligation to say this is wrong. But if we say that South Africa should just stay and wait until the problems in Africa is solved before they can say that something is wrong and I can do something about it, that's up there for debate. But before we continue,
Sorry, can I mention something? Because you see, no one said South Africa, it has a unique place in history, and we know. But South Africa is doing something, as you know, in the Congo. It's not like their hands are not clean too. What they are doing in Congo is very controversial also, right? They can't even bring peace to the Congo. This Rwanda we're talking about happened in their nose. They didn't say anything. Go tell me what South Africa said when Rwanda was happening. What I'm saying is that you can't leave your kitchen and run to another man's kitchen. It's South Africa as rich as Oman and all this Qatar and all this UAE and Egypt. Why is it? Why are they drinking Panadol for their headache?
All right. Thank you so much. I don't want
to deviate. I mean, if somebody come say those who don't teach us things are wrong, you better make himself teach us better things. You understand? If you don't understand the allied nation, the relationship between the South Africa and China, and what is happening in the Congo, just so you don't know, rather than saying, "Oh, what they are doing in Congo," you just like today, just like the same thing the same thing what Bola Tinubu did in our neighboring country, right? Now, they do. It's taking all that from. So it's good make we put perspective to things, especially when we come in the name of saying every other person that spoke rubbish.
Spoke rubbish.
You understand? So it's good like that. So this thing, nobody has monopoly of knowledge, right?
All right. Thank you. We'll continue the conversation, but there's something I want to play. This is Thor TV. I think that's how he's called. Responding to Metiala. I don't know the time when this video came about, but it's interesting in connection to what Trump said in the Middle East. I want to bring it back home. Let's watch that video and see how he responded to the issue, the reasons that the Metiala people were giving why what's happening in Benue and Plateau, why it was happening and what could be done. Let's watch.
To a very robust engagement with our stakeholders, for we have seen that in the last 10 years, some of our members who live bohemian lifestyles have been so affected, and there had been no succor for them all over the place. And one very frightening incident we are seeing is that everybody associates them with criminality, but the criminals are only very few of them. We have urged governments, especially the northern state governments, to take action. We had been invited 6 years ago, to make a submission of what we think can work out, but nothing had happened. So we are now very happy that the federal government, with the new livestock development plan, will at least give some kind of breathing space so that our Bohemian brothers can find a way of livestock production that can be very peaceful. And we are very much happy that we are part of this. We will work hard. We have lost over 50,000 people, and we have lost over 5 million herds of livestock in the last 10 years, and there has never been any support. And unfortunately, the few who are involved in what is termed as criminality has tarnished the image of everybody. And wherever a Puldo is now seen, he is tagged as a criminal. And we suffer from the stigmatization of the media. We are the only group of people whose members, when they commit crime, it is all attributed to the whole race.
Now, I had to stop him here because this is very important. He's saying that they are the only people, when they commit, a member of their group commits a crime, it's attributed to the whole race. But this is very common in Nigerian history. This is what Nigerians do all the time. For somebody to now say that because they are now victims, they are beginning to see that. If you look at the history of Nigeria, you see that this is a very common thing, and we still do it till today. When someone who belongs to a group, we call it maybe Deeper Life, does something, people look at all Deeper Life members as bad people. But for him to realize it, and I think people realize these things only when they become the victim of that. But
I think this is a very dangerous trend, and it need to be taken care of by whoever is concerned. But we, as an association, our objective has all along been to encourage the modernization of livestock production system. We know that time has come, the land will not increase, and the population is increasing, so the continuous movement of our people across space that sometimes generate the conflicts that we are seeing, I think will have to come to an end. But it can only come to an end when government presents a viable alternative. You cannot change people's culture overnight. They suffer from climate change. They suffer from... It is only our people who don't depend on government. They are not looking for boreholes. As is and now, nobody gives them anything. If they go to hospital, they pay with their own money. So I think this kind of engagement will go a long way in helping our members find peace with other communities that they live with.
I want to appreciate the representative of Magban that spoke here. The difficulty in what we are dealing with, you are talking about herders and killer herders and criminals, is a situation where the mechanics are there and the madmen have joined them. They all dress in the same way. So if you come here and tell us that there are a few criminal elements that have joined the headers and they are spoiling the show for all of you, the model you need to first do is drive away the madmen among you. Any other story you tell us without doing it is playing to the gallery. If you have madmen among you, you know the madmen, deal with the madmen, let the Senate, the mechanics we know. The mechanics we know, in my illustration, were the original herders we knew that will come, growing up in this environment, they will come only with staff to guide the herds so that they will not destroy farms. That's the herders. In one of our meetings of Northern traditional rulers some years ago, a traditional ruler rose up and made the statement you made today, and my heart jumped. He said, you cannot change the culture of people overnight.
What culture are you talking about? Is it culture of killing? What culture are you talking about? Is it a nomadic culture of moving up and down? That culture didn't have problems. That culture didn't seek to take over our land. That culture didn't seek to kill us. That culture didn't seek to destroy our farms, our livelihoods. That's not the culture we know. What we have now are criminal headers carrying assault rifles, killing our people, maiming them, raping our women and our daughters, dispossessing us of our land, and even when we harvest our crops and bring them home, they come to our homes, destroy our houses, bring out our harvests for their cows to eat. Is that the culture? No, I beg to differ. Any culture that is killing people, maiming people, taking over their livelihoods, burning their property, does not require 1 second notice. That culture must end immediately. If you come with heads, we will show you where the land is fertile, the grass is green, you will eat. But if you come right on our farm, people busy working, you are killing them. You are destroying our livelihoods, our farms. A whole year's labor is destroyed. That's an alien culture that cannot be tolerated in our environment. So for your own people, the model I say is that let the mechanics join hands and deal with the madmen. Then we will accept you. We have always done that in the decades past, where if a cow strayed and destroyed any farm, they will come quickly, settle, pay compensation, and move on. Now, in my domain, in Kwande, they have taken over more than 4 wards, and are staying. In my domain in Way West, almost all the 15 wards have been taken over, and the people have run to around Naka, and there is kidnapping and road blockage on the way every day. That's not a culture that we can accommodate in Benue State. So, Markaban, deal with your internal issues. If you say they are madmen, that you don't know them, you know them. They dress like you. They talk like you. They carry AK-40 what? 7 like you. You can't deceive us. If they are talking like you, walking like you, carrying guns like you, killing us like you, how can you say you are not part of them? So first, deal with the madmen among you. And come and present yourself clean. We will accept you. We have always done. It's just that things have changed.
All right, that was the leader of the Tiv people in Benue State speaking. It sounded to me like the same as what Trump said in Saudi Arabia. Find these people, get rid of them, but it's more than that. But I want us to start that conversation from this point. CM.
Okay, and thank you, Rudolph. Actually, to be honest with you, I will say I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. I will say I'm surprised that the third thief spoke the way he spoke, but I will say I'm not surprised because before him, the former governor, Samuel Oton, has already made it open. Fulani headsmen, this their maruding something, has nothing to do with animal husbandry. I can bet my life on it. It has nothing to do with animal husbandry, just to perpetrate an ideology started by Osman Danfodio that came to an end in 1804. That's just what they are doing. In the southeast, there are ranches, not one. I can mention names. There's one they call Ohaneze Ranch. In Enugu, they don't drive cattle. If the Fulanis are serious, come down to Enugu, put your own side by side. It's business. You can't be heading more than 200 cattle. One cattle now is about 1 million or more than that. You can volunteer 5 million. There are land you can buy any part of the southern Nigeria for 250,000, 500,000. You can get a plot of land in some rural areas. You buy like 1 hectare or whatever, any plot. You drill a borehole there, bring out water from the soil. There is grass for you. I don't need to say it. The nearest university, faculty of agriculture or veterinary medicine, you engage the veterinary head of department. Once every 3 months, they come and inspect your flock. It's pure business. The only thing that pains me when I hear this is that my Igbo brothers are here to realize that it is better to invest that their 100 million than to using it to go and then cover one swamp in Lagos. After 3 years, they come and demolish it that you don't have CFO, and the money goes like that. Bring that 100 million down to the east. Come and establish a ranch. There is so much money to be made in it. No need for dollar. You don't believe on exchange rate. Nobody will come and demolish it. Then you spend 500 million putting up a mansion in Lekki. Then one alaye will come and tell you we demolish it. Go to your place. You are wasting time. So back to Yetiala issue. All what they are doing is to Fulani, just to make sure that they plant Fulani in every part of Nigeria. Fulani, for those who do not know, they are not indigenous to Nigeria. They are not. That's why they are wandering. If you look at this book, it's called the Harold Smith story. These are the people that rigged the election in Nigeria, the independence election 1959. It will tell you the whole thing here. A squalid end to an empire. Because of this, so people can take it, go and buy it and read. You will hear this whole thing. The man came here in his attempt to draw map of Nigeria. If you look at it, there is no ethnic group that is not represented here. In the south, there is none. Ogoni, Bini, Isan, anywhere you mention, they are here. Look at the whole of this. It's called the Hausa land. There is no Fulani anywhere. There is no Fulani. So these are people that are invaders. They just came from one area wandering, even whatever, come and dictate the politics of Nigeria. They are not. So this number they are driving every part of up and down is just to camouflage. Their intent, where you see them making noise, is just because they want to install their people everywhere. When they get to a place and you allow them to remain there, they will instigate a crisis. Federal government now say, okay, divide the local government and give them. People should tell you the history of just not local government, how it came to be. Let the Biron tell you. So what the Thought TV is telling, the audience, they are just pretense. If indeed their aim of this thing is to feed their cattle and make money, there is land. Come and buy land, they keep them there. keep them there, feed them whatever you want to feed them, than to drive a cattle from Katsina to River State because you just want to do something. So this is a nonsense. I thank God that the third thief spoke the way he spoke. They should not give them chance at all. Fulanis are not Nigerians. Forget about they will be installing president and vice and all this nonsense. They are not. They know it. Pat Yotomi once said it one time. He said why the Fulani, some Fulani friend told him that why they are talking of unity is because they don't have any stake, no cradle in Nigeria. Unlike the Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, everybody, TV, you can point. Hausa can point to their place. Kanuri, they have. Where is Fulani? Where is their cradle in Nigeria? Before some political myopic people will come and be talking nonsense. That is why they are driving cattle, just to cover. Why don't they do it in Ghana? Why don't they do it in Guinea? It's only in Nigeria because they feel Nigeria belongs to them. Because the British gave them the upper hand, so that through the Fulani they will be sucking Nigerian resources. We know what is going on, but thank God the Third TV say they are now standing firm to challenge them. This is rubbish. Fulanization has come to an end. It can never work in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Let me. I know I see people like Tony and Ike. I will come to you guys in a while. Let me hear from people who just joined us. Also, let me inform people. There are a few things I was told to inform everybody. The ladies' show is not going to happen this week, but it will happen next week. They're off today.
Hey, thank God.
Who's saying this? And then, of course, Forefathers is not here. There's a chance that he might come in, but if he's not here in the next probably 30-something minutes, I'll have to round up. But yeah, and one more thing. Oh, I was told that to please share and like the show so that I can see some of my my moderators are coming in. So that's good. They can help me because there were some comments on the comment section. I couldn't monitor what was going on because I'm trying to concentrate on this, but I see some moderators here now. So please like and share this this broadcast, and if you can support us any amount you can give us, $1, $2, whatever. It helps to support this show. All right, let's go to Dexter. You're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the panel. I think CM has kind of rounded the point up, except we want to deceive ourselves. I think the question is going forward. I mean, the Fulanis are not indigenous to Nigeria. Well, what I would say in conclusion, I think there was I listened to a podcast recently. I think it's Out of the Box podcast. I think that was the video was released today, and it was done by a guy they call Captain Blade. He's retired from the Nigerian Army, and basically what he said is, so this Nigerian problem, really, it's a cash cow for some people. Whether I would call it colonization and all that, and all the insecurity, it's a big cash cow, and he worked in the intelligence agency, and he said that he developed a blueprint on how to defeat the insurgents, Boko Haram, every security threat. They've developed the blueprint on how to deal with it, and no government actually takes to action. Said somebody that is like you can consider to be Tinubu's ears. They have given him the blueprint how to defeat the insurgents. Nothing is being done. And his conclusion, he says, if you are complaining about something consistently, you might be complaining to the problem, And once you realize you are complaining to the problem, you have to stop, So he stopped, basically, stopped. So he doesn't even grant interviews because they've provided a blueprint. This is somebody that works with the intelligence agency in the Nigerian Army, although he's retired now. So the problem we have in our country, whether we call it Fulani, whatever, I think it's more like an ideology that has been put, and when people are wired in a certain way, it's like they have been encoded. The average Nigerian has actually been encoded somehow now to see the Fulanis as not just as a people now, as the enemies or as the enemy of the state. You know, it's a huge disservice to the Fulani people because we have good Fulani people. Let us not. We can't say that they're all bad, but it's a big, huge disservice to the good one because the next generation is actually being coded that hard coded now that Fulanis are the enemies, Fulanis are the enemies, which is actually not good. And because you have people in leadership who are making money from it, you know, who are thriving from it, you know, they don't want it to end. You know, if it's so Nigeria is not actually collectively a country, you know, as much as we want to say it is, it's actually not collectively a nation because the people don't unite under anything. I think I heard somebody say something. The only thing that unites Nigeria is when they are fighting against the Igbos. I don't know who said that on this platform. Everybody will now come together. Yes, you know these people are, you know. But if you look at it, you can't actually identify an ideology that you will say when you mention it, all Nigerians to come together and march forward. You understand? You have division in many countries of the world. If you go to places like UK, you have division. But the truth about it is that the moment if a country declares war in the UK like this, everybody, if terrorists attack somewhere, everybody, they will forget about their party difference, they will forget about all that, and they will stand behind and march. There's nothing that unites Nigeria, you know, and so all we have is what divides us. And since our leaders are not ready, but I think the onus actually is on people like us, you know, because unfortunately, between 1963 to now, that's how many years? We are talking about close to more than 60 years. So we can't still be aligned the Gowan narrative to be what is driving us. I think it's a disgrace to our generation, to people like us, to people like me, you know, because for how many years the Gowan narrative is what has been driving the nation, you know, and we just accepted it. The truth about it that we are supposed to have made a paradigm shift, you know, completely shift away from that. It's for us to take the battle. And truth about it is that we cannot keep on. I know there's this ideology of respect, but you can't change an ideology if you keep on lying down for the perpetrators of the ideology. You know, or maybe somehow our traditions have coded us into just subservience, you know, but it's wrong. You know, so I think it holds on us to actually not just to be talkers, not just to be talking, but what we should be doing and not just doing, we should be educating the young generation, the next people coming up that this is not normal and it's unacceptable. And if doing the right thing means you have to step on the toes or step on the heads of the so-called elders, then actually you have to do the right thing and step on their heads because that's the only way nations are formed. Thank you.
All right, Dexter, thank you so much. Let me hear from Local P. Supports diaspora voting.
All right. I don't know what happened. The damage you just threw me out that first time. You didn't bring me back again. We just at the backstage. I wanted to tell you like I think I sent you a message. I don't know if you got it anyway. But like
No, on WhatsApp.
The glitch happened again. I don't know for the JAMB.
It happened again?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah. So we're even writing the exam inside the exam mode. The system just shut down. Yes. That time you took me out. 5 minutes time. I wanted to
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I was
like, I said, well, no problem. Make a boom.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, yep. Again. Anyways, for the Fulani Kinikon, yeah. For me, I think it's bigger than because for me, like I tell people, if you play chess game, sometimes you read your enemy. Like if something's happening consistently, you why? There must be a reason. I think this is beyond Fulani taking land. You understand? For people to move, try to migrate to a place, yeah, it's not really a bad thing, but security concerns needs to be looked at for if they have ulterior motive for moving down there. Like you can't tell okay, like the UK right now, yeah, everybody's coming to the UK. You understand? But because they are allowing people to come to the UK, doesn't mean they want to change their culture or take over them or see that security risk. No, it's just because for economic reasons, sometimes we want to keep this culture, this and that. Let's try and moderate. You understand? So they are moving, Fulani people moving, to a place might not really be a bad thing per se, unless there's sinister motive. But for me, like I said, this is bigger than moving. I think it goes beyond like let there be food scarcity in the land. Let these people not be productive. To your stance. So maybe this ideology of trying to sell GMO seeds to Africa or Nigeria, especially Nigeria, probably that might just be a reason. Because I see no reason why you have forests in the north. This cow, they don't select food. They call them cow for a reason. They call them olive for a reason. They see grass and they eat. They see even dry leaves, they eat after they are hungry. They even see rubbish and they eat. But you have some bizarre forests there that they can go there and feast till they die. But you don't want to take them there. You want to take them to the south because you feel they have fresher leaves in the south. I don't know why. But I think, like I said,
it's about water. It's about water.
It's not even water. My brother, look, it's not even water. Look, they are animals. Yeah, their system are built different. You get me? If it's about water, the trek that they trek from north to south is enough to even dry the water in their system. You understand?
They follow the seasons.
It's not about season. No, look, I'm telling you, it's bigger than that. Look, these northern governors, these allergies, they have money to dig borehole and give them clean water. They can do it. So you can't tell me because of water. You have like 6 or 10 cows. You know how much is one? Then you tell me you have to trek from north to south just to go and look for water.
And if there's no grass, you give them rubbish to eat, and you eat that cow.
No, what do you mean rubbish? There's no rubbish anyway. Grass can grow anywhere.
No, that was what you said. You said if there's no grass, just give them rubbish. They'll eat it.
If there's no grass, I think they can eat rubbish. That doesn't mean you give them rubbish. They can eat rubbish. Doesn't mean you give them rubbish.
Would you eat a cow? You think these people?
No, but listen. Look. Even the one they eat, the lambs that they say here, there are some that are grass fed. There are some that are chemical fed, and they still sell it
And
in the
there's
market.
there's some that eat rubbish.
I say chemical fed. Chemical fed is not part of rubbish.
Yeah,
Let me my chain of thought. Like I said, there are also a game. Like I think for me, I believe that you can call it conspiracy theory. That there's also a game plan to make sure that there's food scarcity. You can see the reason why you just leave a place that there's no farm and there's grass there. You will not go and feast on that one. You rather go to a place that there are farm lands, there are food stuff there about to be harvested, and you go down deliberately eat them and you video yourself and post it out there. In the name of what? What are you trying to gain? So I think there's just probably deliberate act to make sure that there's food scarcity, there's food shortage, because we always believe that yes, food comes from the north. Why we think we are smart, we don't farm here, and we do virtually oil and gas and politics to make money. You understand? And spend money to get what we want. Why those people over there, they are more into farming. So if we are doing farming here, probably to gain control or whatever, they can come and destroy our farm, so we have nothing to eat, nothing to feed on or whatever, and they get their stuff and they win. So this might just be a ploy to sell GMO seeds in the near future. Nobody can tell, because these people are funded not by the Hausa leaders. I can tell you they might be funded by foreigners. You understand? Just to make sure they keep us where we are all the time. So that's just my little sense about this anyway. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Local P. Ike, you're next.
Yeah, I think the king spoke well, and I think, but I think they didn't start speaking in time. It has become an epidemic in Nigeria, and it's too late to control the situation of the Fulani herdsmen everywhere. So, like Lokopi said, I don't want Nigerians to anybody that have a farm and planted something in the farm, and you say that it is good, that somebody from nowhere will come with his cow and eat everything that is in that farm. My brother and sister, I don't know the kind of conscience we have. Nobody tell them not to go and eat grass if they find grass anywhere. Like Local P says, some Bisa forest, they are running away. They can eat grass the next 20 years. That is grass in Sambisa forest. But if you want to say we want to accommodate you somewhere else, why should it be on people's farm? Why should you go to where somebody has to do his farm to destroy the farm? Because most of us who are living outside Nigeria, most of us are into farm business also. So you will be happy that after spending money, one crazy person from somewhere will come with a cow to destroy everything that have been planted in your farm. There are women without husband that has more than 8-7 children, that they feed their family with what they cultivate in the farm. They don't have anybody to speak for them. They don't have their sons or brothers who is money, who live somewhere, who can be sending them money every day to feed their family. And a woman without a husband will go and suffer to cultivate a farmland. And somebody will bring a cow with AK-47. Do you really know? Sometimes when we speak here, somebody who is a cattle rearer will be going somewhere with AK-47. What an argument are we Nigerians making in this place? For God's sake. Somebody that is riding a cow.
He has nothing about
AK-47.
this guy. No.
And somebody is making an argument. If you are riding a cow, what business does your cow have with AK-47? I mean, this is madness. You don't expect a widow woman that has about 6-7 children, that is only her livelihood is about farming. And after so many months of cultivating and the things growing in the farm that she will use to feed the family, or go to say to get money to buy fish and meat to be able to cook a soup for the family, somebody will come from somewhere with cows and destroy those things. And we're defending indefensible here. Listen. You see, Nigeria is happy. Listen, you see, this country you call Nigeria is happening to everybody. And there is nobody that is going to escape what is going on in Nigeria. Because when what all of us are building, this pregnancy that Nigeria has right now, the time is going to deliver that pregnancy, there is not going to be any hiding place for anybody in Nigeria. And I think after then we will know that whether we are going to have a country. Nobody is against anybody. But you don't use your business to destroy another person's business. Because farming is business. The cattle you rear is business. And the people that own these farms are senators, millionaires of their largest in the north. They are the people that own all this cow. And at the end of the day, they will move their agbada like this, and they'll come to the National Assembly and begin to tell me nonsense on the National Assembly. I don't know how anybody can defend what is going on with these people. If somebody that is going to a farm will go to a farm with AK-47, which means you are not just rearing a farm, you are not just rearing a cow, but you have a mission to accomplish with your AK-47. You're confronting a woman that is armless in the farm with her children cultivating. You confront them with AK-47. What will you want that woman to do in the farm? Or a man in the farm that you confronted with AK-47? What is your mission with AK-47? That is a question. All these people that are arguing about what these people are doing has not convinced me why somebody that is riding a car should go with AK-47. Nobody has given me the answer to that question. Nobody has convinced me why it should be that.
All right.
None of us here can give human life. Nobody here can give life, because life is precious. And for somebody that is doing his legitimate business, and somebody will walk from about 5,000 kilometers away to come to that place, destroy whatever they have planted, and kill the people, rip out children in a mother's belly, it's evil.
Thank you, Ike. I speak the truth.
Okay, so first of all, let me correct something that was said earlier by Audie. Audie said Gamal Abdel Nasser was not a Pan-Africanist. He definitely was, a very staunch one too. This is someone that worked very closely with Patrice Lumumba and Kwame Nkrumah, which also led to the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, which he actually was one of the founders. The OAU, which we know today as the African Union. So was he also into pan-Arabism? He was. But two things can be right. He actually supported a united Arab state and a united Africa. So he actually was. So I just wanted to debunk that assertion. Now,
Yeah, that's disingenuous. You can't be both, you know.
yeah, yes, you definitely can. I just made statements. Was he a founder? Did he work with Patrice Lumumba and Kwame Nkrumah in founding the Organization of African Unity? Yes, he did. Good. So moving forward, with regards to the Fulani herdsmen, what you started off with, and this is a danger which I think the ordinary citizens seem to propagate, which also leads to them being used by the politicians. You, Rudolph, the first thing you played was a tape, and you made a slight assertion on the danger of grouping people together and condemning them for the actions of a minority in their group, namely ethnic in this case. And you played a video of a certain man, I cannot remember his name now, complaining about that. After playing that, you played the thief king, who also went back to grouping these people as one. And this is the position that most of the panelists have taken. And I think when they do this, they inadvertently fall into the hands of the politicians, the Nigerian politicians in this
Hold on,
situation.
before you continue, I speak the truth.
Right.
What the king said was that he used an illustration, he used a metaphor of the mechanics
and the madman.
And he said to them, go and identify the mad people in your group that you dress alike. Okay. And to me, it's why I brought it up simply was similar to what Trump said in the Middle East. He said to them, these guys are amongst you. They go to the same mosque with you. You have to deal with them, you know. So that's the only thing I pointed out.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm actually on your side. But if we were to look at the Middle East, I think context would matter, where I will disagree with Trump, where I probably will take the position of, well, you created the situation where these terrorists could be able to foment trouble, and you finance them in becoming an organized formation today. And I think that is a position that people that are in the know most people would agree with that. You can't dispute it. America actually led to the formation of groups like ISIS and Al Qaeda and the Islamic Brotherhood. But that is on another side. Now, with Africa, with Nigeria, my position was the king was talking out of both mouths, and you see it on this panel. You tell people to go face an unarmed group, unarmed people, right? This is what I thought he was alluding to when he said, well, you know these people, when he used the metaphor of the mechanics and the madman. You know these people, they dress like you, they speak like you, they live amongst you, right? But then in the next vein, what did he do? And this is the danger that I'm speaking about. He said they are armed just like you. This meaning that he's basically indicting the entire Fulani group, saying they are also armed like the terrorists, the marauders, the herdsmen that we are accusing of committing all these atrocities. And I'm saying that is a danger. At some point, I think we have to separate the fact that there are good ones and there are bad ones. We can't just lump them together. I think people do this subconsciously without even realizing it, without even hearing what they're saying. So if you're saying these people are bad, they are coming down south and taking over people's farms. I mean, we heard someone saying, well, why don't we feed them rubbish, pretending like all of a sudden you are a rancher. All of a sudden you know how the cattle business runs. Why don't we put them here? Listen, these people, there are videos of them, admittedly, because of the tensions in Nigeria today. There are videos of the Fulanis, innocent ones at this point, because if they had gone, they would have probably shot back. There are videos of them bringing their cows to southeastern Nigeria and their cows being mowed down with people with guns, with assault rifles. So tensions like this that keep brewing like this are the things I think, instead of us taking sides, instead of Nigerians pointing fingers, instead of Nigerians indicting each other and going with the games that the politicians make, maybe we should be pushing for more control, for example, of our law enforcement organizations. Because if we had in every state in Nigeria, which I don't think it is possible or feasible or sensible at this point, but moving forward, if we had even 10 states in a pilot project where they control their own local law enforcement, meaning we can graph it based on location, we can organize it based on maybe situations in certain parts of the country, what we're trying to stop, saying, okay, XYZ states, there will be a private pilot project with federal government oversight. You control your own policing, and then we can maybe stop, maybe not stop, but maybe we could check and reduce the incidents that these incursions cause. But if we stay on here and then what we do is bash an entire ethnic group, bash an entire region, and we're not going to find a solution. And this is exactly what the politicians want, so I think I'm just going to leave it at that until.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
okay. One moment, Rudolph, please, one moment, because the issue is animal husbandry. The issue that is just the forget about any other thing is just mere bullshit. The issue is about animal husbandry. Ganduje, Governor Ganduje, the APC national chairman, told them, come to the north, I have land in Kano, it will contain you, stop going to the south. It's on record. The issue of driving cattle is not about animal. It's to perpetrate a Fulani civilization by force. What Usman Danfodio could do to achieve. That is the whole business of all this. If that grass in Benue State, like Governor Norton told you, Governor Norton said, if you feel the grass in Benue State is so delicious for your cow, come and buy land, a farm. You can't go and destroy his farm. Is that simple to understand? Why are we just trying to just bring in different convoluted theory to do this, do this? These
Rudolph,
are
is
not.
it okay if I respond, please?
Hold
Listen.
on.
These are just pure rubbish. Example: the former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, established a ranch in Ekiti State. If you Fulani, you want to Ekiti State, go to Ekiti State. They will sell land to you, put it there, such that the next woman who cultivates tomato, you can't go and destroy her tomato. That's what we are saying. That's what Ike Alamefle was saying, by widows, depending on their farm. So what are we trying to bring? One type of convoluted logic, illogical logic, trying to come and brand. What are we embellishing? That we should allow Fulani? We are insulting a ethnic group. They go to the southeast. They're gone there. What are they going to the southeast for?
All right.
Don't
I didn't
drive
say
your
that.
cattle.
So
If you want to buy land in the southeast, come and buy land and establish. Not that you drive your cattle. Now only you knows that in the southeast, when they go there, the southeast will use them for fake game and start to shoot their video. Man, this is arrant nonsense and monstrous rubbish. Let us for once pretend. When we come here to speak, let us just pretend. Let us just pretend that we are human beings. This is animal husband. This is pure business for
Rudolph,
God's
is it
sake.
a
They say that
It's
for
okay
billions.
now. Let speakers
What are we
speak.
talking?
You guys are disorganizing everything.
What
All right.
nonsense? Come
All
here
right.
and be talking nonsense and talking down people. In the southeast, they shoot them gone. Who are you trying to incite?
All right.
Who are you trying to
So
gaslight? I beg, get out.
CM, no,
Nonsense. Who are you trying
it's
to
all right.
gaslight?
It's all right. Ignore.
Yeah,
So
CM, don't be rude now.
Rubbish.
You
let
calm
him.
down.
Come on, but you heard him say it. In the southeast,
It's
they
okay,
gone down.
please. Let's
You should
calm
have
down,
waited in
please,
the
all of us.
midnight. You start your session in the midnight. I wonder why you are not in your Hamas uniform today. Nonsense.
All
Come
right.
on.
So I think this is the danger again that I'm saying of grouping people and just you cannot speak from both sides of the mouth. Okay, it's either you truly want peace and you call out the problems, or you are just a bigot, as we've just seen right now. There have been incidents, and I'm not even going to reiterate that much on it, but there actually have been incidents where innocent herders, and I did say maybe, well, not maybe, definitely due to the tensions in Nigeria right now, they had their cows killed, you know. So if it's either we want a solution to all these problems or we just still want to keep propagating this infantile nurture of ethnic superiority or that will eventually and inevitably lead to an ethnic skirmish. This is where Nigeria is headed, because once you people come on here, instead of looking for a genuine solution to a very serious problem, you come on here and you keep pointing at these people and you group them together without fit. That'd be like someone coming on here saying everybody is related to the IPOP or the ESN without genuinely looking at the position that this is a group of. Go ahead, Rudolph, if you have something to say.
I wanted to say something. I feel like I'm a panelist now,
right?
but which is not what I want.
Please. Not this
Which is
rambling.
not
I
what I
don't
want to do.
understand all this rambling.
I speak the truth. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
the what was in my mind. I know that I've seen videos where cows were being killed. There was poisoning that happened recently. But the question I want for you to think about, if you are bringing it up, that's not the reason why they carry the guns. What is happening now, and which is the danger in not dealing with this issue, when you have a king like Talk TV saying what he said. Normally, those people are very diplomatic. When you have governors saying the things they are saying now, when you have someone like Danjuma saying the things, it has got to the point where they can no longer deal with that. And someone pointed it out here that if I were to be Fulani, I would be worried, and they are worried. And I've talked to some of them. Some of them came here. They are worried that it's not sustainable. What are you going to do? We have a governor of Bauchi State come out to say that they had to carry guns.
They don't have to carry guns.
That's what he said. He supported that. He said
no,
that.
No, I'm saying me in my position. I'm not supporting.
So I'm saying, yeah. So the point is this: you're pointing it out as if it's a consequence of what was going on and the fact that the states could not deal with the problem. People now are taking the laws into their hands. So if you don't put it in that context, it appears as if you are, you know, this is what Chimamanda talked about. It depends on the point in history that you start your story. If you start the story from the point where somebody is shooting the cow, then that's a different story. But if you start it from where somebody with a cow is destroying the farm, and that's a different story.
No, my point actually, Rudolph, is that there are people destroying these farms. There are people ethnically cleansing people that are non-Fulanis. There is a group primarily made up of Fulanis doing these things. We know that. There are people running around with guns, AK-47s, all kinds of assault rifles. We know these things. My crux and what I was trying to position myself is that we should not group the entire Fulanis. At one point when I started coming on the show, they had a tendency to group the entire North. Now, they have changed course, and now they are separating the Fulanis from other Northerners because of what is happening in the Middle Belt. Now it is, well, now we're not going to castigate the entire North. We will ally ourselves with the Hausas. Now it is the fault of the entire Fulanis. This is what is happening. And I'm saying this is not right. There is a group of Fulanis, yes, a minute group, I dare say, that are causing all this carnage and chaos all around Nigeria. Nobody is calling them innocent. No, but I'm saying painting them, the entire group, with the same brush. I think that is a danger that Nigerians should try to avert.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, it looks like you've been skipping me.
That's why you should speak up now. At this point, I'm
Even me too. Even me too. You skip me. I don't know what I do. I never thought you don't skip me.
At this
Okay,
point,
may you share God though.
I'm disoriented.
No.
So let me get Ovia. I wanted you to speak next. I'll get you, and then Tony, I'll get you in. But please, at this point, anybody who is feeling that they've not been brought in, let me know. I need to be reminded. Ovia, go ahead.
I think it's a Prince. Or join. I think it's Prince, the SDP presidential candidate, that stated that we are victim of history. You know, to understand Ruga, you need to understand One Belt, One Road initiative, which is BRI. To understand BRI, you need to understand One Sleep Road. Now, what am I saying? To understand what is happening, you have to actually understand World War One. If you don't understand World War One, I put it to you, you have no clue what is going on. Even the trip that Trump made to the Arab Emirates, all play into the game. Now, who are the major sponsor and influence of the Arab ideology and Islamic governance? Was the Ottoman Empire. I would say one of the casualties of the First World War, or one of the reasons for World War was fired, was because of the Ottoman Empire. So the fall of that empowered the West, who want to scavenge the Africa as we know it, which now put that competition, push the Arab invasion coming from the Usman down to Iloni before. So if you understand that the ideology, why they lost the battle within the 100 to 80 years, it is because the power dynamic shift. Now, pretty much the world was dominated by the Western world, led by United States. So what you are seeing today is that, yes, we are not going to have Ottoman Empire as it was again, but we are going to have some very influential states in the Middle East based on the arrangement that is going on between the US and that region in terms of energy and the future technology. Already, the influence of the Arab world is back on the continent, especially the Sahel region, in terms of investing heavily in media, energy drilling, and all that. What they are doing is that they collaborate with the experts, the Indians, and today now the West. So most of the conversation we are having, most of all this is being influenced by the Arab money, as we know it. So why we should pay attention to the signal rather than the noise about the trip to the Arab world is that power that the Europe was exercising over our region is going to go back to the Arab world like the way it used to be before the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Why? Because they have demonstrated that yes, we are not just ready. We are not just ready to be at the forefront of the new revolution, but we want to be dominant. Why? Because they have the energy. It takes a lot of energy to build the infrastructure that will dominate AI. So they are ready. So what you are seeing a while ago, I was asking question: the future of Nigeria, is it going to be an Islamic state, or is Islamic social state, or a capitalist society run pretty much dominated by the latest technology? I've been asking that question, and that question still stands because Dr. Damage, if I come your house, they follow you, they argue back and forth how your son, which school your son should go. you've already lost the fight. Because I should not have access to your living room, be having that conversation in the first place. Now, why am I using that argument? As we speak, the Nigerian state, politically speaking, is dominated by the North. People say the North no be there. The North, politically speaking, one ideology dominates, whether we like it or not. And by the time they dominate 100% the political structure of Nigeria, one day they will declare an Islamic state. And guess what? If you think that the United States today, who is still going trying to make sure it cuts Chinese, isolate Chinese to their own destiny, we give a damn about what happened to us, we are deceiving ourselves. So we should look it from that ideology perspective. All this and yeah, they are 2% in the bush, they are 2%, but all these are low hanging fruits. Does it matter? How many percent of them invaded the Sokoto? How many percent of them they government? How many percent of the Igbos they government? How many percent of the Yorubas they government? The idea that we should not paint everybody as one picture, and to me, it's a very lazy intellectual argument here. That's not the point. Now, few people they do it before, not be everybody. now, interest matters. What is behind that few people? According to Pulo, 7% they bush, I be 2%, 7% they bush, 2% they city. But what is the ideology? Now, two ideology is one. So our future is what we should be asking. Where is it headed? Who is going to control us going forward? Because that is the game I play. They made that trip to the Arab world is again to actually make sure that region doesn't go with the Chinese. Because those who are following the American system, or that we understand that Biden administration actually locked them out. No population of semiconductors, no that shit. So as soon as Trump come, they understand that they are moving towards the Chinese already because of that. So hence the heavy fiesta and festival that took place. So there is a lot happening. All you need to do is actually looking from ideology point of view. But I put it to anybody, if you don't understand why World War happened and the aftermath of World War One, you have no clue of what is going on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Tony, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I looked at the video that you played, where that of Trump first, and then that of the one where the representative of Mayeti Allah spoke, as well as the third chief. And yes, there's a correlation. I see the point you're trying to make. But with respect to the second video, the one that concerns our Nigerian brothers, I don't think there's anything new that has been said there. We know the position of Mayati Allah. If you go back to the past, they have threatened brimstone, rain, and thunder, you know. And if you look at his speech, I was taking some note. Twice he used the word Bohemian. I don't know who he was calling Bohemian. And then the third thief himself used the word mechanics. And then he used the word madman, thrice. So if you look at the language on both sides, you would see that that's not a conciliatory language. Everybody just holding his gun, gunpowder. The point is that we know the issues. You don't need anybody to tell you that if you walk your cattle to somebody's farm and you are seen in a video, cutting down his cornfields, uprooting his cassava stump and feeding it, sometimes malicious. You don't need anybody to tell you that that is malicious, that's a trespass and malicious damage to somebody's sweat and somebody's investment. And for anybody to stay and not say this is wrong, and then call their people to say, don't do this. Don't go to people's farm. Don't walk your cattle to, because it's deliberate. Okay, so this is not a new issue. Obadiah Melafia talked about it, and he died in mysterious circumstances. Autumn talked about it. Nothing happened. A governor, and we have people who have won. We have Danjuma. We have the Director General of SSS. You know, we know the issues. So we cannot say that this is by mistake or this is deliberate. And these videos are out there in social media. Everybody is seeing it. Even those who are sponsoring them are seeing it. So if we pretend that nothing is happening, if you touch my people, they will be thunder, they will kill. You know, the other person says, you know, so we're not serious. I think the government we need the government, the political will to fight this thing is not there. I mean, we have seen someone, for instance, one Wadume, for instance, who was caught. You know, he was apprehended because of his terrorist acts, what he was doing, and so on and so forth. And he was released, and he was actually threatening. He came out to be threatening people. This is a known criminal. So if we want to address the problem, all this talk that we're talking, we know what is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. In this platform, someone, I won't call his name, someone posted something. He said Obi would never be president of Nigeria. I looked at it and I laughed. And I was asking myself, what relationship does this have with the discussion that we're having? If Obi is not the president of Nigeria, so what? What happens? Nigeria will be good or Nigeria will fall? It's absolutely unnecessary, but you can see the trend. You can see the level of thinking. You can see the hatred. So the point here, you know, that I'm trying to make is that, you know, the talkative spoke well, but at the end of the day, this will just end, you know, is he going to fight with his mouth? Is he going to fight alone? This is not just about thief land. This is about the entire country. So if we don't come out and begin to, you know, deal with this situation ruthlessly, you need a leader that has a political will that will deal with this issue, not just by mouthing it. I saw a video of a Reverend Father, Catholic priest. He was doing his mass, and he had an AK-47 right behind him in a church. In a church. So we know these things. I think we're not serious, because if we are serious, it will not be difficult for us to say who are the guys doing this. These are Fulanis, whether they get angry or not. If they feel angry, let them talk to their people and say, listen, you people are staining us. We don't want this thing. Everybody's calling Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. Stop this thing. And they will stop it. You know, why are they allowed to take AK-47? Why? What's the point? Who's killing them? What is the intention? Why that transformation from just the club that they used to carry to AK-47? And it's allowed. And some other people are not allowed to take AK-47. So if we really want peace, if we want this nation to progress, because this thing we're seeing is going to degenerate into something that we can never, it's going to snowball into something that we never ever imagine. Because when you push a goat, you know, gets to a point where it will turn back and face you. So my point is we should just be honest with ourselves. There is a reason why these things are happening. There is a reason. Even where you have grasses, the guy will leave the grass and walk straight into someone's farm. Why? What's the intention? If not to do damage. And we see. And we come here and we'll be saying, and you know, our leaders are saying nonsense. They are painting some people black. They're painting. What kind of nonsense is that? You see what's happening. People, you know, lives. People are killed. People are maimed. We see it, and we're pretending as if nothing. And we're waiting for Trump or somebody to come and you know, come and rescue us. If we don't deal with this issue, it's going to consume everybody. Both those who are carrying AK-47 and those who they are being killed. I'll just stop there.
All right. Thank you, Tony. I think
Doctor,
back in.
Doctor, Ekaite Udo, the ask of source of the books where we mentioned.
Oh, source of the books. Okay.
Source of the books that we mentioned.
Okay. All right. I think.
Make I tell him. That's why.
Yes, CM is here. CM is here. CM will. I think.
I mentioned about three. Let me tell him.
Can you type it on the comment section? Maybe that will help. But I want to get KJ. Can you hold on? Okay. Let me get Gozeka. She's joining us from Nigeria. I've not seen her in a long time. Gozeka, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. It's been a while.
Yeah. Gozeka, happy New Year. I heard Tinubu is treating you nice. You don't want to show up
I
again.
wish
That's
it
what
was.
Dr. Damages told us.
I'm going to be very quick because I don't have much to say. And number two, the rain is falling and there is a thunderstorm, and I'm very scared of thunder. So I want to be very quick and run off and go and hide. I promised myself I was not going to be commenting on Nigerian issues anymore because I'm drained. Oh God, I'm drained. But I can't just help it sometimes, especially this Fulani convo. I had to come in because it's beginning to sound very funny. It's beginning to sound very, very funny. It's no longer that people are playing ostrich. I think they are deliberately being disingenuous this time around. And it reminds me of something that Lee Wen once said in an interview. He said that he does not know what racism is. Why? Because when he was 12 years old and was shot, and the police came to the house, policemen walked over him and were busy looking for guns and drugs, and they left him for dead. He was just 12 years old. He had a gunshot wound to his chest. And he said it was one of the police officers, a white man, who screamed at them and told them to call an ambulance, that this boy is hurt. Why would they leave him to go look for evidence? So he says because of that, because the man that saved his life literally was white, because of that he does not know what racism is. And because the people that ran over him to go look for evidence were blacks, he cannot relate to racism, because if a white man could save his life, that means there's no such thing as racism, at least in his own books. This is what is playing out with people in Nigeria. If you know they happen to me, it doesn't happen. If they never kidnap anybody from my family, you know they kidnap. If they never enter our village, you know they exist. If it happen for the other side, you know consign me. This, I've said it before, that this mindset will be our undoing. And I remember not too long ago when the people in the south used to make jokes, not jokes, used to make very snide remarks about what was happening in the north. They would say that they should be killing themselves there. They don't consign them. They should be killing themselves. They want to kill themselves. They should be killing themselves. And they could not relate to the fact that there was insecurity going on in the north. They only pitied their relatives and were constantly telling their relatives, you know, we'll come back from there. You know, we'll come back from there. But look at what is happening now. It's everywhere. So that is, I think that is the only point it will get to for people to stop being this disingenuous. Because you cannot, for God's sake, you cannot with every good conscience pretend you do not know what is going on with the Fulani herdsmen in Nigeria. You cannot pretend. There is no way to say it. There's no being politically correct about it. And I don't know which is more annoying. The people that want to claim that because they can't relate, it's not happening, or it's not as bad as we're making it seem, or we are lumping everybody in. I don't know if theirs is more annoying than those that will remind us, oh, Shebi people were fighting IPOB. And I'm like, don't get me started. This is apple and oranges. And if you want to go down, that route, it's not end well. I've seen a lot of comments from people that are supposed to have sense, but unfortunately they don't, saying, oh, Shebi people were asking for the arrest of Simon Ekpa. Now Fulani herdsmen have started killing people in the south. Are you daft? Are you unfortunate? Is everything okay at home? Why do they always feel this need to make this false comparison? We know what these people were doing. Don't use one insecurity to justify another one. Don't use it. We know there were many actors. I've said it on this program several times that what is happening in the southeast is not linear. It is not one. There are several things going on at the same time. So for people like this to come and be saying, oh, don't lump all the Fulani together, they are good ones, and their silly brothers and sisters on the other side are also saying, Shebi people have arrested Simon Ekpa, make it stop. All of us will be all right. All of us will be all right. And I just hope that by the time we get ourselves, it's not already too late and there is nothing to come home to.
All right. Lozeka, thank you so much. I like the point you made. And there was something that Madam.
My
Okay, you're
network
still
went
talking
off.
about it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
My fiber
Rudolph,
went
ask
off. Let
Ugodika
me.
about this JAMB thing. Let her educate us about the JAMB thing. What is going on with the JAMB?
Huh?
The JAMB crisis they are having.
Is it
Can you
Oh,
throw more light?
oh, right. Oh, the students, I think it was yesterday that some of them were sent emails to receipt. Some of them were sent emails to receipt to write the exams, which is really terrible. But I don't want to talk about them. I just want to conclude on this topic that I just hope that by the time we come to, there'll be something left to come home to. Like I always tell people here, I wish I had another home. I wouldn't feel so terrible. But if these people continue like this, we might not even survive the next 5 years. We might be a wasteland before then, and it really keeps me up at night. Dr. Damages, I missed that segment where you ask what keeps you up at night.
I was
That is
going to talk about it. I was going to end with it. Yeah, we are going to end with
okay,
it.
I might stick around. I might stick around for it. I really miss that segment.
All right, thank you. Let me just, before KJ speaks, somebody, I'm getting echo from someone. I think Gozaka, maybe you. Okay, yeah, it's you. All right, so before KJ speaks, I want to just reinforce what Gozaka said. You know, when the Bakassi people were kidnapping Europeans, I don't forget that. And people were saying, oh, it's good. These white people, they are doing bad things to us. They are coming here stealing our oil. And I was warning that this is dangerous to get to everybody. And then kidnapping started in the East, and everybody around the country, people were saying, these Igbo people, they like money. Right now, everybody is kidnapping. It's everywhere. People, I think we don't have this good understanding of human behavior, who we are as human beings. If I'm the one in the forest following cows, and I see people making money simply by picking up somebody, most people, maybe 1% will decide, you know what? Why am I wasting my time doing this? I can pick up somebody on the street and make money, and they will do it. So I think there's something that Kulata said here at the beginning when we started. He was talking about the Southeast and was talking about the leaders in the Southeast being the people who failed the Southeast. You know, something like railway, the gas line, and all those things, that Amechi did not do this and this person did not do this. And I was thinking, when they created the states, and they gave the Southeast 5 and others have 6 and 7. And the conversation shouldn't end there. The conversation should end at the point where we say, okay, everybody, we agree, this is wrong. There's no reason why Lagos State should have 24 local government areas. I don't know what it is now. And then Kano we have 44. If they all have the same number of population, it should be a concern to anybody who is from Nigeria, because that injustice to one, it will have impact on all of us. But we say, it doesn't concern us. It's Lagos State. Let Kano have 44 and they get more resources, and Lagos will get less. Let the Southeast have 5 states and get less resources. Let the Northwest have whatever. It's something that should concern all of us, because if we don't deal with it, it will show up. We deal with the consequences, because people will be agitated. People will be angry. People will be, what we're seeing now with the JAMB issue, people already, they have a list of things that they feel the country didn't do well for them. And it makes them to think that this is another one. And you are here saying, no, it's not another one. It's just a technical issue. But when the other issues were there and they see it every day, they deal with that every day, and you have not confronted that. You've not said this is wrong. And then you complain when they pick on something, because at that point, they've seen what they consider the pattern. And they've not seen you say that this is wrong. When somebody raised the issue of destroying of houses in Bini, Edo State, I was laughing, because when it happened in Anambra State, I said, no, this is terrible. They said to me, oh, you don't understand. You don't live there. That's the only way we can deal with this kidnapping. We have to destroy the house. Even if the owner of the house doesn't even know who kidnapped somebody and put in that house. But people said it's okay. Now it got to Edo State, and this, I forgot the person that came on and said that's terrible. And I'm laughing, because to get another state, another governor would think this is the only way we can deal with this and impose that kind of rule. And nobody, if we don't say collectively, this is wrong and we have to deal with this, it will get to us one way or the other. All right, that's enough for me. That's my my sermon for today. KJ.
I'm supposed to speak before KJ. Okay, no worry.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, let KJ go. You know, it's my guy. Let him go first.
Okay, KJ, go ahead.
Okay, Rudolph, I hear you. In fact, I also hear you, Ngozi. But Ngozi, I will say this. You say that, you know, that part that has to do with the Igbos, because I probably think you have not lived in the north before. But if you have lived in the north like I have, and you will find out that sometimes you even go.
I was born in Maiduguri.
Okay, great. If you are born in Maiduguri, okay, Maiduguri is a bit off. But here's where I'm going. In our secondary school those days, you go, your friend has an issue, you go engage in helping them to fight. When they come to judge, they will ask you who will help the friend to defend the person whose injustice is being done to. They ask, what's your own problem? You know, see Nahima and brother, you na Igbo, waiting concern this person. So that is one of the things we learned coming up. So after a while, if something is going on, you put yourself, because at the end they will say, now you be Igbo, waiting concern you inside this talk. It happened to me many times. Now, I will also circle back a little bit, because I heard a lot of people who have made some comments concerning what the Totif said. I will say this for somebody who can actually say, I am a total thief man. That is the thief people. If they want to tell you the truth, they don't fear you. They will tell you as it is. And we know the reason why the Fulanis are so fixated on Benue, because when they brought their jihad to Benue, the Benue people ended it. I have gone to the place where the person who brought it, I will not call the name, was buried. They showed me, say, this is the place the man who brought it to our state was. And because of that, they've constantly had issues with the T people. And the T people are not afraid to take it up. And just like the Totif have said, they are still ready to go it all by themselves if that's repeated tomorrow. Now, why am I saying that? And why am I saying? Because we have refused to deal, just like Dr. Rudolph said earlier, we have refused to deal with the truth. We have refused to accept. I'll give you another example. If you lived in Abuja like I did for a long time, the first time that garage was in Abuja, when I went to Abuja, it was at the end of the beginning of Festival Road at Area 1. That was where the mechanic village was. That was where the garage was. It was a very dirty place where they used to put dirty heaps. The Igbos went and cleaned it up and were using it until that place became very popular and became a destination in Abuja. They were sent away from there. They were given the place where Dunamis International is now. That place was also waterlogged with one dirty, smelling water like that. They moved there. They held to that place. And then eventually, they also, when the place became developed, the land was well done. They left them. They came there and told them to move. They moved to the place where it's called Apo Mechanic Village, as we have it now. They placed the first, where the legislative quarter is now, where they build the House of Assembly, National Assembly have their quarters. That place was totally a no-go area. It was filled of all this water and everything. They developed it. They made it a destination. When the land was not ready to be given away, when it had become a place where everybody knew, they now asked them, came there and moved them. They moved them from there to the Apo Mechanic Village, inner side. And now they've gone there and developed that place. The government have come to take over that place, and they moved them further in. Which people will have accepted that, and they don't say anything. All the development is done by them. They buy the land, they feel it, they build their distance, they do their business. But when the land is ready, where you can now use it as a city, you now know how to settle them or take them away from there. Now, what the Totif is simply saying is that we have heard these stories many times before. You have told us this over and over again. You have taken over our communities. I know some of those communities have been taken over. He mentioned a particular one called Gwe Local Government, which is close to Makodi, the capital of Benue State. Majority of the people who are there have been taken, the land have been taken over. The people have been chased to IDPs. The Fulani have taken those communities and renamed them. And then you come back and say they are living a Bohemian tribe. Is it because we talked about Bohemian the lifestyle in this program that now Bohemian have become a password in Nigeria? Where did the Fulani begin to identify as Bohemian people who live in Bohemian, Bohemian lifestyle? Where did it come from? So you can see how the network works. That the guy who came here to take part have, radio passed the thing around. Just be watching out for that word. You will see that buzzword being thrown into political debates now in Nigeria. So that you now be the one they are telling you to go and look for
KJ, now only you go school. Fulani man say go school now.
hold
They
on now.
learn English too. They learn English
Listen
too now.
now.
Bohemian are English word.
Listen now. I know say Bohemian not be English word. But somebody have to bring it to the national discourse. It's called setting the narrative. When they set it, you will be the one that will go and be looking for how to deal with it. And that's what they're trying to do again. It is not the first time. This thing have been played over and over and over and over. The only reason, and I said this, my opinion, the only reason why Nnamdi Kanu is being held today because he opened the eyes of many people. The history that they refuse to teach, the history that they don't want you to understand. Some of these things, he may not be right in your own eyes, but he made people to understand that this kind of lifestyle have continuous and is going to have no end. You see, what the people are now knowing and are preparing for is where we are going, and that's what the question that Rudolph asked I want to answer. And where would this end? Sorry, not Rudolph, it's Uvie. And I totally agree with what Uvie have said. We should begin to prepare now. Which name we will give our villages and all that? What kind of government are we going to have? Will it be the kind that is run by the Turkish president, or will it be the kind run in Saudi Arabia? That's what we're thinking about. But whether it's going to come, if we continue to play the ostrich in this case, it's going to reach everybody. It's going to reach everybody. And the East, unfortunately, is being the ones who are sabotaging themselves by the kind of leaders that we have, who have refused to take positions like the Tortiv took position. If the leaders of the East have been speaking through to the power and to their faces, the way this Tortiv spoke, they would have been cautious on knowing how to encroach. But you see, and I want to say something, somebody can go and mark this. The Tortiv are giving them the red flag, first red flag. The people are not going to rest. They are going to be on their guard going forward because they can be united and they can take a decision and they're ready to go it all by themselves without having anybody. And I'll say this and I'll end. The chief man is the only person I know you can have problem. And if you notice that you are right, you are the one who is innocent and people are cheating you, he will go and fight on your behalf. And he doesn't even expect you to thank him after that. He will go his way. So they are ready to defend that their land, that's their farmland that they are trying to take over. Nobody's going to take 1 inch of it. Even those who have settled on it now, they are going to expel them. I can tell you with assurance that the chief people are going to claim back their land. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. We are rounding up now. And this is something we've not done in a long time, which is to end by giving everyone the chance, 2 minutes, to tell us what keeps them up at night. I was just reminded by Ngozika. I was just thinking about it because I've never ended a show in a long time, but now that I am doing it, we are going to do that. So let me start with Ngozika. No, not you, KJ. You're part of the people that will end. Ngozika, what keeps you up at night? Those are the back end that will come to you.
How many minutes do we have? 1 minute, 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Because I'm trying to be a timekeeper.
2 minutes.
Okay, what keeps me up at night is the fact that whether we like it or not, whether we come here and speak plenty English or not, whether we support our own thief over the other people's thieves, Nigeria will happen to all of us. I was ranting the other day and I was telling my friends how I lost my insurance. For those of you that don't know, I'm one of the biggest advocates for health insurance here. I just tell everybody go and get health insurance because you are one sickness away in Nigeria from begging for alms on social media. Insurance sort of like gives you a buffer. So I woke up one day and asked my insurance people to send me an invoice to pay, and they told me I can't pay anymore. Why? The insurance plans had been scrapped. How? They said they are migrating to new plans. Why did you not inform your customers? They say they did. Mind you, these people are very responsive with email. I don't want to mention their name, but they are very responsive with their email. I read every single email they say. I even have a folder dedicated to them. So how come I missed this particular one? Bottom line, long story short, is Nigeria happened in such a way that from paying 97,000 naira per annum, which is split every month, to 8,100 naira, that plan, that is the most basic plan they had. They had the one of 20 something, 40 something, but the one I was on was the most basic one. They scrapped the three plans they had and introduced a new type of plan. Now, the cheapest plan in their new set of plan will cost an individual 342,000 naira per annum. Yes. And before you say go and do national health, you are not a Nigerian if you do not know that that is pure waste of time and energy. I have been in the hospital and a woman's daughter had appendicitis. That surgery was delayed for 48 hours because they were going back and forth. When it was eventually done, the girl spent days. I came back for follow-up and I met the woman at the account office screaming blue mother at the cashier. They gave her a bill of, I think, 300 and something thousand. And the insurance and the NHIS people were doing head like this. So don't even talk about NHIS. They won't pick up. They won't respond to requests for authorization. And hospitals are not very willing to take on patients that use NHIS. So yes, Nigeria will happen to you. If you like, support whoever you want to support. It's none of my business. It will happen to you. If you have relatives in Nigeria, it will happen to you. Keep supporting your own thief that is better than my own thief. Thank you very much.
All right, Ngazika, thank you. You did well. KJ, what keeps you up at night?
Thank you, Ngozi. Please, Nigeria will not happen to me. That already happened to me. Not happen again. The one that happened, it don't tell me. Yeah, what keeps me up at night is sometimes I wake up with sweat. I'm wondering what will become of my children, what will become of the Southeast, what will become of Nigeria in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. The way that we have decided to not only major on the minor, but even build, high rising on the minor issues of life. And then thinking that tomorrow there's going to be a change of status quo. What keeps me up in the night? How come we are the most biggest black population in the world, and we can't even get simple things as national health insurance correct? What keeps me up in the night? In the early night, sometimes I wake up. What are we building? Are we building a nation, or what are we building? What is Nigeria becoming? What is the desire of the leadership? Those who have taken the reins of power, what is in their mind? What do they want to achieve with these 200 and something million people put in one space? What keeps me up at night? Why did the leadership themselves see it as the right thing to keep dividing the people into tribes, religion, and region? What keeps me up at night, Rudolph? How did the people who decided to put Nigeria together and since 1960 decide to write an unwritten law against a particular tribe in Nigeria? And today, that same people are telling you it is wrong to generalize by just painting one tribe with one brush. But they forgot that from time immemorial, every time it is an Igbo coup, every time it's Igbo, every time it's Igbo. And what keeps me up in the daytime, at night, is looking at Nigeria. How come since 1960, after the 1966 coup, the same issue that Chukwuma and Zogu raised as the reason for taking over is the same thing we're still fighting to today? No one have been resolved. Not one of those issues. Not one. Not one. So I ask myself, will there ever be a conclusion? Will there ever be a time when we from the Southeast will be regarded as Nigerians? Will there be any time when Nigeria will come together as a whole to deal with a national issue without looking at religion, tribe, or the section for which you belong? If politics, and I come back to the same agreement which Orisa Bakubo said 2 days ago, if the political space is not working for us, we can sit down and form another kind of government that will work for everybody if it's not working for us. So my biggest fear is what will become of tomorrow. If tomorrow comes, what next? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, KJ, for that. Ike, you're next.
What do you say? What keep me?
What keeps you up at night?
My children and my wife. The future of my, like KJ, the future of my grandkids. My younger ones in Nigeria, my nephews, most of them that are affected by the JAMB that they went to, even though they made their marks, but what about the people who did not make their marks? So as long as we are Nigerians, Nigeria will always be in our heart, no matter wherever we are, because like I always say here, I have friends, I have people who I went to school with, I have my neighbors while I was in Nigeria, I have my family members, I have my co-members in the ministry of Jesus Christ everywhere in Nigeria. So I have friends in the north. There are many people that probably is not your own personal problem that keep you, awake in the night, but the concerns of fellow Nigerians that is going through a lot, So, but at the end of the day, Dr. Damage, I have to be honest with you. I really do not want Nigerian issue to bother me anymore. I really try to sleep well, right? As long as my wife is by my side, I try to sleep well. Because Nigerian case, sometimes when we finish it here, when you go home, you're only dreaming about Nigerian problem. You don't dream about any other thing. It's about Nigerian issue. And sometimes when you're turning in the bed, your wife will be asking you, what makes you not to sleep? Why can't you find sleep? I know it's your Dr. Damage or the Niger Watch. I know everything you talked about this week makes you cannot sleep.
Your wife,
So it's
wife
not.
will push you out of bed.
It's funny, but it's a fact. It's a fact. Sometimes after a discussion, you go to bed, you cannot find sleep because there are so many astonishing stories and so many things that are happening even while we are here. So many stories we don't hear online that is taking place around you and around people that is hard, that is heart-wrenching and breaking, that you just wonder, you just thank God first of all because you are not there anymore. You understand what I mean? And also, because Nigeria don't bother me anymore. Tomorrow I'm having a celebration with close friends. I originally become a Dutch citizen, so tomorrow I have a little party for close friends, people who, when I first came to this island, there were people who made my relocation, to be very easy for me. They become friends, they become family, and they become part of my life. So if I have to call a lot of people, the whole bonnet will be there. But I decided to choose food, like they say, inner circle. The politicians, they call the inner circle, right? So tomorrow I'm going to thank them for their support and their love, and made me my stay here to be successful. And I became part of the community, and I've been able to, find my way in this place. So I'm going to thank them tomorrow. So something like this, it will make me to forget your problems, your Emiloko in Nigeria and their problems, and the confused ministers and the government we have in Nigeria. So, my brothers, thank you. I wish all of you the best of the weekend, the Sunday, and I pray that we have a blessed week. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ike. Wonderful. Dexter, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, Dr. Jamie, thank you. Well, what keeps me up at night is the dream, man. It's the dream I have for the future. Dream I have for both myself, collective dream, my family, my people, what I want to achieve. The dream keeps me up alive at night. It's I have to daydream it, and when I sleep, I'm not able to sleep sometimes. That's
All right, thank you, Dexter. Let's hear from I Speak the Truth. What keeps you up at night? I Speak the Truth. You're muted. Okay, go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah,
Are you asking figuratively or literally?
it doesn't matter any way you want to take it. We have had people
I
tell us
mean,
about their wives by their side. If you don't have a wife, it's a problem. Hearing this from Ike, but we manage.
well, I don't know. For me, I will look at maybe if we're saying literally, of course, I'm talking about my family and my loved ones and how I think society should be. I think really that's it. I'm not the type that really has too much bothering me. So I just live life as it comes. I take it day by day. Um, I always look at it the way my parents raised me. Like it's if as so long as you have tomorrow, you live into tomorrow, you have the next day, then you shouldn't really let too many things bother you. So my life is pretty simple. I try not to stress too much. I have fun, and for me, it's just But right now, I think for me, I think I'm more worried about the trajectory the world is going to, because I don't think, from what I'm seeing, that things are getting better anytime soon. I think people are becoming more wicked, more evil, more vindictive. There's a lot of bigotry, a lot of tribalism, and there's a lot of lack of empathy. And I think this has to do with the fact that certain things are becoming certain wicked and evil, disturbing things that used to bother us in the past that we would look at like, oh my God, why, look at what just happened. Look at this dead body. They're becoming the norm, and I think this is leading people to lack empathy, to look at their fellow man and be sympathetic at their problems. Everybody is becoming mad, vindictive. It's the truth. The truth today. I mean, we always knew that if you spoke truth to power, if you stated your opinions, human beings were very shallow to accept truth insofar as it did not align with their bias. But I think in this day and age, it is becoming even worse. People are used to ganging up on people, disavowing the truth, throwing it to the side, and it doesn't matter. You see, like what we're saying in hotspots around the world, people are dying and nobody really cares. And people justify it based on primarily whether they're religious or ethnic bias. Wherever their leanings are, this is where they focus their support on. And those are the kind of things I think. But in general, my life is pretty easy. I have people that love me around me. I have people I love, and I have happy friends and a happy family. And alhamdulillah for that.
All right, thank you. I Speak the Truth. Let's go to CM. CM, what keeps you
Well,
up at night?
in the past, I used to, in the past, something used to keep me awake, but these days, when I remember probably in the past, I think the way KJ thought, worries. But these days, I remember what Buba Galadima said when they asked him, what is his assessment about Nigeria? He said, let them suffer. Let Tinubu punish Nigeria. He supports it. So Buba Galadima said that. You may laugh, but he said next time they will look for money, they will vote the right people. So to me, I'm really no longer, I sleep very well. I'm no longer bothered about the issue of Nigeria because it doesn't keep me awake. It's not gonna change. Every day it gets worse. Look at the story we are having now. Young people going to write JAMB, 36 states of the country, only 5. Southeast, only just nucleated. Not them. Now they are the glitch there. Why didn't the glitch affect the Taraba state? Why didn't glitch? They just reduce it. Even the one they took today, somebody has still said, I think somebody just sent me a message. The same glitch continued just to punish them. And then tomorrow we'll be awake. I'm not awake. To me, Biafra is on the calendar, but God, like I keep praying, let me not die until I must have traveled the world on a Biafran passport. God, in your mercy, hear my prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Just before
I have
Pope
nothing
Leo,
new to
let's
say.
listen to it.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu.
100% to deal with Nigerians. People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
All right. Pokoli, what keeps you up at night?
I thank God you play this video. If not, some people would take that narrative that Abubakar Lima said Nigeria should die. Meanwhile, listening to that video, he was just being sarcastic to say, okay, he wants Nigeria to deal with them so that next time you will not vote somebody like Tinubu next time. That's what he was just trying to say. It doesn't mean that Nigerians should really suffer and die. You understand? It's just like, yeah, deal with them. They should learn lessons. And next time, collect money and vote again. You will suffer more. I mean, he was just trying to let Nigerians learn a lesson. So he was not saying something bad. It was just, for me, I think there was a time we were saying that Nigerian diaspora should stop sending money to Nigerians so that they should suffer, so that they will know that next time, because like they are taking this for granted. So for me, like what's keeping me up net? It's my work. Because it's I like to fix things. I like to have things done. So that's what. But in terms of when it comes to like world policies and all that stuff, is for me not to make sure we lose another Thomas Sankara. You understand? The one we lose is bad enough, So maybe not to lose another Gaddafi. The one they are trying to do right now with Ibrahim Traore is for me is worrisome, because if one person can stand this time, and as a young person, 30 something years, that was the most beautiful thing. Like, so at least he can and others can send message to the old leaders that look, you can't do it, you can't do it. You are afraid to die because you are older. Now we young ones are more, strong-hearted, stubborn-headed, and more tactical than you old ones. So my fear is just to make sure Thomas Sankara lives long and achieve his purpose with his.
Talking about Captain Ibrahim.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we're talking about him. Yeah, Ibrahim Traore. Yeah, sorry. To make sure that he lives long and he achieves what Gaddafi, wants to achieve to make united Africa. Because because look, see, this blackface phenomenon, it's become one too many. I've seen it like repeated, and we like black skin. I think we don't learn. This stuff have become in Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. The people that brought them down are like he's kind. You understand? Thomas Sankara, the same thing. He's kind. Gaddafi, he's kind. Museveni was fighting Gaddafi before all this whatever happened. So they always use even Ibrahim Traore, Michael Langley. You understand? Why are we always like this? Like we always want to fight ourselves and kill ourselves, bring ourselves down just to dine with this thing that doesn't look like us. I don't know why. So it's worrisome for me all the time. And you see, even in Nigeria, people trying to fight for something immoral and whatever. You see other people still trying to bring that person down. I think that's just our main problem. We don't want each other to progress. We just want to like classism all the time, Just man, bro, it's tiring sometimes, bro. So like I said, what keeps me up is just this. I follow this Ibrahim Traore news all the time, man. And sorry, let me ask damages. Why did this guy said what he said? What was it called? Deja Adeyanju about Traore. Why did he say so?
I don't know what he said.
Oh, okay.
I don't
He
see
said
everything.
nasty comments about that guy and like, and moreover, you're just passing through. You didn't even stop. You just transited. You didn't even enter the country, but you came out and started making your transits. Like I told him, like guy, you don't do things like that. And there's one thing about Africa. Look, unless you're the white people, yeah, if they are fighting for the cause, okay, let me use like racism, white racism, for instance, in America. Yeah, most white will tell you, oh, they don't like racism, they don't like the way they are doing it. But I'll tell you this: they like where it's putting them above every other race. But they don't like the way they are going about it, trying to like, hey, don't talk to black people, don't talk to minorities. But where the racism is putting them, they enjoy it and they like it. You get me? So that is what black people should learn. You understand? Sometimes everybody cannot be 100% correct. But look at the end goal, where it's trying to put you, where it's trying to raise you, keep you. You
But
understand?
Local P, if people are criticizing someone, that doesn't mean they can achieve their goal. Okay?
No. Sometimes, sometimes they underplay. They just pretend as if they don't even see the good thing of that person.
Yeah, but it's okay because a lot of people are. I don't think Captain Ibrahim Traore, that his problem is people who are cheering him. He has a lot of people cheering him. So people criticizing him are not anything.
No, it's not his problem. I just like the dangers of that. You might think it's nothing, but you can.
What's the danger? What's the danger of people criticizing him? What's the danger?
No, the danger is like when they use your own people. Okay, now let me. It's about consistency. They lied against Gaddafi. Till tomorrow, nobody. Sorry, Saddam Hussein. Till tomorrow, nobody can ask America, where is that lie that you said is God weapons of mass destruction? Till tomorrow, because of consistent propaganda over and over.
Next time we'll talk about this. Let's continue with the what keeps you up at night. Okay, be honest.
Yes, Dr. Dameji, if I come here, they accuse you every Saturday and Sunday. I'll be the first person to come on this platform. They say, now you won't kill my platform. You know where my platform grow. Before you know, I don't include what other people they talk about only on this platform. If you allow me to keep doing it, is that you've seen a loophole, you are gaining something from it, or you they see my foolishness? Something, Sha. That's what will make you to keep allowing me to come here and just keep say, oh, you won't keep I just accuse you unnecessarily, right? So that's what I saw within this Traore of a thing. We say the words won't keep Traore, but the way we take they complain now their platform. Twitter, everything with them build. Now there they go accuse them. So, but they allow us to do them. So that keeps me awake. So something is wrong somewhere. Then another thing is you too you contributed to Dameji when you talk about Tinubu going to Rome because that's just a glitch in my brain. Why? Because when Pope Leo picked the name, the 14th, I had to go to work, started want to find out why. So I came to understand that Pope Leo the 13th came to power in 1878 at the pretty much the peak of industrial machine revolution and all that, whereby it become obvious a lot of people are going to be displayed with the advent of factory machine and all that, which influence Pope 13 center his papacy around the poor, workers union, workers organization, because there's a machine in time that will produce a lot of unemployed people. Now, what is the synonymous of that time and today? We have a pope who came in, said he wants to continue from the 13th legacy at a time whereby we also have a machine in place and a revolution in place, which is the AI, which is arguably is going to revolutionize the workplace, right? So, and if you understand this is reality before us, then you look at the kind of conversation you are having. One can't help than to reflect to Noah Harari's book, Sapiens, talking about the useless generation. So they say by the year 2050, about 400 or 500 million third population. So how many percentage of those people are going to belong to the useless generation? When among us, now AI, machine, now go dey. Not that you cannot work, you are not intelligent, but it's just nothing. You are useless to yourself and the community. So how many are we going to contribute to that usage? Because that's what is going into. If you look at the conversation we are having, it has nothing to do with the new world that is upon us. So that, in a way, keeps me not necessarily awake, because they say the closer you are to the truth, the more quiet you become on the inside. So if I not be sleep, I light my Igbo, I'll sleep like fool. So, thank you, Lord David.
Oh, wait. Tony, what keeps you up at night?
That's a tough one. I would say that I really don't worry too much about anything. One, because of my faith, and two, because I'm watching my health. I don't want anything that will give me hypertension. So I discipline myself not to take anything more than I can carry. But that said, sometimes I worry whether when I retire, I will have a country like Nigeria where I can go back to. Because this place is not home for me, in spite of all the attractions. I don't like the winter. And I enjoy community life. I have developed communities. I've contributed, to develop a couple of communities where I lived, where I have property. I miss them. I'm hoping and trusting that time will come when I retire very soon. I can go back home and live my life as a complete African, as a Nigerian, as a Wanyahaba, that I am. That's my wish. That's my prayer. And I want to die in Nigeria. I don't want to die here. So sometimes I worry, if that would be, I pray hard and I trust God that that opportunity will come and that Nigeria will change and things will be better. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Tony. Ndubisi, what keeps you up at night?
Doctor, thank you. My major concern is the horror and shock I feel every day when I see how our so-called rulers that Deliveroo usually calls ruiners, how they mismanage the country from all angles, using ethnic and religious and other sectional divisions, and how they have been able to deceive and develop some supporters, including some who are young people, who are supposed to be the future of a better Nigeria, holding on tight to ethnic and religious cleavages, even when they speak, and some do it here on this our platform. They don't think about the future of Nigeria, particularly the future of the children. And how I see that this our learners have over the years used this thing to, instead of binding the country together, keep destroying the country. Each one will come, do its own years and go. Nobody will hold him or her accountable. His people will be sharing for him. Even some who have gone to jail and are out, they are sharing for them. And you wonder, what is the future of the country? If this could happen, how will the country ever get it right? How will Nigeria be better tomorrow? See how people are suffering back home. Some can't even eat one quality meal. I hear direct information from my people back home. Things are so rough. And this is not what should be. We have all the necessary resources to be a better country, at least to be an average country that is developing. But the people we have in power, they're just destroying the country. It's as if from the day one, they have made Nigeria like their plantation slave camp, to get as much as they want and then vote away when the country burns down. They're not doing anything to bind the country together and keep the country develop the country. How can we not have basic things of life like electricity that can revitalize industries and development, create jobs? All they talk, they send their goons talking, going to the media houses to talk, but no practical action on ground. People are suffering, but yet they say things are better, but nothing is happening. So the problem is that how come we end up with people like this? The structure is the problem. The country was not meant to function and to make the people feel that they own a country. Many of us have given up that we don't even own a country. That is why people are cleaving to their ethnic regions. But that doesn't even work because you have these evil people in every ethnic group. The worst of us are leading us. That is a fact. So it is only left for our people to say, how can we turn things around? But my heart breaks when we come to forums like this. Instead of us channeling a way forward and agree that these things are not working, some of us begin to say things that breaks the heart, things that can lead us to a better place. Some are repeating what those people who are ruining our country are doing. So that it shows that there's no hope anywhere. It's really, really sad. So I don't know. That is what I feel, and I think Nigeria. Sometimes people say it's irredeemable, but I still have some flicker of hope that probably someday we might have a better country and we'll start afresh. Some countries behind us, even in the West African areas, they are getting their acts together, and we that are supposed to be the leader that should show the light, we are behind, owing to mundane thinking that our so-called rulers have put in place, and some of us are following it sheepishly. It's sad. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ndubisi. AY, the last person. If I miss anybody, please let me know. About AY, the last.
I'm the last person.
Mm-hmm.
They sleep well for night too. Nothing they keep me up. I know if you carry person problem. Okay, on a more serious note though. So one thing that actually keep me up at night is the thinking of the young ones. So especially Nigeria, the idea of Nigeria not loving their country, Nigeria not seeing Nigeria as one. To me, see, it is a fundamental problem to me. On every issue, sometimes it get irritating, get tiring. Like today, they are just discussing JAMB problem, the problem they encounter. People turn it to tribe. It's problematic. I understand, like, if you come with evidence, like, okay, they discover, okay, what these people are doing, they're using it to target a particular tribe, I would really love to discuss it. But when we just say stuff, it becoming too tiring. Any little thing now, you share an opinion, they tag you tribal. It's a problem. And they do this thing to almost everybody that don't look like them. No, you don't do that. I don't even understand that language. To me, it's for you to even say you hate a whole people. It's foolishness because you are better than a whole people. It's madness. How can you be better? Or this tribe is better than this tribe? It's stupidity. How can this tribe be better than this tribe? That's not correct. What is correct is there are some people from this tribe better than this tribe. There are some people from this tribe. Every tribe have good. Every tribe they have bad. These are actually facts. Like you can check everywhere. This issue of we got to learn to work together. Nigeria is one. This country is one. I mean, if as a matter of fact, even if we have to divide Nigeria, we have to still see ourselves as brothers. We have to, because we will be neighbors. Every part of Nigeria will be neighbors. So are you going to be killing your neighbors like what they do in Gaza? No, they are still gonna be your people. You gotta travel across their border. You gotta travel across their space, airspace. We gotta still try to learn to work with each other. It's unfortunate. To me, it's actually a problem. I can't really understand it. I know we have issues, but hopefully we can get over all this and see ourselves as real one and try to work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. For me, what keeps me up at night is that this is 100 naira granuts. Look at it. 100 naira granuts.
God, I beg you.
Now,
This actress, sorry, Rudolph, this actress shared one Netscape, this small one that is nylon like this. It says 1,200. One of the popular actress. It's too much, man.
Now, if this is 100 naira granuts, what else? How much is a loaf of bread? And knowing how much people are paid in Nigeria as minimum wage, and this is what 100 naira will buy you granuts, and it's not made in abroad. Nothing about this is abroad. So imagine something made abroad, how much it is. All right. I just want to inform you guys that forefathers couldn't be here today because he lost somebody close to him. So I just wanted to make sure that I pass across that message. Hopefully he will be joining us next week. And tomorrow there won't be 90 Minutes Africa. I won't be here. I tried to get something going, but I couldn't arrange it. So I will see all of you. I'll see all of you next week. I want to thank the people that supported us. It's very important. They are the people who actually make this thing we do here possible. Oriako Tope, Kulata, Oscar Blackbone. Yes, some people. Let me see. Alexander Gomez, Chibike Echendo, Igbo Basics, George Blue Shell, Chibike, Man of Prestige, One Man, Real IK, Kulata One Man, AY for Real, Jaja. We thank all of you for your support. You keep this channel on. The fact that we keep the light on is because of you. We don't really make any money at all from viewership. We don't have the numbers, but the little money we get is enough for now, but we need the support, and we thank all those people who supported us. We thank everybody who came in today, the platform, in the studio, those on the comment section. I saw all your comments. I couldn't respond to everything. Thank you so much, AY, for being here. Thank you, Local P. Thank you, CM. Thank you.
So Rudolph.
Yeah.
So Rudolph.
Yeah.
What of KJ? Won't he cover for you tomorrow? Or
well, KJ couldn't go tomorrow too. I checked. He couldn't do it. Show couldn't. You know, sometimes people have other engagements. I had a guest who was going to come, and I had a host actually. The problem was not the host. I had someone who was going to host. Precious was going to come in for me, but the guest I booked canceled last minute, so it was difficult to find another guest. So, but we'll do without it. I will get an old episode and play for you guys. But I thank everybody. Ike, thank you so much for joining us. Tony, thank you. You were here from the beginning. And Ngozika, Onye, what is the new name? Onye, Ngozika, I can't see it from here. What is that? Ngozika, can you hear me? Onye Wawa. Okay. I've seen it. Okay. Thank you so much, Ngozika, and all the people that came in and they are gone now. And we say thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. I will see you next Saturday with a new show. Everybody, let me play a video. I want you guys to listen to this. It's something that we should have talked about, but I don't think we have time anymore, but it's something that has been trending. And I had somebody make a video, a music, all this music about that and send to me. So let's listen to that as we end today's show. Thank you, everybody. See you next week.
Let them be, and from B to the way, the undestined of Bonner Boy. Hey, 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 yeah. What did she do where you never do? And they judge but you they hide too. Oh, na, na, na. Remind me again, my guy talk true. What's the pastor that I do, I shock you. She be sinner, you be saints. I been just pretense for the holy paint. You the fall like say you never lie, but your pastor born, them they touch sky. You they shout say she be hypocrite, but your own closet full with secret things. No, they carry Bible like weapon, then turn around, judge your brethren. Even dog they stray with chain on. Who you be to throw the first stone? Let them be, let me oh. No be you be God, so leave her free, oh. Did they all find grace for this same street? No, they use your pride, but they police. Let them do, let them be oh. No be you the God, so leave her free, We shall all find grace for this same street. No, they use your pride, but they police. Let them be, yeah. Let the woman breathe. Did they vex say she fall like leaf? But you forget say they fall every week. He be flesh and blood, no be breeze. So why you won't pretend? Say you holy with ease. You don't preach, why go get a flower? Play, sorry.